What's up, well, for those who don't know, man, you tuned in right now. The Carbon 12 Boxing Club, man, with the kid who did. Yeah, I think today Monday, you know what I'm saying? So, we're going to just let it breathe for a little minute, see if some people come in. Politic. Nevertheless, man, I'm going to make me some content regardless. So, this is what we're doing right now. Definitely want to thank everybody who has been subscribing, that has been liking the videos, commenting, you know what I'm saying, showcasing the love, man. It's always good to fellowship with the good people in the boxing community over there on YouTube. You can also catch me on TikTok as well, Carbon 12 Boxing. And as well, as, you know what I'm saying, over here on YouTube, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to everyone, you know what I'm saying? Just hit the like button, man. I definitely appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to do a little 2-minute countdown. And then I'm going to get into the festivities, man. The festivities on this good Monday. Oh, okay, Miss Rashonda, man. What's the word, good sister, man? How you feeling? You already know. I'm trying to keep it professional. I would have already had me something sparked up. You know, I know the first 2 minutes something detrimental to these lives. So you know what I'm saying. Which is we almost there at the 2 minute mark, man. How everything been treating you, Miss Rashonda? How everything going? Oh, okay, you say you feeling good. I know that's right, man. I think what today is Monday. Today Monday, so yeah, good Monday in Atlanta, GA. You know what I'm saying? So we here. You know what I mean? Try to do my best to get some of this content out. You know, I'm gonna probably start though within the 5 minute mark, man. We're gonna cover a little information. You know what I'm saying? For a couple upcoming fights that we got. We got Keith Thurman and Sebastian Fundora. You know what I'm saying? We got that coming up on the 28th of this month, which we're currently in March. And then we also got David Benavidez and Zurdo Ramirez coming up. I think that's May 6th or May 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me, May 2nd. So yeah, we're gonna do a little fight breakdown, you know what I'm saying, on that, and then whatever, you know what I'm saying, everybody else want to talk about. But that's just kind of the two main things that I wanted to focus on. Bringing forth my input, what I think, you know what I'm saying, and just kind of bring a little clarity, you know what I'm saying, to what's going on, So, for sure. Shout out to everybody who in the room, man. If you're gonna be in the room, definitely feel the need, if you can, you know what I'm saying, to hit the like button, you know what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure some bots or something like that up in here. But if you are real and you don't mind supporting a brother, because nigga could be out here doing any and everything, but we doing the right things, you know what I'm saying, on this good Monday. So if you find it in your heart, man, definitely hit that like button, man. That shit for free. They ain't gonna charge you nothing extra to do it. You know what I'm saying? It supports me and what I got going on over here at Carbon 12 Boxing. You know what I'm saying? As well as, staying in the mix in the algorithm. You know what I mean? One way or another, I'm gonna get there regardless. But I definitely appreciate all the support, man. I gotta definitely thank Rashonda for, she came straight in, you know what I'm saying? Straight into the laboratory, man. She hit the light button, you know what I'm saying? She had her lab coat on, you know what I'm saying? Got the Bunsen burner, the beaker, you know what I mean? The gloves, the scalpel. She ready, you know what I mean? She ready to participate, man, in the laboratory. So, you know what I mean? But nevertheless, man, we here. Let's see what Rashonda said. Rashonda said, let's talk about Keith. He talking a lot of shit lately. Oh, shit. What you don't like about what you don't like what Keith been talking about, Miss Rashonda? I'm gonna go down the rap sheet in a minute, but I'm just trying, you know what I mean? Give it a little time, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Ames 8609. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, you here on some genuine shit. You ain't here trolling and nothing like that. Hopefully you keep up with a little bit of boxing. I know it could be a little difficult at times because there's a lot going on in the sport, but look, Shonda said, hey, He better back all that shit up he talking. You know what though, Mr. Shonda? You know, you're right. You're 1,000% correct. He definitely better be capable and willing to do it. But I definitely like Keith Thurman in this fight. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm gonna read the rap sheet in a minute, so we ain't being biased or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Ames 8609. See, this what I be saying, man. Y'all be coming on here, y'all don't be having nothing else better to do with your time. Look, brother, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting my shit out the mud. You know what I'm saying? See, there you go. You done got taken care of. You know what I mean? I'm getting my shit out the mud, man. I appreciate that, Miss Rashana. I'm getting mine out the mud, bro. All you had to do is just hit the like button. Clearly, you ain't hit the like button because we would have jumped up to 2. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother 2 Bent 2 cents, man. You know what I'm saying? Never far away, man. You know? Yeah, asking the wrong shit. We on here talking about boxing and shit. Like, well, damn, we can't have sisters falling through on the platform. First of all, Miss Rashonda is honorary over here. She the first sister to subscribe and support what I got going on openly anyway. If it is any other sisters, which I think it is, because I be looking at my analytics. So, but ain't none of them ever came my way, and you know what I'm saying? Let me know, like, they rocking with what I got going on, let alone supporting. So, you know what I mean? In my eyes, Miss Rashonda the first one. You know what I'm saying? So, hell yeah, we ain't going for that. You know what I mean? Mind your business, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, all you had to do is hit the like button, man. But that's what I'm saying. We was talking about last time briefly. You know, these niggas would rather get on here and, you know what I mean, report a nigga or just hate, bro. Just go somewhere where they want that type of shit or that type of energy going on, like DJ Academics channel or some shit. Like one of these niggas who got, I'm coming from the mud with this shit. I mean, damn, don't get me wrong, I'm a superstar, but damn, I ain't nobody for you to be, you know what I'm saying, making time out to try to destroy these shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm still building my shit. Give me a little time before you try to sabotage me, you know? And we ready for that. We ready for that. We got soldiers on the front line. We got motherfuckers on top of the roof with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga might pop out the trunk on some DC sniper type shit. You never know. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, come in here and fall in this motherfucker. You definitely more than welcome to come through, politic, get your shit off. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, damn, don't do all that other weird shit, man. That's why y'all niggas be having a hard time with these women nowadays. Cause y'all niggas just be corny. Niggas be corny as fuck. Just weird and corny, man. Like, damn, read the room, grab a chair, sit down, and fellowship, man. You know what I'm saying? If you came in here to look for some women, that's all you had to say. But we talking boxing right now. I don't know how many women you know that's into boxing that heavy, but you know. Now, if you in here looking for some other shit, I can't help you with that. But what I can tell you is, it ain't gonna be me or none of my bros. So you're in the wrong establishment. But nevertheless, man, now that we got that bullshit out the way, man. You know what I'm saying? Once again, man, I appreciate it. We got 6 people in here. Man, hit the like button for the kid, man. Even if you ain't gonna be in this motherfucker, just hit that bitch. You can hit that motherfucker right now and get the hell on. I wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? Just support the kid. You know what I mean? God damn. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I be guilty sometimes. You know what I mean? Because I be moving around in traffic. I be forget. Well, not my peoples. I hit the like button on they shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to be better with hitting the like button on people who doing content and shit. Because, you know what I'm saying? I want somebody to do it for me. You know? But we definitely gonna get into this Keith Thurman versus Sebastian Fundora, man. Shout out my brother 2 Bent 2 cents. He in this motherfucker with me, rocking. You know what I'm saying? We got Miss Rashonda in this motherfucker rocking with me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is. We in here, we lit. You know what I mean? And we gonna rock out like it's a full house. That's just what's going on. So we got Keith Thurman. We got some. Well, hold on. Before I get into that, man, you know what I'm saying? We gonna let me tap this, you know what I'm saying, tap their gag. Cause I already know I'm gonna get choked up and shit, you know what I mean? They're gonna have me looking like I'm crying over this motherfucker. So, I wanna make sure I'm on my professional shit. Once again, I definitely appreciate everybody for hitting the like button, you know what I'm saying, for subscribing if you have, you know what I'm saying, taking time out your day to watch what I got going on. you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean, commenting towards the content, you know what I mean, I definitely appreciate it. Definitely shout out to all my brothers out here putting their work in. If you don't know, you definitely need to tap in with them. You know what I'm saying? We got 2 cents. You know what I mean? We got Miss Rashonda, Sister Rashonda. You know what I'm saying? We got GHBTV. You know what I mean? Still support my brother, man. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure he gonna pop back up in the mix. You know what I'm saying? So definitely support him. You know, we got YSM. We got Fighting Words with Bang. Definitely got my brother Empty the Clip, man. Make sure you tap in with him. You can type that in on YouTube, TikTok. I know that for sure. You got Tego, you know what I'm saying? Good brother as well, you know what I mean? So some of the people that I do politic, you know, try my best to keep up with. You know what I mean, when I have some downtime. So yeah, if you're not familiar with these brothers and their platform, do your due diligence, man. If you want to keep up with some of the most authentic and, you know what I mean, transparent information when it comes to this boxing shit. It could be a little muddy in the waters with the boxing community. So you definitely want to make sure, you know what I'm saying, you staying up to date with the latest information from some of the real motherfuckers on here. You know what I mean? It ain't many, but it's something out here. So yeah. You can let them rock out, Rashonda. They might help the algorithm a little bit. Little Rashonda ain't playing, which I'm telling you, she gonna hit you with a headshot. But sometimes that's where it help out a little bit. It help out. But when they get to doing that weird ass, you know what I'm saying? You know, let them they'll help the algorithm a little bit. You seen how that shit went from like 20 motherfuckers in here to 5, you know, that be that bot shit, but you know, it helps. It helps. No, you good, Rashonda. You know what I'm saying? You good. You know what I mean? We all get a little trigger happy. You know what I mean? Sometimes that shit is warranted. You know. It's hard to gauge. You know, clip will clip will tell you. Clip definitely quick to clip a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's all love, and we know it's all you know what I'm saying? You know, it's all warranted over here. You know, your position just as well as 2 Cent. You know what I'm saying? You know, I ain't gonna question y'all shit because I know, you know what I mean? But it's a way that this algorithm shit work. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still figuring it out day to day. You know what I mean? So, you know. Since we got humans, you know what I mean, they act like they can't pull up. Let the let the bots come in this motherfucker till they get to doing that weird shit. Then get their ass out of here. But you know, I trust in y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all decisions and however y'all want to handle this shit, you know what I'm saying? You know. I'm gonna take the covering because, you know, it could be difficult having, you know what I'm saying, your brothers and sisters out here willing to support you, you know what I mean? So on that front line, on that battlefield, you know. I know Greg wish he would have had you, you know what I'm saying, for that fuckery they did to my boy, man. But shout out to Greg, man. I definitely appreciate my brother for always allowing me to come on this platform and get my spiel, you know what I'm saying. Q, man, we Karma 12 Boxing Club over here, man. We deal with boxing and shit like that. How the hell you stumble upon my live if you don't know what the hell going on? I know you ain't just take your time out, you know what I'm saying? But if you did, nevertheless, you know what I'm saying, if you genuine and you here for, you know what I mean, or if you know, I wouldn't tell you to waste your time with boxing right now if you don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Maybe I can give you a little briefing, but you know what I'm saying? We ain't with no troll activity, though. I'm telling you. As you can see, Shonda gonna get you out of here, or 2 Cents gonna get you out of here. So, you know what I mean. But you more than welcome to stay. If you gonna stay, hit the like button, man. I already know the two that hit the like button, and it's my peoples. So you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you could type that question in, man, go ahead and hit that like button, brother. It's free, and I'm gonna gladly appreciate it, bro, because you helping me. You know, if it ain't too much to ask for, unless you're a bot. Facts, 2 Cents. I was in the stream with the. Oh, damn! They allowed that shit on YouTube. I don't know about that. Well, I mean, shit. Hit the like button, brother. Now, if you don't hit the like button, I'm gonna just go ahead and tell them I'm gonna do like Donald Trump and wave my fingers. You know what I'm saying? Look, that's your auto. Look, I hate to have to get an ultimatum because I don't like to force people to do it. But I don't know. You kind of giving me troll vibes right now. You gonna have to hit that like button for me, or they gonna press that. They gonna hit that Control Alt Delete on your ass. Straight straight recycle bin. They gonna hit you with it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let Miss Rashonda do the. I'm gonna let Miss Rashonda do the honors. For real, we at 15:30 right now. I'm gonna get your at a 16, and that's about approximately. She got your ass up out of here. I ain't mad at you. Look, don't make me get late. I'll tell Jazzy to come out here and sing this shit. You know Jazzy can sing, right? Jazzy be blowing. I ain't lying to y'all. She cold. I'm talking about beyond cold. She crazy with the singing, dog. The shit don't even make no sense. I tell her come out here right now, and y'all be like, damn, why the fuck why she ain't, you know what I mean? Why she ain't took this shit international? You feel me? But nah, I appreciate everybody though, man. But you know what I'm finna start doing though, more, which is gonna make my YouTube lit. I'm gonna take my talents back over there to TikTok, man. They appreciate me over that motherfucker. Shit. That right. That's that goddamn that premium pack. Some of the big gas on this side of the Mississippi, man. Yeah, shout out to Jazz, man. I'm gonna have her come on this motherfucking scene for you one day, Miss Rashawn. She lit now. You gotta be ready, Miss Rashawn. I'm telling you, she lit. She cold now. You might start crying over that motherfucker. How good she be singing. One of the last real ones left. Bro, do the tiki talks. Then post the clips to YouTube. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, 2 cents. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm thinking about going live over there. Cause I ain't gonna lie, it's easier to get traction on your live at TikTok. You know what I'm saying? And they don't be on that weird shit like YouTube motherfuckers that be trolling or Clubhouse motherfuckers that be trolling. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? You can actually jump right into not having a following and come across some people in the box community. You know what I'm saying? And some, believe it or not, you got motherfuckers like Zab Judah. I seen Zab Judah and Corey Speaks on that bitch like 3 or 4 weeks ago, just on there kicking it like we be doing on here. So, you know what I'm saying? I think if I be able to, and that's how I got a pretty good following on YouTube is from working at TikTok and telling them to subscribe to my YouTube and shit like that. You know what I mean? So, but you 100% right, 2 cents. And I'm gonna take them words. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put my best foot forward. Honestly, man, y'all the reason why, bro. I ain't lying. You know what I'm saying? Y'all the reason why I'm taking this shit a lot more serious. I'm gonna get a little bit more professional. As much as I'm still keep it hood. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna take this shit a little bit more serious. I'm gonna invest in getting a little setup. You know what I'm saying? And nice little backdrops and shit. I like to draw and do all that. So I'm working on some shit. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of like, in the corner of the room right now with it. But even though I'm outside, but that's just how I'm rocking with it right now. But I'm definitely gonna start chopping that content up. I actually just fucking around with got my Adobe Photoshop shit set up because I do the graphic design and all that shit. So you know what I mean. I'm gonna start cooking this shit up, man. And, I'm gonna build my way up, man. Trust me. I don't want them to ever forget this shit. You know what I'm saying? They gonna be in this motherfucker politicking, sending cash apps and shit like that pretty soon. YouTube will monetize you faster for daily uploads and watch time. That's a fact. And that's crazy because what I'm saying? I'm just, 2 cents. I just been really, bro, just trying to. I'm not trying to. I've been able to sit back by not being on these panels so much and trying to prove my point to see what open areas is available in this box community that everybody else ain't doing. So you know what I'm saying? I'm already an entertainer and I already excel at everything else I do when I put my mind to it. I truly know in my heart it ain't shit that I can't do. So. And it's not even from no cocky shit. It's just me, being confident in actually doing it. It's one thing to think this shit and not do it. You know what I'm saying? I think this shit and I put it in motion. And, and my weapon of choice is patience. You know what I'm saying? And learning from other people's mistakes. So and we all make mistakes. So I'm I'm just gonna I'm sitting back marinating, and I'm gonna come with something different than everybody else. And I want my people who fuck with me, have been fucking with me since I had my shit in the corner. You know what I'm saying? I want them to you know what I mean, live to see this shit through, and you know what I mean, and enjoy this shit with me. And who knows what this shit can be, you know, in a couple years. You know what I'm saying? Or even I ain't gonna put it that long, because you know I'm a talented motherfucker, man. And you know I feel like I'm chosen. So you know what I mean, I want to be able to one of these days, you know what I'm saying, soon, when everything starts flowing like I'm supposed to, man, invite my people out. A little paid trip expenses on me, you know what I'm saying? We eating good in this motherfucker, fight night party, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I mean? Just, I don't know. I'm thinking bigger than YouTube with this shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you know, outside of this YouTube shit, my main goal is to create I want a boxing gym. You know what I'm saying? I want my own gym out here in Atlanta. You know, it's many gyms out here, but I just, I don't know. I ain't gonna put all my shit out there, but trust, I got some innovative shit that, cause I don't like to do what everybody else do. So I got some innovative shit, man. You know, it's just gonna be require a little patience. You know what I'm saying? And as long as I got y'all, man, that shit motivating and supporting me, man. Like that shit do, man. I ain't lying to y'all. I don't give a fuck that it ain't 200 people up in this motherfucker. I got my people in here. That's and it always be like this, and then I take off. You know what I'm saying? The niggas like, damn, you know, yeah. That's just what's going on. Straight up. Trying to get G on Twitch. Y'all stay on, bro, help me, so he can show. Yeah, man. I wish, bro. Man, truth be told, 2 Cents, and Rashonda, man. You know, I got personal contact with G and shit like that, but you know, I'm just not the type of nigga to just hit niggas up. And I know G got a lot of shit going on. Hell, I got a lot of shit going on. I don't like talking on the phone my damn stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it mean a lot when I do talk to a brother, even if it's just one time out the year or if it's 3 times, 4 times a month. But because I know how much of a phone person I'm not, so I don't really expect nobody else to really be a phone person. But I wish I could just chop it up with bro on some, like, look, hear me out. You know what I'm saying? Just hear me out, and I and see. And if you want to implement it, implement it. If not, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool. You know what I mean? But you know, I'm a fellow content creator on different shit, and I've taken different, you know what I'm saying, niches or whatever you want to put it as, and I've incorporated it into this boxing shit. You know what I'm saying, to get some of the recognition that I have got. So you know, just playing around with different approaches to this shit. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I always felt like if I, you know, when I was in music and shit like that, I'd be an A&R. You know what I mean? Like, I know how to collaborate. You know what I'm saying? I'm a point guard in my heart. You know what I'm saying? So I know how to collaborate. I know how to, you know what I'm saying, put people together. I know who styles would mesh good with each other. Like, you know, just all kind of just different approaches. Even the business aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? Just the innovative ways. I ain't gonna say I got the finances aspect of it 100% down, but just being innovative and the collaboration part, and what'll be a good look, and what'll make you know what I'm saying, to stand out. I always been good with that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I know I got a lot of stuff in my brain. Not even a lot, but some things that I know. If you know what I mean, if I was able to, you know, bring that forth to G, you know what I'm saying. But I know how it is to hear that shit, and then you got to still do it. And you know, people got their own natural way and circadian rhythm on how they want to do shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but I definitely don't reached out to G. You know what I'm saying? Like twice and shit, just to let him know. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. So you know, I always appreciate G, man, and what he done. You know, if G never got back on YouTube, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't be mad at him, because you know, the shit that you do in real life and the impact you have in real life on people, YouTube can never compare. But I will say, on this YouTube platform, you can build with people that you would have never met in your day-to-day life, or just out and about, and you can build relationships, long lasting relationships with, or these might be the people that you did need, you know what I'm saying, that you wouldn't have found right up the street or at your local gas station, or you know what I'm saying. It be, sometimes it don't be necessarily where you at that supports you or catapult you the way you need. You got to go outside your comfort zones, and that's I think in human nature. You know what I'm saying? Something that people have a time to, a difficulty. You know what I'm saying? Understanding or acknowledging, until you come into that transitional cycle of life where you get it. You know what I'm saying? So, but for all my brothers, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I know I always thought in my head, I'm like, bro, all I ever needed was a real opportunity. You know, it's like the weed game. Like I ain't never had no nigga front me shit, front me nothing, or goddamn running to the pound, man. Like just going. Boy, and what I'm saying, I have, but not on no shit where, and of course I'm talking about in my old days, not now. But you know what I'm saying, like on some shit. Far as like nigga just, oh bruh, I just need a nigga who can move these bitches. I'm finna dump 10 on you real quick. I ain't never had no nigga fuck with me to that level. You know what I'm saying? So for me, everything been just grind and treating people how I would want somebody to treat me or take the chance on me. You know what I'm saying? But the reality has been always that I got to create this shit for myself. You know what I'm saying? But I have had people that have, you know what I'm saying, throw me a oop or assist me off the bat. You know what I mean? Not the bad boy, but just assist me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they may not even did nothing major, but I'm just a nigga who I love to give people their credit. You know what I'm saying? And show them my appreciation. It might be the smallest thing to you, but that shit may be major to me because coming from somebody who just have to you know, generate a lot of this shit. I do 8 different things. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta do 8 different things, not because I want to. You know what I'm saying? Man, somebody calling my fucking phone. Hold on, y'all. I know what I'm gonna do. Y'all can hear me? Oh man, we got my brother King of Brooklyn in this motherfucker. Yes, sir, it's Brooklyn in the house. That's right. That's what they saying, man. Y'all can hear me? Cause I know I'm running my mouth, man. I wanted to keep the algorithm going a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But we gonna definitely get into these fights. You know what I mean? Let me know if y'all can hear me though. So I make sure I ain't just over this motherfucker talking. I had somebody call the phone. Y'all can hear me? Please tell me y'all can hear me. Damn, they must can't hear me. Shit. Yo. Oh, we good? We good? Okay, cool. Alright. Yeah, shout out my brother Brooklyn, man. He pulled up, man. Hey, Brooklyn, hit that like button for me if you can, man. I ain't, you know, I usually don't like to ask motherfuckers that shit, but man, I need all the support I can get, brother. If you can, whenever you find the time to, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even tripping. If you could definitely do that for me, that'll help me with this algorithm shit, man. But we in this motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying? Once again, you know what I mean? Shout out to all my brothers and sisters out there, man. That's rocking with Carbon 12 Boxing. You know what I'm saying? We finna get into some of this shit. I'm just over here hitting this gas, y'all. So I can go, before I go ahead and get in, you know what I mean? Get on my, you know what I mean? Get on my ones and twos on my little soapbox real quick. Brooklyn said most definitely. I do it as soon as I join in line, bro. You know I appreciate it, brother. You know I appreciate it. Two says pump up the volume. I don't tell you, man. Free the face, man. GHB TV, man. The street kind of dry out here, man. Shout out to my brother Clip, man. I be seeing my brother Clip working. He's shooting them motherfuckers out in videos and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You got Tago. You know what I mean? Definitely got YSM. You know what I mean? You know? I'm on here sipping out that cup too, y'all. You know what I mean? We finna pop our shit. I definitely appreciate y'all pulling up, man. You know, I gotta do my due diligence, man. They done took my boy. They trying to put my boy in the feds. You know what I'm saying? So since my boy, you know, my boy Master P, he on vacation right now. Guess what? I'm finna come through this motherfucker like Silk the Shocker, but I'm on beat though. I'm rapping on beat. I'm gonna hold my mans down. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hold my man's Greg down. I'm gonna put my best foot forward because bro ain't let his platform go to risk like that for us not to be still shining and working. You oh shit, they got my motherfucking boy, my brother. Take go. Yes sir. Yes sir. We in here, man. Since we got a little, you know what I mean? You know, we got the motherfucking brother Tego, man. Shout out to you, Tego, man. Keep working too, baby. Don't slow this shit down, man. Keep going hard. Man, keep rolling that shit up. Keep rolling the best gas to this side of the Mississippi up. Click that motherfucking camera and go live on these niggas, Tego. Or if you ain't gonna go live on them, man, make that motherfucking content, chop that shit up and put it out there on the streets, man. You know what I'm saying? The game dry right now. You know what I'm saying? We need the real to hear this shit. You dig? We need the real to hear this shit. If you ain't making content and you ain't chopping up YouTube videos and all that shit, okay, that's bull too. Fuck it. Beat the chat up. You see what I'm saying? Keep it real in the chat. Bring that authentic shit in the chat then. You know what I'm saying? Because it be a lot of fuckery going on in the chats too. You know what I'm saying? Bring that real in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So shit, that's just what's going on. But hey, look, man. Oh, let me hit the gas one more time, man. Look, man. What that boy Jeezy say? That's right. That boy say, yeah. I'm telling you, we in here, man. Shout out to motherfucking Brooklyn. Shout out to my brother too. Right now, I'm finna put this motherfucker on airplane mode. Yo, can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me or not. I had to put my phone on airplane mode, man. Alright, word. Alright, say no more, man. Yeah, that shit has scared me a little bit. I got my phone on airplane mode. Now they can't call this motherfucker, man. They do this shit every time I get on here. I could be sitting around not doing shit, and then next thing you know, these motherfuckers want to get through. You know what I mean? The gift and the curse, right? Alright, man, let me get into this rollout, man. First of all, let me just say I appreciate everybody for pulling up, man. It's Carver 12 Boxing Club. If you haven't hit the like button, definitely feel the need to. It's for free. They ain't gonna charge you for it, trust me. You know what I'm saying? And it definitely helped the kid out. And I appreciate everybody for pulling up. But yeah, we're gonna get into this Keith Thurman versus Sebastian Fundora. I don't know why every time I think about Sebastian name, I be wanting to say Sebastian Telfair. But that's a whole nother story. We ain't even finna go there. But of course, we got this fight going down on March the 28th, of course, 2026, man. This is going to be an interesting one. I'm actually looking forward to this fight. I'm going to do my best to make sure that I ain't got shit going on and that I can watch it from the top to, from the bottom to the top. But I don't know, though. Who knows, man? I might be in traffic, but I'm going to definitely catch the fight for sure. All right, so, you know what I'm saying? We're going to start with Sebastian Fundora, you know what I'm saying? Or should I start with Keith Thurman? That's the question. You know what? We're going to start with Keith Thurman. All right, so we got Keith Thurman with 31 wins, 1 loss, 23 knockouts. Age 37 years old. His height, he's 5'7". His reach is 69 inches. That's interesting because when I thought about 69, I don't know if Gary Antoine Russell reach is 62 or 69, but I know it's in the 60s. But I'm going to say why I say that stood out to me. But anyway, we got Keith Thurman once again coming in at 31 wins, 1 loss, 23 knockouts, age 37, height 5'7", reach 69 inches. His stance is orthodox, knockout ratio 74%. Slightly to a 75, but I'm going to see 74. Just so we ain't sprinkling those Zatarans on top of this shit. Now we got Belch, WBA Super Champion, former, you know what I'm saying, WBC welterweight champion, also unified the WBA and the WBC. And he did that, of course, when he fought Danny Garcia in 2017. So some of his notable victories, we got Josito Lopez. I don't know if y'all remember Josito Lopez, you know what I'm saying? That boy Ho. You know what I mean? We got Robert Guerrero. We got Sean Porter, of course. How could you forget? Danny Garcia, Mario Barrios. And we seen how... Never mind, I ain't finna go there. You know what I mean? But continuing on, the only loss the kid Keith Thurman got one time, you know what I'm saying? Manny Pacquiao. And, of course, we know he went down in the 3rd round in that fight. So, you know, some things that stand out about Keith Thurman, just briefly, because I'm going to shift over to Sebastian Fundora, but I do want to say that, you know, people got to keep in mind that he competed in a pretty talented era of boxing at that particular time, which, you know, he came in at 147, you know what I'm saying, as far as doing this thing. You had Porter there, you had Garcia there, you had Errol Spence, even though he didn't fight Errol Spence. And, of course, you know, you had Terence Crawford came later on and all that. Ugas, different people, you know what I'm saying, at that particular time. How the narratives and how the interactions and all that shit went, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, that's kind of what was going on. If you could take your mind and travel back some time ago, you know what I mean? Now, the interesting thing about when he beat Mario Barrios was that was a comeback win. So, let's not forget that, too. Sean Porter fight, what people need to remember as well is that he defended his title. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that Keith Thurman defended his belt against Sean Porter. So, that's Keith Thurman, his rap sheet, briefly, you know what I'm saying? Then we're going to shift over to Sebastian Fundora. We got age 28, height 6'5". God dang. Bruh ass standing like fucking Eiffel Tower. But anyway, reach 80 inches. And of course, his stance is southpaw. That stands out too. But knockout ratio is 65%. Now, as far as belts and what he's obtained, as far as accolades, we got the WBC Super Welterweight Champion belt. We got the WBO Super Welterweight Champion. He unified also the Superweight Welterweight Champion. He was unified as well. And he did that by beating Tim Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? Some of his notable wins, you got Tim Tszyu, which he did twice. You got Cordell Booker. You got Carlos Ocampo. You got the kid, what's his name, Luma. But then you cannot forget, because you know a lot of people counting one time out, but you cannot forget where his loss came from too. Because both of these motherfuckers got losses. Not many, maybe one, but they share that in common as well. Even though they have a lot in this fight, which I think is going to make it interesting, a lot of differences where that could add up to just one wrong move and it could cost a person, and that could be via the physical combat aspect of it, or, which I mean is still the same, the logic as far as slipping and making the wrong move. But saying that to say, Sebastian Fundora, we done seen him knock the fuck out in the 7th round in 2023 to be particular. You know what I'm saying? So I think people need to keep that in mind as well. Now, he did unify at 154. He is a multiple fight candidate of the year. So he ain't just slip and trip and fall to get to where he at. But, you know what I'm saying, we've definitely seen his his chin get tapped. And I think, which ain't necessarily a bad thing because you got, it's funny, right? Like, niggas done seen Fundora hit that canvas and lose, right? But, you know, the fair way, at least from what we know. But niggas will slander Devin Haney all day. When you could at least consider that it was a possibility that Ryan Garcia was cheating, which we know he fucking was. But I'm just saying, if we talking on the surface level of boxing consumers who don't know really what the fuck they seen, you see what I'm saying? So, you know, this shit is interesting that they don't go in on Fundora. They act like they forgot he got dropped. You know what I'm saying? In the 7th round against Brian Mendoza. You know. And for some of the ones of the people who do remember, they still don't hold it to the degree of where a person would bring up in a talking point in a conversation so quick and easy, speaking down on Devin. You know what I'm saying? It's more frequent that people would do it to Devin, but you don't really hear this about Fundora. You can see literally, you can find out about Fundora tomorrow, see his stature, his build, and maybe a highlight 2 videos of him punching on some shit and think he just smashing everything. Is what I'm speaking to. But here nor there, it is what it is. But so I'm gonna get into some of the things, you know what I'm saying, that I feel like, you know, before we open the floodgates and really just, you know what I mean, I wanna see what y'all got to say, you know what I mean, read the chat and stuff like that as well. You know what I mean? I feel like when Fundora, he fights inside more than the average taller fighter would. So I think that contributes, you know what I'm saying, something that I would feel like that stands out for me with him. You know what I mean? That I feel like puts him in a league of his own in that sense. Of course, with him being a southpaw, you know, the angles that he'll possibly be able to get on Keith Thurman, you know what I'm saying? And he's kind of like, not really awkward, but he could create awkward angles from that southpaw position. You know what I mean? And then, you know, Fundora got a pretty good punch volume as well. So it's going to be interesting in that aspect. As far as with Keith Thurman, you know, it's just simple. You know what I mean? Keith Thurman, I think one day is going to make a great coach. I hope Keith Thurman, when he hangs up his boxing gloves, I hope he dedicates himself to, you know, paving his way in the sport of boxing. And this is crazy because I'm saying this about Keith, but Tom always do tell. Because a couple years ago, I literally got a video on TikTok where I'm saying Keith Thurman some bullshit. And he was some bullshit at that time. Keith, to me, was ducking. He was on that layoff. He was talking a lot of shit, like how Rashonda was saying earlier. So I can get why a person would be like, man, Keith better, because niggas, and he been on a layoff, crazy. You know what I'm saying? Then it been, you know, so, you know, Keith started looking like he was talking, but I like Keith. You know what I'm saying? As far as of today in real time. Some years ago, I fucked with Keith too. You know what I'm saying? I was fucking with Keith, but I wasn't, when he went on that layoff shit and went to looking like he was ducking certain shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I ain't really smelling Keith right now, you know? So, to see where he's transitioned up as of today, and just that style, fuck all how I personally feel about Keith. I like Keith beating Fundora. Just the styles, which is crazy, right? Because you got a guy with a 80-inch reach versus a guy with the 69-inch reach. But like I said, I hope Keith becomes a coach one day when he decides to hang up his boxing glove, because Keith is a motherfucker with his IQ. You know, I didn't catch on to Keith Thurman wave like earlier when niggas was. I kind of caught him late. You know what I'm saying? But this is years ago. Like when he started fighting, when he fought Danny Garcia is when I kind of caught on to him, is what I'm saying. I'm just keeping it real. But, you know, I had heard about him, but I'm like, this light-skinned nigga with the Shawn Michaels ponytail looking like Rob Van Dam, I ain't fucking with that shit. He just didn't look like, I'm like, ain't no way these niggas let no, and I'm light-skinned, but you know. I'm like, ain't no way they let this light-skinned nigga with this ponytail. But you know what I mean? Keith was one time was who he was. One time, I can't discredit Keith. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. You feel me? Because it ain't nothing to sprinkle some Zatarans on a nigga. You know what I'm saying? But I'm older now. I'm getting older, man. These are black fighters. A lot of them know, you know, it's a lot of politics and shit. So I'm really just be trying to be fair. You know what I'm saying? Then I got my brother 2 Cents. He'll remind me of that type of shit often too. You know what I'm saying, when we talk. So, you know, which I know gradually. But anyway, I just feel like Keith gonna be a hell of a fucking coach. his IQ, and I watched Keith Thurman fights in very slow motion. But I didn't look at his fights, but I discovered Keith Thurman really had an IQ not from him actually fighting. It was like how he started breaking shit down when I would catch like certain interviews about him, and you know what I'm saying, talking in any aspect of boxing, like that nigga IQ I respected. So it made sense. Now I'm keeping it real with you. I told y'all when I came into the knowing of Keith Thurman, it made sense that why people was saying it, but it made even more sense when I heard him actually his opinion on the sport of boxing and just uh even up into seeing him working the heavy bag and explaining and breaking that shit down. Same way I feel like Andre Ward is, or a fighter like Shakur. So I'm like, okay, and he appreciate the time that came before him. Now, could it be argued he ducked some shit and yeah, all that? I would love to have that on one of these days on the screen, y'all, because I would agree. I was talking shit about Keith, but you know, and still could, you know what I'm saying? But you know, when I'm seeing this shit today, you know, I got Keith beating Fundora, but that's just my opinion. I got many different reasons why, you know, versus as far as, you know what I'm saying, when I said I heard him speaking, his IQ, I'm like, bro, not no stupid ass nigga. He know what he going up against. I really think niggas sleeping on Keith, but I could get it. Keith just went through a wave where he was just talking shit and wasn't doing nothing. He wasn't doing a bitch ass thing but talking. Whether he was really healing up his hand or whatever the fuck he had fucked up. And then niggas had seen him go down against Pacquiao. So, you know, shit. You know what I mean? So it's both of these fighters have losses, you know what I'm saying? It's so that makes it automatically by default where we can start decoding and breaking down. And I think for the most part, everybody's opinion would be valid because we can both analyze these fighters individually to see how they got to where they at and to even be able to compete against each other. You know what I'm saying? And what they you know what I mean, what they cons is and what they pros is. So that's the purpose of anytime when I'm coming on this motherfucker. It's the laboratory. We're coming up with different formulas, you know what I'm saying? But let me go to the chat, man, and see what the hell going on, you know. But let me say, Keith Thurman, good movement, timing, and his IQ, I think, will allow him to prevail over Fundora. But I feel like if with Fundora, how he fights in the inside, him being not, he's a tall fighter, but he don't fight like, you know, it ain't shit to be tall. You know what I'm saying? We don't get to see that of his stature too often in the sport of boxing. But I feel like for his build and his stature, like Fundora ain't just no. He gonna be a problem for anybody in the opposite corner potentially. That don't mean he is gonna be one though, because like I agree with what you said earlier too. Two cents. I kind of felt like, even though I just like felt like his stature is what people so amazed by, and he do got a pretty nice inside fight game. He fights pretty tight within the inside. I think to me, I always said he ain't really established. I don't really see a jab that I feel like I should see from him with a nigga with an 80-inch reach. I know Clip was saying he was working on it more. This was probably some months ago though, so I don't know. You know, but he very well capable of potentially being Keith. But let me go to this. It might be Curtis once Fundora start landing them uppercuts. Ooh, shit. You think so? Just trying to say, y'all think he could get knocked out? God damn, Charlotte. Y'all doing my boy. Is it because he light skinned? I feel y'all, though. God. Is it because my nigga 37, though? Shit, George got him a belt at 46, didn't it? Like, I'm trying, Keith. I'm trying to work with you, Keith. They like, man, I don't know, Keith. They ain't going for this shit. Not gonna lie, I never been a. I'm like that too. I ain't just no crazy Thurman fan, but I learned to respect him though. You know, I ain't gonna lie. It took some time though. Rashonda said Keith talk too much for me. I can't. Keith talk too much for me. I can't stand a dude that run their mouth the way he do. Yeah, I know you love when G had cooked Keyshawn. Man, I went back and watched a little bit of it before they took the channel where that nigga went the honorable Malik El Shabazz. That nigga G, man. Two said he came in the spotlight woofing at Floyd. He ducked EJ and barely beat Danny/Porter. For those reasons alone, I can't rock with him, but I do respect his skill set. Yeah, nah, that's facts. Let me read that one more time. Two cents say he came in the spotlight woofing at Floyd. He ducked EJ, which would be Errol Smith Jr., and barely beat Danny and Porter. For those reasons alone, I can't rock with him, but I do respect his skill set. That's a valid point, 2 cents. Facts, right, Miss Rashonda. That's a valid point. 2 cents say I always rock with Fundora because he's a freak show, and it blew me. But now that everybody on the bandwagon calling him great and kind of cooled off him. Yeah, I think Fundora's a cool. He look like he's a pretty cool kid. He young. Well, he 28. You know what I'm saying? He ain't really young, but he still kind of got like that youthfulness to him. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's gonna play a part and be the difference maker for me, because when I look at Keith Thurman, I feel like, yeah, Keith Thurman more with the annex and, you know what I'm saying, but that kind of pushes him more in the unpredictable realm to me, because, and he, on top of him coming off a layoff, now naturally you think him coming off a layoff, like he gonna be fatigued and this and all that, you know what I'm saying, like who knows, you know what I mean, this gonna be an opportunity to see if Keith Thurman has become seasoned, if he's actually who he's saying he is, and if he should hang it up, to be honest. So it's a lot to consider to be on the line for Keith Thurman, in my opinion, for him to not be taking this shit serious. But I do think that Keith Thurman, if I just look at Keith Thurman and Sebastian Fundora, I think Keith Thurman has the better IQ. Now, having an IQ still has to transition to you physically showcasing your skill set. So, it's going to be interesting to see this shit, because it's definitely, obviously, a taller fighter. You know what I'm saying? With longer reach. We got Fundora being at 6'5". You got Keith Thurman being 5'7". Fundora got an 80-inch reach. Keith Thurman got a 69-inch reach. So there's some factors. That's why I can't wait till I start cranking up this StreamYard, man. You know what I'm saying? And really have people chiming in, because I don't be, all in all, like, shit, I ain't winning. Unless I put some money in on the parlay or some shit like that, I ain't got no picks in this shit for real. I'm just happy to see these motherfuckers fighting. But, if you asking, my opinion and outcome of things, like, just off of the styles make fight concept and all that type of shit, I think when you walk it down step by step, it is different things to consider. Like, you got the reach, which is in connection with the height difference, the reach difference. It can favor either side, though. You know what I'm saying? Because Mike Tyson ain't had no crazy reach, but he was able to, you know what I mean, do what he needed to do when he was focused and on point. I'm not saying Keith Thurman is Mike Tyson, but he definitely got the shorter reach in this situation. You up this motherfucker fighting Stickman. So, but that's why I questioned Fundora, like, and I was saying some months ago where I was like, at that time I didn't see no jab. I didn't respect him for no jab. I felt like with a build like that and how tall he is, like, it was another fighter I just seen that was just like that too, and I'm like, man, this nigga tripping. Like, he in here fighting way harder than he gotta be fighting, nigga. You got a crazy ass reach. Like, what did you do? So when I see that, I know there's a deficiency in your IQ somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, his inside game is that's what makes him a threat, because he's that tall but can fight in the inside. Usually somebody that tall, you know what I mean? Like, that's where the smaller person with the reach would kind of thrive more. But Fundora does have that. But I think Keith Thurman is well aware of knowing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a 2 cent shit. I don't fuck with the other. I don't fuck with the overhyped shit though. Yeah, me either. He said that's facts. I'm more interested in the rumble than the results. Yeah, yeah, facts, facts. You know, I just like to read the rap sheet. You know what I'm saying, so we can see what we got, what we looking forward to. You know what I'm saying. Some people be so busy, you know what I mean, or just out the loop for a little period. They don't be knowing it. They be wanting to jump right back in the mix. You know what I'm saying. So I'm with you on that 100%. Like shit, I just want to see the rumbles at this point. Like fuck it, you know. Miss Rashonda said, at 2 cents, right? I want to see the rumble. How it's gonna go. He better come out. He talking. I think he gonna beat. I think Keith Thurman gonna beat Fundora though. Can I get him? Now I'm gonna get into just my opinion. I think Keith Thurman gonna beat Fundora. I could be 100% wrong, and I don't have no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? I swear, I never get in my feelings about it. But how I'm seeing this shit as of today, I think Keith Thurman is gonna beat Fundora, and I've been feeling like this shit months ago. Months ago, I was saying this shit way before when they first was supposed to have fought. I picked Keith Thurman in. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is, but you know how motherfuckers be sold. I think in particular with Keith Thurman, it's his talking. That's the only thing that I see in common with people who think like me. That's what they don't really. They like, even if they say I fuck with Keith Thurman, it's still on some like, but he better come tonight, that night fighting. Because Keith Thurman gave niggas a reason to feel like that. So that shit warranted. But when I look at it outside of that, and like I said, his IQ, the difference, even though Fundora got the longer reach, Keith has a great IQ. Keith is pretty good at fighting in the inside from what I've seen. And his mobility. Now that could be a question because he's 37. But once again, I seen George Foreman. And niggas think when I'm saying George Foreman, they probably think I'm talking about knocking out motherfuckers. And he was still doing that. He been doing that. But when I'm talking about what made his later in his career, George Foreman knockouts, oh my fucking God, beautiful. And very IQ driven, strategic, to the point where bruh leaning in with finesse, dropping uppercuts on niggas. Like he knowing he's like you can see him setting this shit up. You know what I'm saying? So I think Keith Thurman possesses that logic. Now the question is he gonna show that fight night? You know what I'm saying? You know, but I know something just in my spirit just feels like Keith gonna beat him. You know what I'm saying? And I'm willing to say Keith will drop him. But if you go and look at Brian Mendoza versus Keith Thurman, it ain't far fetched. Like I said, it be the illusion. It's Sebastian Fundora's stature that you see in a ring that kind of muddies the water a little bit. And then and you know, and he ain't just flush fucking Sean Porter or Garcia, but shit, he beat him. He had to have somewhat of a who the fuck Fundora don't really fought like that. I could go from that angle and talk like that. I mean, I wouldn't want to because that's just how you get to arguing with niggas. I ain't with all that shit. But that is a real, because that's when we look at the rap sheets, that's what we gotta compare. You know what I'm saying? We equate who that, you know, are they battle tested? This is what make combat sports, whether it be MMA, boxing, whatever, bare knuckles. Like, you know, niggas want to see your resume. You know, you evolve and you know, what type of position. One thing we do know about Fundora with that Brian Mendoza shit is that he done touched the canvas before, so he done got that out the way. He done been dropped before, so shit, that could be a weapon of choice, a fuel of fire for him. You know what I'm saying, that Keith Thurman could underestimate is that, you know what I'm saying, like, bro, I ain't worried about. We know he got his inside game. You know what I'm saying. And if he willing to bang and all that shit and keep willing to bang, shit, bro done been on the ground. So he done got that shit over with. I feel the same way about Abdullah Mason. Once you get that type of shit, some fighters don't have to experience that. I don't think I'll ever see Boots on the ground. I never seen Floyd on the ground. But, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying fighters that on their back pockets. You did, you know. But, you know, some people have to learn a different way. They on their journey. You know what I'm saying? That shit built to their willpower. So, you know, although I could say I seen Fundora touch the canvas, I can't say that that didn't make him a better fighter. You know what I mean? To consider. You know what I mean? So what everybody's nah, Keith got good all around skills, but nothing that separates him from. That's why his best fights always razor close. Yeah, yeah. He a decent athlete. Both got question marks at the elite level. Mm-hmm. That's true, 2 cents. Both solid as fuck and did some good things in the sport. That's a fact. A fight nobody wanted, but a good fucking matchup. Yeah, for sure. Cause we definitely ain't asked for this shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what's crazy about if Keith Thurman was to win and end up fighting Boots down the road, that Boots been calling Keith Thurman out since 147. Back when this is what I was saying, Keith Thurman was bullshit. I'm like, this nigga here. I promise y'all, bro. I got a video where I'm going crazy on Keith Thurman. Talking, and I was 1,000% right because he was tripping, and I don't take the video back. I think I was spot on with what I said for what he had going on at that time. But as of today, I don't know. I just got him winning. I got him beating Fundora. But I wouldn't be mad either way. Like I want to see Fundora bring the show. I think it's an interesting fight for both of them. Being like you said, they on the elite level and they both have had some hiccups on their shit. You know what I'm saying? Like some, they done ran into some brick walls in there. So you know, and I think even though I don't think we was calling necessary for this fight, I definitely think this fight makes sense. I think it makes sense. And it's interesting because once again, there's a height difference here, there's a reach difference here. So it's gonna be interesting to see it take place. And I think a lot of fighters just from seeing Fundora's build, you know what I'm saying, probably wouldn't want to fight him. So, and Keith being the age he is, you know, so this to me is it's gonna be definitely a physical, but it's definitely gonna be who got the better IQ too, because you got experience in this motherfucker. You got to consider experience, Keith Thurman's experience, just as well as Fundora, but you also got to consider that Keith been on the layoff too. So, and then I mean Fundora been sitting down for a little minute too. I think he had the hand injury if I'm not mistaken. And I was kind of questioning then was that some official shit or what they had going on like. I'm like, this one no sabotage type shit, but I don't know. Who knows, man? So I think it's gonna be definitely a good rumble between them. You know what I mean? I'm looking forward to seeing it. That's on March the 28th, 2026. Man, we gonna be lit out here. You feel me? We definitely got that fight to look forward to. Only part, 2 cents say, my brother 2 cents say, only part I don't like is Fundora holding up the belts too. Fighting old timer. Fundora ain't want real smoke since he won the belts. Yeah, he definitely is holding up the belt. That's why I said I was questioning that shit with Keith Thurman. I'm like, something ain't right because I'm like, nigga, you fighting an older fighter. I'm not granted. He probably did fuck up his head. I ain't gonna say you can't do that shit. You know, it's easy for a motherfucker who ain't going to no gym, and you gotta really know how to land these punches right. You can easily go into, you know what I'm saying, these spots. Man, Bang, what's the word, man? I got my brother Bang in this motherfucker, man. Man, I appreciate you for pulling up. Man, shout out to Texas. Hey, we on here talking about the Keith Thurman and the Sebastian Fundora. I keep wanting to say Sebastian Till for the fighter. But yeah, we in here talking about the Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? We got the height. What you think, Bang? We got the height and reach difference. You know what I'm saying? You got Fundora 80 inch reach. You know what I'm saying? 6'5" for the height. You got Keith Thurman. He he's 69 inches for the reach. He 5'7". What you think about the experience? We got to consider experience with Keith Thurman versus a Fundora. We done seen both of these fighters. I think people got to consider too, and remember they both got a loss. So that's what I was saying. We ain't really called for the fight, but I think it's gonna be a good fight, man. I think this shit gonna be a good rumble. If either way they get one of them get knocked out, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Both of them, like you said, 2 cents, they in a part of their career too, where it's like you got to show up and prove. You know what I'm saying? Because they both done had, you know what I mean, they done rent this to you know, a little obstacle course here and there on a career. And, you know, Keith got more fights. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think Keith got the higher KO ratio too. You know what I'm saying? So it's some things to consider in this shit, man. There's some things to consider, but what y'all think? You know what I mean? Shout out to the brothers, man. We got Miss Rashonda in here. We got 2 cents. You see what I'm saying? Brooklyn was in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Tago. My brother Bang in here, man. Bang say, y'all know I got Fundora. Thurman got experience in a lot of rust. Fundora got gonna hit him up more than he ever been hit. And he gonna bleed him. Damn. Damn. Hey, you heard it from Bang. Hey, Bang picking Fundora. I ain't gonna lie, Bang. I'm taking Keith. But I can see that. And then Keith coming off the layoff though. So and like how Miss Rashonda was saying earlier, he better, you know, all this talking he been doing over the years. Cause like I said, I definitely got a video on the internet talking shit about Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? I done mature. Not. I wasn't bashing him, but I was just saying, like, nigga, you doing too much talking, bro. Like, you ain't doing no fighting. Like, you know. So it's interesting to see when he was supposed to initially fight Fundora, then Fundora had the hand. Like, I don't know what the fuck going on. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes this shit be AI, sometimes it be raw coke. Hey, yo, I don't know. You know, let me see what Two Cents say. If you list the top 6 fighters at 154, Fundora hasn't even looked the way they weigh yet. It's pushing 3 years now. That's something to consider too, though. Facts, facts. And I'm like, okay, Keith got the 69-inch reach, but Fundora got the 80-inch reach. Now it could go either way from a height and reach, because that's what stands out to me. When we gonna look on this shit on the screen, just remember the size difference in this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I think Keith definitely gonna have to operate from an IQ level. You see what I'm saying? To close, you know what I mean? But Fundora is a great, I ain't gonna say great, but he's pretty good to me from an eye test level, fighting in the inside, especially for him to be the height that he is. You know what I mean? It's a lot to consider in this shit. It would too. What Bang say? It's okay too. So you finna see him work. This gonna be definitely a challenging fight, dog, for sure. You know what I'm saying? I want to see Thurman establish the jab. I want to see a good jab from Thurman, man. Me personally. You know what I'm saying? I feel like all the other shit he do pretty good, but if he pull out a substantial jab that's gonna establish, you know what I'm saying, the distance, then when Keith decide to get in the inside of him, and then you know what I mean, he piece him up, I could see it going that way. But if he don't do that, I see Thurman outsmarting him. And you know, and it's one thing to consider a knockout, but you know, it could go the distance too. You know what I mean? So would Keith be able to be smart enough to outsmart him on those scorecards? That's another thing to consider too. So I don't know. It's gonna be lit though, man. And that shit right around the corner, y'all. What Two Cents say? Tim Zoo twice, Booker and now Keith. Not exactly Lee Smoke. Yeah, 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 yeah. Two Cents say bang. I've been a fan of Fundora for over 7 years. I watched all his fights live in real time. I gotta be honest with myself though. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think it's his stature. Like that nigga a giant. You know what I'm saying? So he looked like a motherfucker that's supposed to be punching on shit. But when I seen Brian Mendoza get him, you know what I mean, do what he did to him in the 7th, I got to consider, you know, Brian Mendoza ain't Keith Thurman now. Not he ain't one time now. You know, like I said, I wasn't fucking with Keith at first because I'm just like, this nigga got this Shawn Michael ass ponytail, man. This light skinned ass nigga, and I'm light skinned, so I'm like, what the fuck? But you know, I really, you know, did my due diligence with Keith Thurman, and you know what I'm saying. I love Keith Thurman IQ, bro. I ain't, you know, but he coming off a layoff, so I can't act like I can't consider that. Cause you know, we seen fighters come off a shorter layoff and you know they be fatigued. We seen, I don't know, man. This shit, this thing we call boxing, man. This sweet science, it could definitely be interesting. Then of course you got to consider that styles make fights as well too. So you know how this shit go. Bang say, I understand that too, Sizzle. Rashonda say so. In other words, he ain't fight nobody that's real good, but he can fight. Yeah, he definitely can fight. But I think this fight with Keith Thurman coming off the layoff, Keith Thurman was bullshitting at once upon a time in his timeline. You know what I'm saying? To where he went to looking from one time to looking like no time, because his ass was on the bench. And it was shit going on. And it was and shit in motion. You know what I'm saying? So, whatever, the powers that be or whatever the fuck maybe he felt like I don't know what the fuck Keith Thurman had going on. And like I say, I was definitely like, man, get him the fuck out of here. You see what I'm saying? Maybe he needed some time to observe the politics. Who fucking knows? But he was bullshitting for a period of time. You know what I mean? So, why he chose to fight Fundora? Because once again, remember I said earlier, Boots was calling Keith Thurman out too at 147. You know what I'm saying? And Keith Thurman went up. You know, they say he had the hand injury or whatever the fuck. Then you have when him and Fundora is supposed to be fighting, the hand injury comes up. So I'm like, I don't know really what the fuck going on, man. You know what I'm saying? With the politics of this shit, or if this, you know what I mean? So that's the beautiful part about talking to like-minded people, good brothers and good sisters in this boxing community that be, you know what I'm saying, catching some shit that I might not catch, or we might be just catching the same shit, and then you got your way how you see this shit, and we put these puzzle pieces together, man. It's all opinions, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, these fighters got to show up on the fight night, you know what I'm saying, ready to deliver, you know what I mean, and continue to build their brand, you know what I'm saying, as a fighter, you know what I mean? That way they can stay in a position to continue to maintain the lifestyle they have, as well as take care, I guess, most importantly, their family, you know what I mean? But we all speaking of public information. It ain't like, you know what I mean, we hang out with these motherfuckers. We can only go off of, what we see in here. You know what I mean? But sometimes, you know what the real is and when it ain't, But still, once again, these fighters gotta I hear certain fighters say shit like, hey, and they'll say this shit. I remember Tank told Frank Martin, he was like, nigga, you you still gotta get to this level. Like what he was pretty much saying, like, nigga, these lights. Like, nigga, you been doing all this shit on that other network or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But how you gonna do when you in an arena? Like, you wouldn't think that shit matter, but that's from what I be seeing. I done seen Boots tell a nigga that. So that shit do be mattering, you know what I mean? So these boxers gotta be careful with how they play this internet shit too, cause my nigga Trav in this motherfucker, man. The good people is pulling up, man. I appreciate y'all brothers more than y'all even know. Like I say, man, I be shouting. Y'all probably don't be knowing, cause I know y'all be living y'all life and y'all be tied up, got family, all kind of shit. But anytime I do be coming on, you know what I'm saying, and y'all don't be on this motherfucker, I'm shouting y'all out, man. I want all my brothers, man, especially with my bro GHB TV, man, the good brother Greg. You know what I'm saying? They trying to assassinate the good brother character out here, but that's what they got to do. But everything happened for a reason. But just saying that to say this the time for you know what I mean, for the team, the foreign like Voltron, man. Everybody do their thing. You know what I'm saying? Whether you make content, man, keep that content pushing. Because bro had his platform out here, he allowed a lot of us to come on there, you know what I'm saying? And, you know what I mean, we able to establish ourselves and put our opinions in a safe space. You know what I mean? That's the crazy thing about it. Bro had a real deal safe space. And to see, motherfuckers go to try to go to the lengths of degrees that they'll do to sabotage this shit. It's crazy. But you can't stop greatness, man. You know what I'm saying? It'll be a detriment for G not to be on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? For the people. You know what I'm saying? For the ones who need authentic, real boxing talk. You know what I'm saying? But G done opened the world to other brothers like us. We got Bang, Tago, Trav, you know what I'm saying? 2 Cents, Shonda, Tago, you know what I'm saying? Clip, Mill. And so many other brothers. You got Dean, OGEH, just brothers. They probably never come to my shit, but they don't know that if it was 1-on-1, they'll know that I respect they boxing talk. And there's other names too. If I'm forgetting them, man, ain't on no Hollywood shit. I don't give a fuck about this shit that much. But I do care enough that people pull up though. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate y'all for taking time out y'all schedule for real, man. You know what I'm saying? And but just know that this shit is a learning lesson. That this little situation with Greg that happened. You know what I mean? That shit small thing to a giant, man. You can't kill the authentic. LeBron could create another channel and he gonna go up with the same support, if not more. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. But this shit can happen to any one of us too that make content, and it does. You know what I'm saying? Like you got, you know what I mean? Like it's just the different. You gotta know how to move these motherfuckers around. Like you can't even really just these niggas be so hoe and hating from the sideline, just seeing other niggas being able to articulate shit or just be who they is, and they want to be like that. And you may not even be a nigga that's up 80K or 50K. You might just be a nigga that's on here that's just speaking real shit from your heart, building this content, and motherfuckers will sit on the sideline and hate that shit, and they'll report your shit, man. You know, trust me. I know it. I done made content and other shit. So, and I know y'all know. So, you know what I'm saying? In this content, realm, you know what I'm saying? It's genuine and it's real when you got like-minded people that can pull up and support. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button for your shit. You know what I'm saying? And then when you can monetize this shit, because niggas, man, come on, man, who the fuck don't want to make no money from their career off their phone? So we gotta support each other, man. So this, you know, in this time of my absence of my brother G, you know what I'm saying, brother Greg, you know what I'm saying, he's still working. I know, you know what I mean, but we gotta turn up. You know what I mean? We gotta keep doing our thing. You know what I mean? They can't take down. They could try to take down one, but man, come on, man, we got too many brilliant minds, man, and we all show up and support each other platforms. So that's the beauty of this shit. So I appreciate y'all, man, for real, for sure. My boy Trash said I got Thurman by 4th, 5th round. Ooh, man, bro, please y'all be a little patient with me. Hey, the good brothers, Greg, Bang, Clip, them the only people I seen really do stream yards on this YouTube shit. I ain't really no internet nigga either, so you know what I'm saying. But they do the stream yards and shit. And I think a couple people from, but they don't do boxing. They do other shit. One of my cousins, he do the stream yard shit for music. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna transition to getting all that shit set up too. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't be caring to really get my opinion like that for real, with this box shit. I be liking to hear other people. Cause for the most part, I be feeling like I know what I see, but I like to hear other people's takes on shit. You know what I'm saying, on this shit. But I'm with Trav. I'm picking Thurman. I've been saying this shit. I ain't gonna lie. I'm picking Thurman. But as far as what Bang said earlier with Fundora, the breakdown, that's why I read the rap sheet. Matter of fact, fuck it, I'm gonna do it one more time, y'all. Just let me do it one more time. We gonna go through this shit one more time. So you know what I mean? Cause like I say, I got my people here, so I like to get to know what y'all think. You know what I mean? Cause I can look at this shit by myself all the time and come up with my own assumption. But you know, we gonna read this shit. You know what I'm saying? Just from a rap sheet level. You know what I mean? So we got Keith Thurman, 31 wins, 1 loss, 23 knockouts. His age, which is, we got to consider this, 37 years old. He coming off a layoff. His height is 5'7". His reach is 69 inches. And I said earlier how that kind of reminds me of a fighter, like in the sense of when I think of Fundora, even though we ain't seen Gary Anton Russell fight Fundora, I know Gary Anton Russell got a 62 or 69 inch reach. It's somewhere in there. It's in the 60s though. You know what I mean? So he's a shorter fighter, of course. His knockout ratio is 74%. You know, as far as his work he done did, you know what I'm saying? So since he done been in the sport of boxing, you know, he had the WBC welterweight champion, super champion belt. You know what I'm saying? He unified also the WBA and the WBC. You know what I mean? He did that when he fought Danny Garcia. Now, granted, that was in 2017. You know what I'm saying? Notable victories. We got Josecito Lopez, Robert Guerrero, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, and of course Mario Barrios. You know what I mean? And then he got the infamous loss against Manny Pacquiao, which he went down in the 3rd round. You know what I mean? Now, like I was pointing out earlier, I was saying he did compete in the time as far as where it was talent in the division, which is at 147. You had motherfuckers like Sean Porter. You had Danny Garcia at that particular time. Guys, you had Errol Spence. Even though we ain't see him fight Errol Spence, but it was people in the division, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, at 147. And he was doing what he was doing. You know. And then another thing to consider, the comeback fight with Mario Barrios, well, the fight he had with Mario Barrios was a comeback win for him. So, you know, simply saying, like, he wasn't winning necessarily early in that fight, but he ended up winning in the end. You know, so we seen him kind of seen him battle test is pretty much what I'm getting to. And then he defended his title against Sean Porter. So when, you know, he had a title, or whenever he obtained a title, he actually defended. We consider that too with different fighters. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I said, to me, personally, against Fundora, some of the things that would stand out for him to be able to beat Fundora would be his movement, you know what I'm saying, shot placement, timing, and IQ. You see what I'm saying? And most importantly, his IQ. That's why. Even though I feel like Keith Thurman talk a lot of shit, what I do appreciate about Keith Thurman, which I said that no matter how this shit go, I feel like I hope one day he becomes a coach, because I think his IQ level of Keith Thurman is up there. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, and it ain't even so much what he do in the ring, just what I've heard him speak to him. His respect for boxing outside of the ring. You know what I mean? Oh, you good, man? You good, man? I'm just reading off this rap sheet. Then we got Sebastian Fundora. He 28 years old, so there's an age difference here. We definitely got a height difference. Him coming in at 6'5", you know what I mean? His reach is 80. You know what I'm saying? He coming in at the southpaw stance. We got Keith Thurman in the orthodox. You know what I'm saying? You got Keith Thurman with a 74 percent ratio as far as the knockouts go. But then you got Sebastian Fundora at 65. And then you got Sebastian. He also was a super welterweight champion as well too. He unified at that division as well too. You know what I'm saying? But he did it beating Tim Tszyu. You see what I'm saying? And like Two Cents was saying earlier, he beat Cordell Booker. He beat Tim Tszyu twice. He beat Carlos Ocampo. He beat Lubin. You know, and it's like, you know. But here, no, there. And then he lost to Brian Mendoza. He got counted out in the 7th round, which was in 2023. So that's some years ago. But I personally feel like if Fundora fighting the inside, you know what I'm saying, which I think he does pretty good at doing, you know what I'm saying, and he looks better at doing it than a lot of fighters that we've seen that were tall. Well, I don't know. I look at Tommy Hearns and motherfuckers like that, but I don't know. Fundora might be taller than Tommy Hearns, I'm sure. So, you know, for him to be able to do what he does in the inside, as far as the work that he do, like, I respect Fundora on that. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like from that southpaw stance, he'll be able to possibly create some awkward angles for Keith Thurman. And he got to establish a jab. Like, to me, that's one of the main things. That's one of the reasons why I just wasn't really sold on Fundora, because I'm like, I don't see him really spamming the jab like at a height like that, bro. Like, man. You know, but it is beautiful to see he got a pretty decent inside game. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? So it's gonna be interesting with that fight, man. But my boy Trash said he like Keith in that fight. And he said and I'm thinking like that too, Trav. I'm saying early. I was thinking early, but you know, I don't know. They be thinking I be tripping when I be saying certain shit like that. I said that with Lima, and shit, Boots got Lima out of there in the first round. I was like, shit. I really wish he would have got him out of there like the third. I want to see him put on a little show a little bit more, but I said the first with Lima, yeah. But I don't know. I said with Devin Haney, he'll get Devin Haney out of there in 4. They said I was tripping. So I don't know. What Two Cents say? Keith got paper. He finna lay up. God damn. I can see him commentating more. For sure, yeah. I can see that too. I could definitely see him commentating. I think he should coach though. I think he definitely should coach. I think Keith Thurman will make a great coach. I think even right now, like how Gary Russell, the older one, how he be coaching his brother, I respect that shit. And he can still get in the ring. You know what I mean? He gonna have to do something, because if Fundora go in there punching on his chin and get him out of there, shit, he better do something. You know. And I know, his age is something to consider, 37 years old, but hell, like I said, Big George was knocking motherfuckers out at 46, putting niggas on their back pocket. So, you know, IQ is a motherfucker, man. So we gonna see, man. That's gonna be another interesting fight. But I want to get into this David Benavidez, man. You know what I mean? This David Benavidez versus Zurdo Ramirez fight, man. I definitely want to break that shit down briefly. So, of course, man, this is a cruiserweight title fight. This shit happening on May the 2nd. Well, hold on. Before we do that, let me read the comments real quick. I'll be hitting this gas, man. This shit premium pack. This shit be having me, you know what I mean? Shout out to the team, man. Shout out to Bang, man. Shout out to 2 Cents, 2 Bent. My brother Trav in this motherfucker, man. Shout out to Foreign. Shout out to Greg. You know, shout out to Mill. Empty the Clip, my brother Clip, man. You know, Tago. Miss Rashonda. You see what I'm saying? And if I forgot anybody, you know what's going on, man. It's all love. You know what I'm saying? Pull up on me. Remind me. Let me know I'm tripping. I don't mind being corrected. Shit. Let me see what Tucson say. The thing is, you really gonna have to hurt Fundora. That lanky motherfucker tough as nails. Mendoza hit him with the hell of a shot. Yeah, and see that's what I seen Keith. Keith had the bag set up. You know what I mean? He had the little small. He had the little small heavy bag set up way above his head on some. I'm finna throw the hook over. I wish y'all could see how I'm throwing the hook, but he over my head like I'm gonna drop one of them on his Mac Nugget. You feel me? Like keep throwing them bitches up there. But I don't even think it's gonna be no shit like that. You know what I mean? I think ideally Keith may try to aim for the scorecards, but I don't. Nah, to tell you the truth, nah, fuck that. I think Keith gonna get him out of there like Trav saying, 4th, 5th round, because I think everybody underestimating that boy Keith because he talking so much shit. That's what people gotta be careful with Keyshawn Davis. Even though Keyshawn Davis is some bullshit and he Britney Spears out, it's we always give these fighters a punching chance. So, you know, niggas be playing crazy too. So we don't know. It's AI out this motherfucker. But we do know the real, but it's just, I don't know, some shit you just kind of got to be a little, it's like I could jump out there and crash out on the motherfucker, but hold on, let me assess this shit a little bit longer. Let me let this shit marinate a little bit longer before, you know what I mean? So that's how, I don't know, you know? But G cooked that nigga, Keyshawn, and he was 1,000% right on everything he said. Cause he was speaking to regular nigga shit that you come on, bro, like you tripping. But anyway, let me go to Trav. Trav said we gotta give Keith more credit for actually taking this fight. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying too, Trav. We gotta give Keith more credit for actually taking this fight too, because a lot of niggas ducking. Man, this nigga, yeah, a lot of niggas ducking Fundora, and he could have easily went a different route. That's what I'm saying too. I said that too earlier, Trav. Facts. Like a lot of niggas ain't finna look over in that other corner and you see a nigga 6'5". This nigga 6'5" now. But that's why I was, you know, we got great minds in this motherfucker. So I don't be minding hearing either way because, like I said, what stood out to me is the height difference. And it can favor either way though. Yeah, Keith the shorter nigga, but Keith could utilize that shit to his advantage from my place of IQ just as well as Fundora could do it. You know what I'm saying? I think if for me, Fundora establishes a jab and then in the inside, because we pretty much respect his inside game. You know what I'm saying? We know Fundora got an inside game. It ain't really nothing to really question. Can he get better? Of course, every fighter can get better at certain shit. But you know, like I feel like by him establishing, as far as if it was to go to scorecard decision, it would benefit. If he ain't trying to get him out of there and knock him the fuck out, it would benefit him to go ahead and establish the reach early. You know what I mean? Be productive with that. And then he get in the instant. Whenever they probably get maybe, let's just say if it was to go 6 rounds, 7 rounds, starting to go towards the deep water type shit, then nigga, you know what I'm saying? Maybe, you know, the 6th round, 7th round, that's when I know, it's probably going to be more. Nah, I'm take that back. It's going with these two niggas, I can see this shit realistically being an inside fight potentially from the beginning. It could be that from the beginning, so I don't know. But I would think Fundora would want to establish the reach. Then remind Keith Thurman like why he to be respected with his inside game. But I don't know if he gonna go that route. And maybe he don't need to. I don't know. I ain't fucking Fundora, man. But I definitely agree though, Trav. I think too. I think Keith Thurman. And I was talking shit about Keith Thurman years ago, and I don't take that shit back. I said about Keith Thurman because that's what Keith Thurman was doing. He was bullshit. He was fucking bullshit. Just like G called Keyshawn out the other day. I felt the same way about Keith Thurman, and it's documented his own line, and I ain't taking it down because that he was on some bullshit around about that time. But far as of today in his transition, and I think Keith Thurman really going in that motherfucker with the willpower to win and the IQ. Now, the only thing I really do question, like I say, it ain't even his age. Because I think his IQ, you know what I'm saying? Keith Thurman the same age as I am. Nigga, I ain't out this motherfucker feeling like I'm old. Man, a nigga let a nigga bump. I'm not gonna say bump into me at the gas station. I'm too mature for that. But man, you try this shit. Get on, man, stop playing. Get on your ass, man. So, you know what I mean? That shit don't never, you know, that's just defending yourself. So, I don't, I think he do a lot of talking, and I think that's what kind of distorts, the people, which I understand, because like I said, I was talking shit about him too, but I think Keith gonna deliver, man. I really do. But he could very well go in that motherfucker and lose. So that's just my opinion, man. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't be too shocked. I mean, it's Fundora. You know what I'm saying? Both of these fighters have a loss apiece. You know what I'm saying? They share that in common. They both have a loss. So, it's fair enough on either way. I think a person evaluate this shit, man. Two Sensei Fedora, a tough fight for anybody, even Boots. You think so? I think Boots will beat the fuck out of him. Now, I think he's definitely a tougher fight in consideration for Keith. But we talking about Boots, man. That nigga, I don't see it. I get him getting out of there. He fuck around. The shit that I seen Boots hit Avanesian with, where Boots took the shot from Avanesian and he took the shot to give it to him. Oh, that is tailor made. Fundora try that inside shit, man. He would have had to have that jab established on some Tommy Hearn shit to me, for me to really see him giving Boots a hard time. I don't see it. Unless Boots go in there and just fight him on some stationary shit, which I still think he'll drop him. Just on some bang out shit. To me, Fundora is a tailor-made fight. I'm more considerate to saying Keith won't be Fundora than I am him versus Boots. I swear I ain't on no fanned out shit. I swear I'm not. Like Cliff say about Pitbull though, tough fight don't automatically mean good. Yeah. Fast 2 cents. That fool tough to deal with. You gotta catch him in the by the way punches or some shit he don't see. Going fire for fire, he could be dangerous. Yeah, I think because a lot of the fighters he fought, yeah, I ain't got my phone out this motherfucker. A lot of the fight he ain't fought too many black motherfuckers either. It's almost damn near a protocol to use the Latino culture as the punching bags for your for your for your record building purposes. How many fights Fundora got? Let's see. When y'all say that, what y'all mean by that? Y'all saying what y'all mean he gonna be a tough task for Boots? What y'all mean by that? I don't know. Am I breaking up? I hope I ain't, Miss Rashonda. When y'all say he gonna be a tough task for Boots, I don't want to jump the gun. Let me be a little clear on what y'all saying and what ways y'all saying. I give Fundora 3. Just because it's his name, just because of the build, just because the highlight reel is going to look too good. I actually give Devin Haney a round longer than I give Fundora. I said Boots will get Devin Haney out of there in 4. G and Clip said 7 or 8. I said 4. I was thinking 4. I was thinking 4 with Keith Thurman. Trav said 4 or 5. That broadened my horizon. So I'm always willing to consider some shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know it all. But why y'all feel like he'll be a tough task potentially for Boots? I don't see it. And trust me when I say this shit, I need y'all to know, right? Man, I want to see Boots actually fight somebody who gonna want to hit him harder than he's hitting them. This the I could never get to that point because it just be so much other shit going on. A person might think I'm just Boots crazy over there. But so I actually want to see him fight some motherfuckers. But yeah, I don't know, man. This shit quiet as a church mouse. So let me get into this other fight real quick. At the cruiserweight division, man. It's a title fight. You know what I'm saying? We got May the 2nd. You got in Vegas. This shit gonna be going down in Vegas too. For the WBO/WBA title, man. You see what I'm saying? Cruiserweight title fight. Gotta love them. You see what I'm saying? And it's gonna be May the 2nd once again, Las Vegas. You got that boy Zurdo, man. Zurdo Ramirez versus Benny from the block. David Benny from the block. Benavidez, man. Excuse me. Zurdo Ramirez versus David Benny from the block. Benavidez. May the 2nd in Las Vegas for the WBO and the WBA title. Once again at the cruiserweight division. You know what I'm saying? We got Zurdo. Zurdo coming in 48 wins. He got the WBO and the WBA belt. He unified currently in the division. He only got one loss, 30 knockouts. He got a knockout ratio of 62.5%. His age is 34 years. You know what I'm saying? He coming in at 6'2", reached 75, and he's standing in the stance of southpaw, man. That boy Zurdo, man. And you know what I mean? Former opponents, you got that boy Beaver, you know what I'm saying? Or Bivar, depending on where you're from. You see what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? That's where he got his loss at. You know what I mean? He's fought Jesse Hart as well. Shout out to my boy Greg, man. My brother Greg, GHBT TV for you don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know, was previously Jesse Hart coach. May still be. I'm not sure. I would have to ask. But, you know, some history there. Then you got that boy Benny from the motherfucking block, man. David Benavidez, 31 wins with a knockout ratio of 80%, no losses, 25 knockouts. He coming in at 29 years, you know what I'm saying, of age. Height 6'2" as well. 74.5 reach. So he actually has the shorter reach in this matchup. Well, not much, but of course, I mean, it matters. Depending on, you know what I'm saying, what's going on. And then, you know, you got some of the former opponents for David Benavidez being Anthony Yard. You know, you had Bubba Andretti, David Morrell, Caleb Plant, that boy Kyron Davis. You see what I'm saying? Anthony Durrell. You know, so that's the rap sheet, you know what I'm saying, at the cruiserweight division. It's definitely a title fight once again for the WBO and the WBA belts. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think? Who y'all liking these in this mix up, man? Who y'all liking? Like, let me know something. Now, I'm gonna say some things that stand out to me. What's interesting is for David Benavidez to go up from 175 up to cruiserweight, and then have the plans to go from cruiserweight back down to 175. And I'm taking it to, you know, fight Bivol, you know what I'm saying, for his title so he can unify the division. Now, before Ja Opataya, which, you know, I don't, and that's another thing we got to talk about too, because we did speak to this briefly some weeks ago, but currently I'm seeing as of today, once again, because, you know, they potentially, I thought they had already stripped Opataya of the belt, but I'm guessing not. They let him rock out with it for a little minute. They're saying that they stripped him today. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I'm hearing. Either way it go, we already assumed that they was going to strip him of the belt. You know what I mean? You know how these sanctioning bodies be. You know, it's real wild out here. So, you know, but you got David Benavidez, you know what I'm saying, potentially going back down to 175 to fight. You know, I'm sure it's going to be Bivol. You know, but what if he goes up and obtains these belts, which would be the WBO and the WBA belt from Zurdo? He fucks around and unifies the division, which I think is a strategic move. I think it's a very smart and strategic move, personally. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely a challenge. And the reason I say that, because we all know he's going up 20 pounds and then talking about going back down. So I don't know. Maybe he got a crazy strengthening, conditioning regimen and blueprint and plan. I don't know. Maybe, you know, something we don't know, obviously. But I think it's going to make interesting to see. I do definitely take David Benavidez in this fight for me. You know what I'm saying? I definitely see him beating Zurdo. But I don't think Zurdo is a a walk in the park either. You know what I'm saying? And for all we know, this shit could come out to where Zurdo throw. What would the game look like if Zurdo fuck around go in here and beat Benny? You know what I'm saying? He fuck around go ahead and beat Benny from the block and tell him to sit down somewhere because you trying to come up to the. You know what I mean? You doing too much. You know what I'm saying? My brother Clip say he feel like Benny from the block doing too much. You know, he need to stay at 175. And I don't know. I'm just wondering. You know, because I think Clip told me the boy Benny, David Benavidez, got a belt, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? And I think because I thought he had the interim, but I want to say he's a full champion. And then, Bivol got the other 3 belts at 175. So I'm just like, but why the fuck would he not just stay down there and pursue that? But maybe you got the shit going on with Better Be not being fighting active and shit, and then you got I don't know what the fuck Bivol got going on right now. So maybe these niggas holding up the divisions? Shit, some of y'all watch this shit more than me. Let me know. What's really going on? What y'all think really going on? But I think it's gonna be interesting if he go up and obtain that belt. You know what I'm saying? At cruiserweight, it's gonna be interesting to see him play two divisions. I mean, it kind of looked like that's what Shakur Stevenson trying to do. And I was making this comparison probably like a month ago. Even though it's 2 different weight divisions, and I don't know if that's from these motherfuckers getting beside themselves type of point of view, or this is a challenge and something new that's being brought to the sport where motherfuckers is playing 2 divisions. Because from what I've seen, like we spoke to on Clip Live with the good brother Mill, you know what I'm saying, and YSM, he, like he said, we ain't really seen too many fighters successfully go up and weed and come back down. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit never. I can't say never because I don't know. I ain't really did my due diligence to say. But for as far as the surface level, it ain't nothing in common. Like it's a common thing. You seeing that shit. So are we transitioning to another evolution of the sport of boxing to where fighters can play 2 different weight divisions, or is it that these fighters are head over there? You know what I'm saying? Head over heels. You know what I'm saying? Like they tripping. You know what I mean? Like they on one. They doing too much. The ego getting to them. Social media, like what y'all think? You know, but I think it's definitely gonna be a good rumble between them. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to seeing it. You know, like I said, I like Benavidez in the fight. I definitely don't think Zurdo gonna be no walkthrough, but he could be because one thing about that boy Benny from the block, I will say, if he say he going there to do some shit, he's showed me time and time again that he's gonna deliver. I'm only questioning when he showed me otherwise. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's good for the Mexican culture of boxers. I think David Benavidez and Bam Rodriguez is doing them some justice right now. You know what I mean? So fighters like them, of that culture. But yeah, I like Benavidez, man. But we got Ja Opataya getting stripped of the belt. What y'all think? It was brought to my attention. You know what I'm saying? He damn near done had the belt 8 times as far as the IBF. You know what I'm saying? Like, what y'all think is next for Ja Opataya? Y'all think he gonna go the IBF route again? Do y'all think, you know what I'm saying, he'll fully commit to Zuffa? What do y'all think about Zuffa? This shit is crazy. Sport, when you really sit back and analyze a lot of this shit that's going on, it's wild out here, man. But y'all hearing my pick, man. I got Keith Thurman beating Fundora. I could be very much wrong, so I won't mind saying that I was wrong. Trust me on that. But I got Keith Thurman beating Fundora, and I like David Benny from the block, Benavidez versus Ramirez. Zurdo, that boy Zurdo, man. I got Benny beating him, and Benny could get him out of there, 3rd or 4th round. Well, nah, I ain't gonna give him that. Nah, Benny, I give Zurdo probably 7th round when he touched the canvas, 6 or 7 round. Nah. I take that back. maybe the fifth. I say maybe fifth or sixth round he'll drop him, and I think maybe depending on how Zurdo respond, if he get dropped in the fifth or sixth round, I'll give it seventh or eighth that he get him out of there. Rashonda said he probably gonna jump back and forth. I got David KO, and I don't know about Keith and Fundora. Yeah, I like that pick too, though. Ain't nothing wrong with that because, like I said, kind of both of them is kind of keep coming off a longer layoff, but you know what I'm saying. Fundora ain't been active for a minute. I think he coming off an injury as well. You know what I'm saying. So that could be a toss up for sure. I think that's what's making it more interesting for me to watch it. You know, to see which way, you know what I'm saying, this shit go, because both of them got some shit that you can consider in them, seeing them lose. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a pretty decent pick right there, Sean. I think that's a pretty decent pick. For sure. You know. Who they saying Clip informed me on Xander supposed to be fighting Boots. Allegedly, that's what they saying. Potentially in the talks. This is gonna be interesting to see. I was saying that I don't think it's gonna happen this soon. I would definitely love to be wrong. You know what I'm saying, in this case. I wouldn't mind being wrong at all. I never do, really. You know what I'm saying? This is how you come at me about it. You know what I'm saying? But that would be a pretty good fight. You know, I think, Xander gonna get an ass whooping. It'll be something good for him to learn early in his career. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, like I said though, I really feel like he should have just went up to 160. You know what I'm saying? But maybe I'm underestimating Xander. You know, I'd be fair enough to say that too. But I don't know, man. I feel the same way I felt about Floyd. You know, I could have said Roy Jones, but I love Roy Jones, but it was a different feeling about Floyd than I felt about Roy. I fucked with Roy though, and still do to this day. Love Roy and what he did for the sport. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I think Xander would be a good fight if it does happen. You know. Shonda said 160 is an option, but yeah, it definitely is. I think like I said, I wouldn't be mad if he would have, but I think it's too late now. Like I said, he gonna stick around too long. You know what I'm saying? A day now feel like 1,000 years. So he gonna stick around for too long, a couple of weeks, too long, and they gonna start throwing his name in the mix, and it's gonna look like he ducking if he didn't. But if he taking the challenge in the fight, I respect it. I salute it for him to be the age that he is. I'm sure he knows what he up against. You know what I'm saying? To as far as he could imagine. Up until fight night. So I don't want to discredit Xander, but I feel like Xander, to me, I ain't really just sold on him. Like I said on my last live, I felt like he should have got. I think he should have made a bigger statement in that fight against Baru Abbas. You know, granted, he youngest unified champion at 154. I respect it. I respect the accolades. You know what I'm saying? I respect the accomplishment, but I personally think that he could have. Well, he should have. You know what I'm saying? But it was a test fight. I think that fight, to me, more from observation, was a fight that was like maybe a game plan fight or a strategy fight. But I can't see that game plan or strategy being no real life problem for Boots. I'm just being real. I think if he would have flushed Baru Abbas, if he would have just went ahead and got him out of there, you know what I'm saying? I think that would have been a big statement on top of him being unified. You know what I'm saying? I think that would have made a way more huger statement for Xander. But I mean, that's just me speaking and giving my opinion. Nevertheless, he got in there and did what he did. He unified. He's the youngest unified champion at 154. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying he should have just went up to 160, slid up out of there real quick. Get up out of there, man. Like, fuck you. Baru Abbas did. Shit, Baru Abbas lost. You know what I'm saying? And shit, you don't hear nobody saying they want to see Boots fight a boss. And boss is ranked. He a ranked fighter. This man just fought for a unified championship opportunity. You know, so and honestly, that's who I thought they was gonna have Boots fight next. I didn't think they would want Xander to fight so soon, going against Boots. But you know, what do I know? You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, I'm the same way. I you know, but I know you was probably looking at it like that too, Shonda, because you gave me your opinion on Amari Jones last fight. I didn't get to catch it, but you gave me an opinion enough to where I could say that probably was fair because uh I felt like hold on, y'all. I felt like Amari ain't really, he winning. I ain't taking that away from him. He ain't showed me nothing that just made me be like, damn, that nigga Amari Jones. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just me personally. I ain't hating. I'm just saying, you know. Xander is not a core. That's what I'm saying. Oh shit, that's a great point. Tusa say different styles. Xander is a pure boxer. The fact he holds two belts and even want to fight Boots, you gotta respect it. Yeah, that's a big fact. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Rashonda said, understood, but he could have went harder than what he did, and I agree with that too. I agree with that too. I agree with both aspects. I agree with both aspects on that. Yeah, because I'm that's what I was saying on my other live. I'm like, man, he's supposed to got him up out of there. For niggas to me making me think that he really a threat for Boots. I ain't gonna lie to you, but that's just my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? About his punching going harder, could have got him slipped. I just ain't see it from him 2 cents. Boss, I'm looking at this nigga. I just ain't see it. He looked like he was. I'm like, man, you. I'm like, damn, dude, you know you in this bitch for a unified champion. You in a unified championship bout right now. You do know that, right? That's how I was feeling about Rua Boss. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just felt like Xander is a Puerto Rican that got some good footwork on him, good body movement, good but I see he get fatigued too. Man, has Xander fought any level of competition far as fighters that we seen Boots fight? Has motherfuckers give Boots hell for Karen, but Karen obviously gave Boots another different alternative how he got a box. As far as the blueprint, has Xander fought somebody like that? I don't know. I'm fucking with Thurman, but I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm picking Thurman, so if I'm wrong on it, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna be accountable for that. Facts is just perspectives, all valid. I don't think he a threat, but I think the mix of styles will make a good fight. I could see that 2 cents. Boots gonna whoop Xander so damn bad. That's what Shonda say. That's hey, that's my nigga side talking. Shonda is the other motherfucker on the on the other shoulder because I'm like, but I don't be trying to sound like I'm like you know what I mean doing too much. But fuck it, I don't see it, man. Oh shit, Tango said Boots gonna fuck Xander up, but I respect Xander and the support the rest of his career. If that's what that's why I'm at with it too. I'm telling you, man, I don't even want to see him fight. Well, I ain't gonna say I want to see him fight Boots. I wouldn't mind seeing it. But man, take your ass up to 160, man. Just go. Look, fuck it. They got selective politicking with who they say duck it anyway. He ducked, but come on, man, that man 23 years old. But like I said, on the flip side, if he go ahead and get his ass whooped now, he might be a problem for other fighters. It's kind of like when Shakur beat Padley. Padley damn near beat the in his next fight beat the other nigga how Shakur beat him. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that to say he got better. So you know what I'm saying? Xander was able to accomplish being a unified champion. at 23 in the 154-pound division. That was supposed to be the ass whooping division before Boots came up to it. Like you said, Taker, I'm with 1,000% respecting him and his accolades, but I just felt like, man, go ahead and go up, slide on up, get out the way, and you know what I mean. Jesus Ramos did it. Y'all ain't even peeped that shit, but Jesus, I ain't gonna lie, he did it so good where niggas can't even say, they can't even consider it. I've been seeing it with Jesus Ramos because I wanted to see Jesus Ramos fight Boots with that little bang 'em style that he try to act like he want to bang and beat up on other fighters because he got a nice little built stature on him. But I wanted to see him go take that mentality against Boots, but he ended up moving up. But James say he going to hit Fundora with them bricks and it's over. I could see that, James. I could see that. Two Sensei, kind of like Tank Roach, good style matchup. Yeah. Facts, too, man. Facts. James say Thurman beats Boots. What? Nah, you lost me on that one, James. I ain't gonna lie to you. Thurman beats Boots, Xander, and Crawfish. Yeah, you lost me on that one. I checked that on that one. But I'm with you on the Fundora shit. Rashada said, James, stop it. I'm telling you. He lost me on that one. But I'm fucking with the Keith versus Fundora. Two Cents say, I think Xander got enough to survive longer than Stanley Otis. Stanley Otis. This nigga, call that nigga Stanley Otis, yo. This nigga Two Cent is hell on the scale. Yeah, I would have to agree though. Yeah, I think you know what's crazy? Like I said, you put me on to Andy Oroka for real, 2 cents. So when I looked at Xander, I'm not comparing them to each other, but like they when I watched both of their fights, when I seen Xander fight Barua Boss, I was like, I like what I seen, but I didn't like it enough to where I'm just like, oh yeah, let's make this shit happen, like, bro, yeah. Like he just flushed some shit. He unified now. Let's see him go against Boots. Fuck it. Since they trying to hold out, I don't really feel like that about it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just think the name and because he got the belts, you know what I mean? If it's an easier transition for Boots to get the belts and become unified, fuck it. The same way I feel like if Benavidez, Benny from the block, go up the cruiserweight and beat Zurdo. You know what I'm saying? But I like Zurdo too. You know what I'm saying? I like Xander. I don't want nobody to get it fucked up. I like him enough to say go to 160 and get the fuck out the way. I might not consider it a dub. That's two cents. Maybe good enough. Still a round or two on the cards. Takeo say, as soon as we see blood, the fight over with. The next the next round or two, in my opinion, yes. Facts. And that could be very early, Tago. That could be very early. Two Cents say, mostly depends on Boots, though. If he on dog shit, he can go get Xander up out of there. If he's smart, I see a decent fight. It depends on if Boots take a check for not knocking him out, being that he's a younger fighter. I said this on, I think, me and Cook was talking. I don't know if it was on his live or mine, but I was saying that I could see them sprinkling a little Velveeta and not the Zataran. Because, you know, we don't want the Zataran sprinkled on our shit. We'll take the Velveeta, though. Go ahead and shoot me a little extra Velveeta for going ahead and not flushing them out, breaking the jaw. Because we know, man, I ain't being far-fetched with this shit. Don't make me pull out Boots' resume on you niggas, man. Niggas, Cook told me a nigga got a patch knocked out his head. I didn't even know that. I said, damn, the nigga got a patch knocked off his shit. You know how fucked up they gotta be for niggas to be calling you patchy. Niggas around here, this bitch, you patchy as hell. Your shit scruffy on top. You got the baby soft spot. Boots done hit you on top of your cranium, on your crown chakra and shit. You dig? So I'm just like, damn. You know what I mean? We seen niggas quitting on the stool. You know what I'm saying? Niggas getting their jaw broke. You know the crazy thing about it, the people who fuck with Boots, it wasn't like we was trying to present Boots as the boogeyman. We just said Boots was the real deal. They was telling us these other niggas was the boogeyman for Boots. But I guarantee you when Boots start kicking ass and doing everything we already been projecting, now they gonna try to paint the narrative like we was saying we presenting him the boogeyman against everybody he gotta go against now. Watch how this shit shifting, man. Watch out, man. You know? So, but I think what's gonna be interesting about Boots' career right now because of them playing with this man and feeding into these narratives. You know what I'm saying? Why y'all think I keep giving these niggas early rounds? The man statistically don't go past 6 rounds. I think at some point it favored him to go past 6 rounds because they were saying that he wasn't going 12 because he wasn't going past the 6th round. And then when he had the fight with Karen, which everybody gave him hell for, it actually worked in his favor because guess what? You can't say he can't go 12 rounds. He pitched the shutout. Then he doubled back and beat him again. You know what I'm saying? But all his 12 rounds, if it went, he went what, Roman Villa 10 rounds, I think he went 2 12s with Karen and 1 10 with Villa. All the other fights been what, 6 and under. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't mind being correct. You know what I'm saying? But we in the laboratory. We on carbon 12 right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if niggas bring up stats, whatever they want to bring up about their favorite attributes of their fighters every day, I'm just reading the rap sheet. The man got an 89% knockout ratio. What the fuck do you want me to say? Niggas highlight Tank rate, knockout ratio, even if they unconsciously do it or not. Nigga, you know you is. Because first thing niggas gonna say about Tank nigga don't have to know nothing about boxing and gonna say Tank gonna knock a nigga the fuck out. That's the first thing they think. So why would we not think about this shit with a nigga who got an 89% knockout ratio? I'm just saying. It's a treat and a privilege and a pleasure if we do get to see this shit go on the scorecard. Cause I remember Mike getting niggas out of there in 20 seconds, the first minute, the first round, the second round. Niggas got pizza for days in this bitch and barely opened one box before Mike done. We done seen all the prelims. Mike knock a nigga ass out 20 seconds. Go ahead and don't turn your head. It's over with. I thought that's what the average consumer want to see is a knockout. Well, Boots giving you that shit every time, damn near. Or niggas is stopping. And the man ain't sat on the stool. He ain't caught the bench yet. They thought I was tripping when I said I wanted to see him and Bud. Boots and Buds. I want to see somebody who gonna hit Boots harder the same way Boots want. And that's gonna be a good rumble. That you know the nigga who it's like, cause that's how my mentality is. The harder you hit me, nigga, I'm gonna try to hit you even harder until I just realize I can't beat you. And Boots is that type of fighter. Bud was that type of fighter. You know what I'm saying? What Boots gonna now is in a career where now he can go ahead and turn up and start flushing niggas real quick. They already saying he ain't who he is, and they already played the politics game with him. Man, fuck this shit, man. Go ahead and get these niggas out of here. No, look, anything underneath 6, man. Go ahead and give me some highlight reel content. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's the unify. That's what I'm saying, and that's an easy transition for Boost to go ahead and get the WBO, the WBA belt. Take that up off him. That shit I seen Xander do against Abbas ain't gonna. I don't think that's gonna be enough at all, bro. And just the challenge, just the easy transition. Cause look what the shit he had to go through at 147 to obtain them belts. That's what Terrence Crawford learned at 140. Yeah, man, that shit wasn't no cakewalk for Terrence Crawford as a black man playing against the politics and the promotion to become unified, and you got sanctioned bodies. You know how hard it is for sanctioned bodies to come to a mutual agreement, let alone let it be a black fighter unifying the division, man. So that's why Terrence was like, "Fuck that shit." When I get to 147, I'm gonna go. Let me see what's going on. Who got what belts? Oh, okay. Errol Spence got 3 of these bitches. Guess what? I'm finna go ahead and snatch up this WBO. Beat Jeff Horn real quick. Jeff. No, I'm talking about Jeff. Was it Jeff Horn? Yeah, Jeff Horn, I think he beat, and he beat one and got that WBO, and boom, and him and Smith had already been talking shit. So now let's make the rumble, and guess what? Everybody wanted to see it, but Crawford didn't have to go through the trials and tribulations like Errol Spence did at 147 to a degree, because eventually Spence knew he was gonna be Boots mandatory. Really, whoever won between Spence and Bud was supposed to be the mandatory for Boots at the IBF. You know what I'm saying? So, it's a lot, man. It's a lot to consider in this shit, man. It's a lot. Tucson says Baccarat boots knockout under. Jacob said they gotta announce it. I'm hype. Xander ass is grass. Yeah, me too. I just want to go. I mean, I ain't gonna say I'm like going crazy to see the fight because, like I said, I don't want to see that shit done to Xander. But it might be a good ass whooping and learning lesson for him, and I can see him definitely giving anybody else a problem after that. You know what I'm saying? So it's lessons that come with this shit in the sport of boxing too. These is humans we watching, so it's good to sit back and from the bleachers and see how they adjust and become mutable to whatever they're going through on their journeys. It's just like when Devin Haney had that situation with Ryan Garcia, I trusted in Devin Haney. I felt like, I ain't gonna give up on this black brother like shit. You know what I mean? Enough that I knew he was gonna beat Brian Norman Jr. just off of what he showed me beforehand and what I felt like, even more the challenge of getting back right. You know what I'm saying? And he delivered. So, but yeah, I think it's crazy. I'm more shocked that they would give Xander up at 23 years of age and being a unified champion to defend it this early. I was gonna give it another fight. I was gonna give Boots fighting somebody else, then maybe, you know what I'm saying? So who knows? Sizzle said, was Tank versus Leo a good fight before the KO? I ain't think so. But I don't it's certain it's a lot of fights that I think Tank had that weren't necessarily fights that I would care for personally. Outside of him knocking their ass out. I'm saying him fighting the fight and shit. And I know I ain't tripping, bro. I done heard Floyd coaching Tank from the sideline, and Tank wasn't doing nothing Floyd was telling him to do. So I ain't too far from this shit. I ain't no Tank hater. I Tank a brother. I respect Tank, and shit. I'm gonna break down his. I'm gonna walk down his. You know what I'm saying, on one of these days where I open the laboratory up. We're gonna get into his formula and how he got to obtain where he at. You know what I'm saying, and where he gonna go from this point. Because I don't never want to discredit him, but I mean, when I call bullshit, it is what it is. But the typical thing for pro fighters to do, from what I see, is to fight the Latino culture first. Get your feet, planted on the ground. You know what I'm saying, and then now you got to start fighting some black fighters, whether you amigo or a nigga. You know what I'm saying? So we getting the opportunities. I think we on the shift now in boxing where we starting to see more. We're gonna see more black people fighting each other as we want to see, because we can't keep gauging these motherfuckers off fighting. You know what I'm saying? Other coaches. We know our people genetics is completely goddamn different. You know what I'm saying? But IQ is a motherfucker, so you get certain people in these other coaches too that stand out, like a Bam Rodriguez or a David Benavidez. So I don't want to discredit them either. But I don't think it was a good fight. Was Tank Rollies a good fight? No, I don't think it was. I think maybe if you consider, no, it wasn't a good fight, but I did watch it from a perspective of seeing what kind of gave Tank some trouble. Was the pressure Rolly was bringing forth, and shit, he spoke to the power. Tank spoke to his power, but I think Tank looked better to me in that fight against Rolly, though, for sure. But it wasn't no fight where I was just like, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to see it. Boot Sander would be a good fight before the perspective KO. I could see that for sure. Oh yeah, for sure, Bang. I'm glad you still here rocking out, man. Two says 1,000% Xander not hurting Boots. Yeah, I don't think so either. Xander gonna be on his Tom and Jerry shit. Boots will break him down. Yeah, like I said, Karen already really laid a blueprint out there for a nigga to at least have a fighting chance. You know what I'm saying? If Xander takes his skill sets that his skill set and experience of what he has of today, being the youngest unified champion at 154, and does his due diligence. He ain't got to go get lost in the film, but I mean, with a fighter like Boots, you want to go and see what type of openings you could potentially have. You know what I'm saying? Even though, Boots could show up and be a whole completely different fighter the night of the fight. But, you know what I'm saying? I think it'll do him some justice to go and look at what may possibly. I think any fighter that's fighting Boots should go and look at what Karen did. And, I ain't saying go do no running and shit like that. But I think, even though Karen definitely in my consideration ran, but there's certain points to that. If you go back and watch them fights, both of them, Karen was strategically beating Boots because he knew he couldn't beat him in no stationary way. And typically the Migos, the Mexicans, the Latino culture is going to come in a stationary way. That's why we appreciate Bam Rodriguez or, we appreciate Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? It's but I think a lot of our black fighters are fighting a lot of these Migos too much to where they starting to become stationary fighters. Man, we got rhythm. We good on our feet. We got a couple niggas that clap off beat here and there, but for the most part, we people of rhythm. So, you know what I'm saying? Even when you look at Marvin Hagler wasn't no nigga who just gonna jump and bounce around the ring, but he gonna move his head back and forth on that 10 o'clock. He gonna move 10 o'clock and go 2 o'clock with you. He gonna dip on you. He gonna do all kind of little awkward ass rhythmatic shit within the pocket. You know what I'm saying? So, I think it'll do some justice for Xander to go back. You know what I'm saying? If he plans on going a distance, I definitely don't see him knocking out Boots at all. Like that's not gonna happen. And I'm gonna give Xander maybe. I'll give Xander the 6th round. I'll give Xander the 6th. If he come in there and he's moving. If he come in there and he's moving, yeah, I'll give him 6. I know that's far fetched. Motherfuckers might think I'm tripping. They thought I was tripping when I said Lena. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? The same shit everybody's saying when they talk down on Boots. They saying, who the fuck is Lena? I'm saying, who the fuck is this guy for y'all to say that he not gonna get him out in the first round? I'm saying the same shit. We just saying it with two different logics. Or maybe feelings. So I don't know, but I ain't see it. You know what I'm saying? And all behold, Boots went in there and flushed him. I think we're gonna see more of that on this part of his career right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Boots coming in there to play with niggas. Look how they done stalled them out. This the same. That's why I was glad when Bud came and did what he did at 147. He went to 154, got in, got out, boom, and beat Canelo. He left on top. He still got all his faculties. He in his late 30s. He can enjoy his money. He can go train motherfuckers. He can do whatever the fuck he want to do. It's definitely a politic to this shit, and we know this. These sanctioned bodies is crazy. These promotional companies is crazy. And you got the social media aspect that's crazy. You know. And I think the longer we gotta wait to see Boots, it's just the worse it's gonna be for the opponent on the other side. This shit finna get real good, y'all. Trust me. Two Cents say Boots too fast to experiment. Yeah, I agree, Two Cents. You better be on the good foot or you going night night. Xander been hurt. He not trying to mix. Now Boots type nigga slide you in a blink of an eye. And that's what I'm saying. Man, that shit he hit Lehman with was so crazy, man. The shot placement to be able to pull that shit off. I'm like, I don't think people really understanding what. Well, I know they ain't. They ain't understanding what the fuck they seeing, man. In due time, though. In due time. You know what I'm saying? This shit is in due time. But yeah, man. But all in all, I respect Xander though, man. I respect Xander if he do take the fight. You know what I'm saying? He want to defend his belts, and this is right after he just unified the division. You see what I'm saying? So and he like fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and get the ass whooping out the way. I respect that, bro. Same way I respect Stanionis. I definitely respect Stanionis. You know, Stanionis was like fuck that shit. Stanionis was on some shit. Realistically, Stanionis knew it was no way he could run. He knew it was no way he could run for real, and he stepped up to the plate. He gave Boots an opportunity. You know what I'm saying, to put his flag down. And I'm sure Boots respects Stanionis for that shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And see that I think with that 2 cents, you said Xander coming to box. He only gonna fight in his life. You said Xander coming to box. He only gonna fight if his life depend on it. And I 1,000% agree with that. And I think when that comes to that firefight and that exchange, I don't think he gonna be ready or prepared for what Boots gonna do to him. Nor has he felt some shit like what Boots gonna do to him. And I think that's what's gonna breed. That's what's, you know what I mean. I really ultimately see Boots obtaining a unification at 154 sooner than a lot of people think. If Xander takes the fight, you know what I'm saying? Now, this is going to go towards kind of what I've been saying that, you know what I mean? It's a process. Because now he definitely in position. They can't run. Even if Xander don't fight him and he don't get he don't get unified this route, man, they know they can't run from Boots. If they is, they're gonna have to go up another division and they're gonna have to deal with the ridicule. And this is why I respect Amanda Stanionis. You know what I'm saying? I respect Karen too, even though we say Karen ran, but Karen had to. Man, Karen had to. You gotta equate Karen getting the bag. Karen from another country. Karen looking at it from the exposure. Karen could have just said, "Fuck it, I ain't got to box no more. I fought the top contender in America." You know what I'm saying? He could have looked at it like that. You know what I mean? These fighters, T.O. did it for a lot less. You know what I'm saying? Well, I ain't gonna say a lot less, but it come across like that. But you know what I'm saying? Saying that the shit, you know, he knew he had to survive in that motherfucker. He knew it. At least he showed up fight night. You know what I'm saying? Now, granted, we wanted to see something else, but you know, it's a hell of a task to get in that ring and show up fight night. It's a hell of a task. Two Sensei Xander, the Zone must be throwing some nice bread out there. Yeah, I seen the Zone connected with Top Ring, right? The other day, I think I seen that. Mr. Shonda say Xander gonna take it. Yeah, I can see that. I don't think it's gonna work out in Xander's favor, man. I think when the exchange and the firefight happens and he feel the power of Boots, I think he gonna fold. And I kind of go off of that because of the Barus Abbas fight. You know what I'm saying? It was times in that later in that fight where Baru Abbas was kind of giving him a little trouble. I'm like, I feel like Boots would have made a highlight reel out of Baru Abbas. He would have made a fucking highlight reel out of him. He probably got him out of there second, third round. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but we got to give everybody a fair chance, a puncher's chance anyway. So, like I said, I don't want to discredit him and his accolades, and you know, you know, I definitely ain't gonna say he. At least he ain't showed me nothing that he's a duck or no shit like that as of today. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, in real time, him to be that. So, shout out to Xander. I definitely wouldn't mind seeing the fight happen. I ain't saying that it's something I'm just like fiending for, but if it happens, I feel like it's an easier transition for Boots to obtain the unification belts at 154, unifying in the division. You know what I'm saying? And that's just gonna push the process even more fast as far as him go ahead and becoming undisputed at 154, which he realistically should have been able to do at 147. But him being in that division as long as he was, I think Boots 28, 29, somewhere in there. You know what I mean? Being in the division for damn near 10 years is a lot. You know what I'm saying? When you got to make weight and as well deal with the politics, not getting opportunities to win certain shit, or, them stalling you on getting belts. And he was able to obtain, the lineal belt, and two other belts as well too. They was calling him email champ, but he was able to do what a lot of motherfuckers haven't been able to do at the division of 1 and 47, which is win the Ring Magazine lineage belt. You know what I'm saying, a lineal champ. So, there's some great people that did that. Wilfred Benitez, you know what I'm saying, Pernell Whitaker. You got Floyd, you got Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying. You got Duran, Sugar Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Robinson. You know what I'm saying. You got some greats that have done that at that weight class. So for everybody that had the eyes and saying pushing the narrative of him being a duck and scared and to not take fights, Bird has real deal accolades compared to a Virgil Ortiz that everybody seemed to make want to make the boogeyman, once upon a time, and now he's not. So it's interesting, man. But yeah, I've definitely seen that the Zone, and I think Top Rank. And there was somebody else too that just linked up. I want to say, like I said, man, I think the boxing game is shifting. I think what Clip was speaking to a lot of them niggas allowing Turkey to get in there and send shit in a different direction. I think what Clip brought up about that is very true. I think a lot of them now realize that they got to support each other. So they're gonna see a lot of these, few companies of promotion that do matter in the sport of boxing, starting to do joint ventures or maybe one-offs with each other on some collaboration shit because they have let somebody from another country come out, come in and infiltrate whatever their little system. And maybe that's a good thing, right? Maybe it's a bad thing. Who knows? Time will tell. So, yeah, they definitely throwing the bread out there. You starting to see a lot of different promotional companies starting to come together in the sport of boxing because they realize, shit, they let Turkey get in this one. It shouldn't have took for that. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't have took for that, but, it is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? 2 minutes in. All I'm saying is he got enough to go 8, maybe 10. I give him Xander, I give him. He ain't going past 6. Unless he do some serious running. And that on some Karen shit. Then I'll give him a scorecard. But which I could see him doing kind of more of that though, 2 cents. Cause I don't think he gonna bang with Boots at all. I don't think Xander is that type of. He don't even present himself like that. I think Xander is more of a boxer, like almost in an overall type of way. Like if he can get you, he gonna get you. But I don't feel like he aggressive enough, man. Boots a killer, man. Boots is a killer. Like Trav said earlier, the first minute blood show is over with. Or whoever said, I don't know, it might be 2 cents of Trav. One of y'all said it. When the minute Boots see blood, this shit is over with. I don't know if it might have been Tango. I don't know. I'm sipping on this cup, but one of my brothers said this shit, man. They all assassins, so one of them said it, and I agree. If it take that, it might be a shot. You know what I'm saying? Boots for real, they're kicking ass, man. I'm gonna tell you who I feel like really kicking ass right now when they come out that motherfucker and not playing with motherfuckers. I feel like Boots, that boy Benny from the block, David Benavidez. I feel like Bam Rodriguez. I feel like Abdullah Mason. I'm gonna leave it at that. Oh no. That boy Moses. Well, what's my man's 2 cent? 2 bent, my boy Moses, the heavyweight, the little young nigga. He ain't bullshitting either. he coming out with big belt buckle. That boy Moses, Tyler, whatever the fuck his name is, that motherfucker ain't bullshitting either. He bringing big belt. You fuck around, get granddaddy belt and whoop your ass. He young too. Them the ones I see right now, in my personal opinion. When they going out that bitch, when they having a fight, and it was Bud too. Bud was definitely kicking ass. I'm not gonna lie. He definitely could have whooped Canelo. I'm kind of disappointed in him, even though I'm not. I respect him, man. But I felt like, Bud, you was supposed to win ahead because the Migo would have did it to us. He was supposed to whoop the fuck out of him. But I think he got a respect for Canelo. I think he knew he you know what I mean. He probably think it was an opportunity too. You know what I'm saying? Because Canelo could have definitely ducked him. He ducked Benavidez. Man, real deal specimen, 2 cents. I'm telling you. A real deal specimen, man. Gonna whoop your ass. Gonna real life whoop your ass. Like, niggas, that boy Moses, you know what I'm saying? I'm seeing him kicking ass. I like to see niggas who, I like to watch, you know what I'm saying? When I'm ordering my motherfucking 20-piece hot lemon pepper, extra crispy, with the extra sprinkle. You know what I'm saying? When I'm going to the 20p deluxe box, you know what I'm saying, on the fight night, nigga, and I got my cup for my little dipping purposes with the wings. Yeah, nigga, I want to see somebody getting their ass whooped, man. Yeah, I could do it every day if I want to, but shit, nigga, it just means something when it's fight night to me. You know what I mean? I might not eat wings all week till fight night come, man. I'm trying to see a nigga, you know what I mean, get done something, you know? So I feel like Boots Moses, shit, Bam, David Benny from the block, who else I said? Abdullah Mason, they kicking ass, man. They kicking ass. And I don't feel like that's what I deserve. I'm tuning in. I'm here. I'm trying to see a nigga get put on his back pockets, man. What is you in the ring for? You done had these motherfuckers tape your gloves up and shit, mouthpiece in. You done walk through, had the concert and shit. What you doing this shit for, man? Man, drop something for me. I'm trying to see it, man. I got my wings. I'm in this motherfucker. Good gas rolled up. You know, I'm gonna hit the gas before I go ahead and take and partake in the wing. You know what I mean? The wings and thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and hit the gas blood. You know what I'm saying? So I know anytime I watch them fighters, you know, I know I'm gonna be in for some shit. You know what I mean? Even so much so, I seen Abdullah Mason get dropped and flush the nigga who dropped him. He got dropped twice. Get back up. I'm gonna beat this nigga up. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? I want to see a fucking rumble, man. I'm here for the rumbles. Facts, Mr. Rashad. I'm telling you, man, this shit real. 2-6 Mason punching shit. He go to 40. It's up. Yeah, I think he gonna go up to 40 soon. I think he really want to say he want to go up to 40 now, for real. But I think he know. I think he want to try to see if he can maybe unify the division at 135. And once he do that, I think once he unify, I think he gonna go up. Cause he damn near slipping it up, saying it out of his mouth. From what it looked like to me, he damn near saying I don't know. I damn near feel like I'm hearing him say he want to go up to 140, and that'd be crazy for Abdullah Mason to go up to 140, be in the mix. You got Gary Anton Russell up there. You got Shakur Stevenson up there. You got who else at fucking 140, man? My brain going crazy now. I'm in the game. Shit, Lamont Roach can go back up to 140. You got, well, you know, Keyshawn. Well, Keyshawn up there, I mean, well, who knows what the fuck Keyshawn is. Keyshawn don't know where the fuck he is. Shorty. You know what I'm saying? He don't know if he going or coming. You got, who the fuck else I'm forgetting at 140? You got Andy Hiroka. Shit. I like Hiroka. Shit. I like Hiroka at 140. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You dig? Andy Hiroka. You know what I mean? Put my boy in the mix. Shit. You know? No Richard Hitchison bitch ass ain't talking about a motherfucking thing. You know what I'm saying? He need to just go up like my brother Clip say, just go ahead and go to 147, man. What is you doing? I'm waiting for the right time to get him. I got months and months of cooking for Richard Hitchison. Because I never thought he was him. I never did. And not because I wanted to. Because he's in his rightful slot of being in fourth place. I don't even think he's in fourth place right now. He might have went to sixth. But in what place I'm talking about? What place you talking about, Carvin? I'm talking about Tank being number 1, Devin being number 2. I'm talking about Shakur being number 3, and Richard Hitchison was supposed to be number 4 in the little recruit, the little class they had going on. And he been fucking around. But I'm gonna stall him out. Cause I'm gonna keep letting this shit marinate. Cause when I go ahead and drop the Zataran on him, it's gonna be rightfully so. It ain't gonna be no ifs, ands, or buts, or confusions about it. You feel me? Yeah, he is punching shit, man. He punching shit too. Since at 40, man, he punching. Mason, one of my favorite fighters right now. I agree, Rashawn. We know what we getting with Abdullah. We know, and he young. He ain't even grew into his body yet. Oh my fucking goodness! Damn. Keyshawn already gotta recognize what's going on. It look like you tap dancing, Keyshawn. What you got going on? You know, so yeah, man. Shout out to Greg, man. GHB TV, man. Shout out to my brother, man. Rashonda said, I think he need to chill at 135 for a little bit. I agree. I don't think it's really no rush for him to go up to 140, but I don't know. It was a moment in one of his interviews I just seen recently where it kind of looked like he was. I'm reading what I got the Dragon Ball Z radar. I'm like, it almost like he slipped up. It was fit to say he gonna go up to 140, and I'm like, and I felt the same way at one of them Boots press conferences. I think when he fought Villa, or was it Karen the second time? Yeah, it was Karen the second time, and I was like, nah, he gotta go up. He out here looking like Haile Selassie and shit. Boots was looking like he was Ethiopian. I'm like, nah, he gotta go up. Go ahead, fuck it. And it worked out perfect because he ended up getting that lineal belt. But I was just saying, I'm like, at the time I didn't know he was gonna get the lineal belt. If he was gonna have the opportunity to, Stanionis fell through the righteous way. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, damn. I'm like, man, bro, might have to just go up. Once again, Boots was at 140. For real too, man. I'm just keeping 1,000. Boots was at 147 for damn near a decade. I don't think a lot of people realize that. He came in at 147 as an unranked fighter to becoming ranked in all sanctioning bodies. You know what I'm saying? As far as the four major anyway. You know what I'm saying? So definitely ranked on ESPN. You know what I'm saying? So from not being it. Twisted says talking power wise might be lacking off the weight cut. Shonda said Hitches just need to sit his ass down somewhere. We don't want to hear shit from him till he fight. Yeah, man. I'm gonna cook him. I'm gonna cook him. It's just something in my spirit just telling me, wait a minute, Carmen, don't do him. Just give it a little second. When he gonna slip up majorly. I hate to say it, but because I just didn't see it in him. I didn't see it in him. Motherfuckers was trying to make it seem like I'm not staying the tune enough with what he got. I'm like, nah, man. Nah. You can try that shit with somebody else. I ain't going for that. He ain't it. But he gonna solidify it. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna cut the stove on 456 degrees. I'm gonna go ahead and you know what I mean, hit him with the flame broil, motherfucker. I'm gonna get him out of there. This time definitely coming. Keyshawn potentially too. Cause shit, Clip got me and G on the live going crazy on Keyshawn. Talking about kissing a bottle and smoking weed and shit. And G definitely went honorable Malik El Shabazz on him. You see what I'm saying? So I hate to have to follow up. So hopefully Keyshawn get his shit together. But it's definitely potentially there because he on some Britney Spears shit. Keyshawn Davis, that is. But, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he'll turn the narrative around. Who fucking knows? Yeah, the Selassie, man. Boots was definitely looking. He was, when he fought Karen that second time, I'm like, yeah, he got to go up. I'm like, damn, this shit done call. And I'm like, okay, boom, he got a belt now. He finally, I think he had the interim at that time. I'm like, okay, now he can kind of get in the mix. You know what I'm saying? They was still holding out on him. Niggas don't want to fight. Niggas want to whoop the whoop. They saying they taking too, doing all kind of shit. He ducking this nigga, Brian Norman Jr. It was just, oh man, ain't it funny how things change? Ain't it funny how things change? It can all change in months. It can change in years. It can change in days. It can change in weeks. This shit can change in a split second, man. Oh, how they was calling Boots a duck. You know what I'm saying? With Virgil Ortiz at 147. Oh, he better not come out to 154. Virgil gonna put big belt to him. He come out 154. This boy Virgil talking about he want to fight Earl Spence. How have they forgotten? Elders, how have they forgotten? You know what I'm saying? This shit wicked, man. But we seeing it in real time. We here for it. You know what I'm saying? This too shall pass, as they say. So it's gonna be definitely interesting to see all this shit partake. You know what I'm saying, in the days to come. I'm definitely looking forward to this Keith Thurman and Fundora fight for sure. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't gotta wait too long because we got that boy Benny from the block. You know what I'm saying? Versus Zurdo Ramirez. So, you know what I'm saying? Cruiserweight title defense. Very important fight for both fighters. You know what I'm saying? One for Zurdo to maintain, you know what I'm saying, his status of being a unified champ. at cruiserweight. You know what I mean? Hit the 200-pound division. Weight division. You know what I'm saying? Being a unified champion means something. You know what I mean? Zurdo ain't no walk in the pot. You know what I mean? I think people shouldn't sleep on him as well. But then you got that boy Benny from the block. You know what I'm saying? And Benny been stepping on niggas' blocks, and he been knocking their ass off of their own shit. He taking over their shit, and you know what I mean? He walking in niggas' traps, and he doing what he doing. So, you know what I mean? It's going to be definitely interesting to see. I think that's May the 2nd. It's going to be in Las Vegas. You know what I mean? It's gonna be definitely a great fight. What was trying to say? Don't forget to watch Greg fight this weekend too. Oh yeah. Greg definitely. Is he fighting this weekend or is it Hank Lundy fighting? I know he coaching Hank. I know he had the Hank Lundy fight, and I know he supposed to be fighting. What day is it though? Man, see, I would be knowing. Man, I don't even want to go there, man. I don't even want to go there, man. This shit crazy. But yeah, man, we gonna find out when my boy Greg. Oh, it's on the 28th, so it's the same. It's the same night as Fundora versus Thurman. We tapped into that too. You know, we got Dexter's Laboratory over this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We got phones, we got laptop. You know what I'm saying? iPad work. You know what I mean? We might pull another phone out. We'll watch all fucking 5 fights if we got to. But we definitely gonna tune in and support the brother Greg Hackett, man. Shout out to Miss Rashonda for bringing that up. You know what I'm saying? 2 Cents following it up too as well with the date. You know what I'm saying? We got March 28th. That man, Greg Hackett, man. The one and only yours truly, man. The phenom himself. Straight out of Philadelphia, PH, man. Killer W. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Germantown. You did, you know? You know what I'm saying? My boy, man, the 28th. Watch. Lit. You got Keith Thurman, Fundora. So you know the 28th, you know what I'm saying? It's lit. It's a lit day. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you ain't got nothing going on. What my brother Bang say, man? Carbon, we finna turn up, fam. Just keep doing your thing. Hey, man, I'm here, brother. I'm here, man. I want all my brothers to win. You know what I'm saying? Keep doing what y'all doing. You know what I'm saying? Putting this content out. You know what I'm saying? We gotta keep upholding Greg. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm sure Brain, you know what I'm saying, open this platform for us to not do that. You know what I'm saying? Who don't want to see their brothers win? You know what I mean? That's why he was taking a chance for niggas to come, you know what I'm saying, on there and do whole ass shit like they was doing. You know what I'm saying? Because, somebody gotta be the people's champ. We all the people's champ. At least on my squad. We got some assassins. I ain't gotta say a motherfucking thing, man. You know what I'm saying? I can let these niggas cook. They got some great content. Y'all make sure y'all tapping in. You know what I'm saying? You got Empty the Clip. That's YouTube, TikTok. You got Fighting Words with Bang. That's on TikTok. That's on fucking YouTube as well. You know what I'm saying? Mill, YSM. You did. Tago got his shit going on. You know what I mean? And then we got brothers, good brothers too, and sisters. You know what I'm saying? That be working the chat. They pulling up. You know what I'm saying? They supporting what's going on, man. So, yeah, you right. I'm definitely gonna keep putting my best foot forward, man. You know what I'm saying? And shit, y'all the only motherfuckers I be keeping up with for real, for real. I ain't even just saying that shit. Like, I be having shit going on in my real life, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad because some of these niggas don't be knowing what the fuck they talking about. So to have some authentic brothers, man, that's putting in their work, they bringing, you know what I'm saying? They take time to create this shit, man, to make the content, to edit the shit, you know what I'm saying, to put it out on the hour, every hour. So it's always good to see our brothers coming up when the YouTube do want to act like they want to show the notifications, because they'll definitely not show you some shit. You know what I'm saying? I definitely be looking forward to seeing y'all, man, for real. Definitely. You know what I'm saying? We gonna definitely keep cooking, man, and keep this shit going. I just be grateful to hear the brothers talk, man, and hear what y'all be saying and what y'all think about this shit, man. Because we in some interesting times with the sport of boxing, man. It's a lot of shit going on with the promotion. It's a lot of shit going on with the politics, as far as different independent companies trying to, put their flag down in the sport of boxing, where once upon a time it had been just controlled through the structured and the systematic way of doing this shit. We in times now where, you know what I'm saying, the independent mindset ain't so foreign. So you starting to see Zuffa and just different other entities starting to pop up, or once again, it could just be where you see different sanctioning bodies starting to happen to, come off their high horse. You know what I'm saying? And showcase some humility. You be grounded. You know what I mean? Be willing to make a deal. You know what I'm saying? Be willing to put these belts together. You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting, bro, for me. You know what I mean? And it's always good to Cause like I said, I don't catch everything, nor do I know everything about boxing. But I definitely been part of this shit for a while. You know what I'm saying? I grew up watching this shit. I love, I come watching this shit as a shorty for real. I come from the pay-per-view era of this shit. When you had to love boxing without even understanding this shit, you know what I'm saying? Cause you just what you were seeing, this shit was like, damn. Then fortunately for me, I just went to you know, my brothers, you know what I'm saying, family members into it. Hell, my mother, I was watching boxing with my mother as a kid, you know what I'm saying? So, always being able to pull up to, see this shit and then just keep watching it on pay-per-view. Like I said, that shit mattered back then. We loved to watch fights back then. You had real good, quality boxers, you know what I'm saying? And you got some now, but it definitely was some shit to see. You know what I mean, back then. So, just being a student of this shit, and being able to come cross paths with people who, what I'm saying, are spread it across the map, man, that understand what's going on. We all gonna have different opinions, you know what I'm saying, different ways we see this shit. But I just be with the, you know what I'm saying, I don't know these fighters personally. I ain't getting paid, you know what I'm saying, unless, like I said earlier, I do a parlay for these motherfuckers. I just want to see the rumbles, you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to speak to whatever fighter I do think I like more, you know what I mean? As we all should, And it's just going to be interesting to see how these fighters is continue to transition and grow in the sport of boxing. Like I say, I think it's definitely an independent aspect being brought to this shit. Now, I'm interested in seeing what's going to happen with Jai Opataya, man. Being that he got stripped of the IBF belt, you see what I'm saying? And, him being that cruiserweight up there with Zurdo Ramirez and shit, but, he been champion many times, you know what I'm saying, as far as in particular with the IBF. So is he going to go back the IBF route or is he going to, you know what I'm saying, chase another belt and try to, how is he? Because I know he wants to unify at that division. So, I mean, not unify, but become. Well, I'm sure he want to unify and become undisputed. Ultimately, though, you know what I'm saying. I know he want to become undisputed. More importantly, so it's like how do y'all see this shit, man? Like, how do y'all see? Where does Jai Opataya go from here? Like, where does he go? They stripped him of the IBF. He done been. It ain't his first time. You know what I'm saying? I know personally, I've heard him say that Opataya. You know what I'm saying, I personally heard him say that he wants to become more of a global star. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, you know, what the fuck really going on? Is this some politics shit? Clearly, it gotta be somewhat politics, or is this, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, bad business decision making. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he shouldn't have fucked with Zuffa and just stuck the IBF route. Like, I don't know. What y'all think? Before we get out of here, man, because I ain't gonna hold y'all. Y'all been rocking with me for a minute, you know what I'm saying, and I appreciate it. You know what I mean? This shit gonna get more global, man. The team working, you know what I'm saying. I'm working, you know. I'm feeling good about everything that's going on. You know what I'm saying. But what y'all think for Jai Opataya? You know what I'm saying. IBF scripting. You know what I'm saying. IBF a pretty strict sanctioning body. You know what I'm saying. They usually don't fuck around. I mean, they got their little politics too and little, mishaps. None of these sanctioning bodies are perfect, of course. And definitely, they could be ridiculed. But I think out of all the top four, I would say, sanctioning bodies, I do like the IBF. You know what I'm saying? To a certain level when I gauge them amongst the other sanctioning bodies. The WBC, damn near the most prestige one. You know what I'm saying? That green belt, but hell, they got so much. They right in your face with the politics. They ain't even hiding. They on the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, I think it's gonna be interesting to see. The next steps that Jai Opataya takes. You know what I'm saying? You know, but I think it's gonna work out for him. You know what I mean? He's still somebody who he a problem at cruiserweight. He can definitely go up and take somebody's belt, get another belt, and go a different route. You know what I mean? I like Jai Opataya's shot placement. I like his IQ. I think he's very patient. But I don't know. Styles make fights like they say, so I'm interested in seeing him fighting somebody who maybe could tamper with his rhythm of how he usually comes to a fight. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? definitely a lot to look forward to. You know what I'm saying, in this interesting situation with Ja Opataya, you know what I'm saying, that cruiserweight being stripped of the IBF belt, man. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he'll take a route with Zuffa, or maybe, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what Zuffa transitions himself into. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was I trying to say? I want to know why he even went to Zuffa. Well, I would need to know more too, Mr. Sean. I ain't gonna lie to you. I definitely need to know more, but I want to see. I want to say the brief of what I do know is that he wants to grow as a global star. Whatever that means, I have no idea what he presumes that to be, or assumes that to be, I should say. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he. I'm interested in knowing that too. You know what I'm saying? But from far as what I could just say to fill that blank in is that he wants to grow as a global star. I mean, you're an IBF champ, so you know, maybe he feel like on the back end of the business aspect with Zuffa, they're more in tune with the newer way of promoting their fighters. And maybe they got some shit. This the thing. I don't know with Zuffa because they just came so out of nowhere. I don't know if Zuffa is a company that just is really on some like, all right, we in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like we for the, because for the most part, people on the surface level kind of assume that Turkey Al-Sheikh is the guy that's gonna put fights together. He's gonna pay the money. He got the bag. Everybody assumes he's rich, and he may be well. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't know if he's spending money from somebody who's rich over in the country he's from. I don't know. That has been done before. So you know what I'm saying. But as far as surface level, you can say that Turkey is spending the bag. You know what I'm saying, and he's getting together with top fighters who are assumed to be elite and putting these fights together. So you know, with him and who is him and Dana White, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't even just really went down the rabbit hole or deep dived on what Zuffa is and what they doing, but kind of from what I see, and I don't know if I need to or not. I probably don't need to, but from far as what it looks like, they're independent. They go on an independent route, and but it wouldn't be far fetched because when I look at Devin Haney and Bill Haney, for them to obtain the notoriety and to be in the level where they're at now, um, you know what I'm saying? They're independent contracting, in my opinion, and they understand the business of sport of boxing. That may have been just through collaborating with Floyd at some point during their journey. But I do know that Devin and his father, they was putting content out way before they even got to the level where they're at now, and they still are putting content out. So consistency is a real thing too. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but uh, I think it's shifting. I think the boxing realm is in a tug of war. I'm not gonna say it's gonna shift to independent solely or just completely. It could, but I think honestly, it's just in a tug of war phase. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of some of these fighters are going to get caught up in it. You know what I mean? By the money. The money is going to be the illusion. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be the shit that distort their vision, and it could potentially put them on a path that they shouldn't have took. You know what I'm saying? So, but I was questioning that same shit though, and I still don't understand it really, Shauna, outside of this nigga saying he want to be more of a global star. You know, so maybe he has some personal shit going on with the IBF. I mean, they have scripted him damn near. I think I forgot what Brett told me on Clip Live. I think he said 7 or 8 times um, Opataya has been the IBF champion. So he's known. It's nothing foreign to him of being script. But for him to transition from like, all right, I ain't finna just focus on these 4 sanctioning bodies to a whole new entire sanctioning body. Is this because a lack of understanding of the politics of boxing, or is it, you know what I'm saying, like, okay, I see the new wave, I see the vision. You know, Terrence Crawford fucked with Turkey and made some good business decisions from the look of it. It worked out for him. Shakur Stevenson has, you know what I'm saying? You know, I ain't heard too many fighters come out and say, you know, too many bad things business wise about Turkey. If anything, I can't recall none off my head. I'm sure somebody who watched this shit more than me probably could bring something up. I'm not gonna say I trust in his business shit. I think he's a Latin, got some shit going on with him. I think he's an infiltrator. I think he might be an informant. In other words, I don't know. It's something, but he could potentially be the horseshoe that they threw that They just came in the game to shake it up. You know what I'm saying? And show a new way of what's going on. Because we is in new times. You know what I'm saying? So this shit is evolving as we see. You know what I'm saying? With this internet and the internet addicts and things like that, a lot of these companies are having to shift over to internet promotion, and they still ain't mastered that. They can't get a lot of these motherfuckers to tune in and watch these fights unless they streaming it from a unauthorized source. You know what I mean? And which you can't blame them because the quality of boxing ain't pay per view error. You know what I'm saying? Where motherfuckers feeling like, oh, I'm gonna pay $59.99 because Tank fight. I mean, well, niggas was kind of, they was doing that with certain fighters, but I'm just saying, I ain't gonna say Tank. I don't discredit Tank. Forgive me for that. But even then, niggas still gonna stream Tank fight if they can for free. It's just the times we living in. Some niggas can't afford to see it. What's a fight you would love to see, but you know would never happen? Bud and Boots. Bud and Boots. Tank and Shakur. Uh, uh, Gary Anton Russell and Keyshawn Davis. I want to see that. Um, Rayo versus Jermaine Ortiz. Or did Rayo go up to 147? Nah, I don't think Rayo up. It's not Rayo ain't at 147, is it? You want to see Boots and Shakur? Boots gonna beat the fuck out of Shakur. Notice I'm staying consistent on Boots gonna beat the fuck out of niggas. I'm telling y'all, I'm not switching up. If he get his ass whooped one day, I'm gonna give credit to whoever it's due to. But man, ain't none of them niggas fucking with Boots. Boots can have better defense than Shakur if he focused in on it too much. And I don't think Boots get hit to the volume or level of what niggas be saying. Niggas just be praying on Boots to get hit. But Boots could be tighter with his defense. Me and Clip talked to this shit. That's the only thing I think with Boots. He could be tighter because we seen greater fighters before. He come and keep this shit going. Keep it going for the OGs. Some of these niggas died not getting paid for this shit. For niggas to come in this sport and you know what I mean, keep the legacy going, keep the sport thriving, make us want to pay per views, put on these fights. You know what I'm saying? So he could tighten up on his defense, but that's just me as a consumer and just seeing. I grew up watching James Toney, Pernell Whitaker is my favorite fighter. It's switch because I love Sugar Ray, I love Ali, I love Floyd, and I grew up in the real time of Floyd. So Pretty Boy Floyd, I loved Roy. You know what I'm saying? But as far as defense, you know what I'm saying? James Toney, Pernell Whitaker, Nickelodeon Loche, motherfuckers like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like Winky Wright, even though a lot of motherfuckers don't like Winky Wright, but Winky Wright he had good defense too. Big George Foreman. Later in his career, I said that the other live, man, crazy IQ with the defense. Big George was smooth as a motherfucker later in his career. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he could definitely tighten up on the defense. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's because he's putting on a show, and I just don't think he respects his opponent. You do some shit like boxing and could survive to make it to these levels. That's some you know what's going on. Especially when you got a KO ratio of 89%, and most niggas ain't going past the six. You know what I mean? Bang say Rayo versus Ortiz is a good match. I want to see it. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Bang. I think that's a great match, man. I want to see that, and I just came with that shit in real time off the top of the head, bro. Especially when Ortiz just came off of the loss with Keyshawn. I think Ortiz came in too heavy, man. I don't know. You know, not making no excuses for him. And I don't think he had the IQ. I like Ortiz early in his career. I remember you speaking to Ortiz early in his career too, Bang. You know what I'm saying? Ortiz punch volume and shit like that. You know what I mean? He was very more mobile. You know what I'm saying? I think when he fought T.O., he kind of, something in that time frame shifted something with him. I don't know what it is, but that's kind of how I just view it. But I still like Jermaine Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? I think I don't want him to become no journeyman or no shit like that. I think the fight with Keyshawn it should have meant a lot to him because, they was putting damn near the journeyman type of route on him. You know what I'm saying? Like, can he get over the hill? They trying to do the same thing with Lamont Roach, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know why. I think they just doing too much with Lamont Roach on that aspect. But Maybe I'm seeing something they don't see, but yeah, I think him and Ryo got a great chin. Ryo don't mind punching. You know what I'm saying? That'll be off of the performance Ortiz just had. I think that'll be a great ass rumble. Ortiz and Ryo, man. Shout out to Bang, man. Though Trav say all facts, man. Shout out to my brother Trav, for real. You know what I'm saying? I think who else? Um, damn. What's some other fights I want to see? I wouldn't mind seeing Jai Opetaia versus Benavidez, even though I think Benavidez will beat him. I think Jai Opetaia has great IQ. I think he's patient, but I think that could be a good thing or a bad thing for him. I don't think he mind going 12 rounds. I like his IQ though. That's one thing I do give Opetaia his credit on. And the reason I say his IQ, the reason I'm saying that because his shot placement. I think he's very patient, skillful. But I got to see him. I got to really see him against somebody. I think David Benavidez is a fighter. And I hate that it's just only I feel like David Benavidez. But if it was somebody else that was of that caliber, even if he didn't fight David Benavidez, like I would want to see him. Maybe Zurdo. If I wouldn't mind to see him and Zurdo. But shit, we got David Benavidez and Zurdo. So you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. We happy to have what we got. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't mind to seeing Opetaia fight against Zurdo. But who else? Who else would I want to see fight? I want to see Charlo fight. You know who I want to see fight Xander? Charlo. I want to see Charlo fight Xander. I feel like, I might talk shit about Charlo and call him baby cub sometimes, but I ain't gonna doubt the brother, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, he done had his feet kicked up and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna doubt the brother, man. Like, I think, but then again, I would have gave him another tune. I would have gave him a tune up. So realistically, it probably wouldn't happen. But I wouldn't mind seeing. I was saying Xander versus Charlo. I would have liked that, or Xander versus. Charlo versus Virgil. Realistically, I was saying Virgil, but with the name and what he has accomplished at 154, I can see why Charlo don't deserve to get jumped right in the mix. Hell, they let Pacquiao do what the fuck he want to do. Shit, if he been off for a couple of years, and I talk shit about it, but. Well, if I'm a pro black nigga. I'm just gonna let it be real shit. Like hell, if he took a couple years off and he want to come back in at 154, based off of how he built his name and his accolades and how, what I'm saying, this shit ain't easy to do. To unify, what I'm saying, be undisputed and shit like that. You know what I mean? You can't discredit and take that from him. So if he want to just jump back in the mix at 154, I think he well deserving of that shit. Now, should he do it? I don't think so. I think he should definitely get him a tune-up in. But I feel like Virgil would have been the right tune-up for him. I don't feel like Virgil what niggas saying he is. I never did. Yeah, I ain't fucking with it. I ain't fucking with Virgil. Tiger versus Dev. Ooh. Hey, you know what, though? It might be a little... Yeah, I ain't gonna try Dev like that. I ain't gonna try Dev. Like I think Dev will whoop him. No, Dev might fuck around and get his first, his first real deal knockout type shit. You know what I'm saying? And Dev ain't got. You know what? This just nigga to nigga talk, y'all. Don't you know what I'm saying? We at the barbecue, man. We in the laboratory. Fuck that, man. You know what I'm saying? I gotta put my goggles up, man. Put them on my forehead real quick, look, man. I think Devin gotta get him a knockout. So he gotta get him a knockout, man. He just need him a knockout. They got to respect Devin, man. And I'm praying for it. I thought he was going to get it with Regis. I just wanted him to knock Regis Prograis the fuck out. He dropped him. But he ain't make that nigga content like how he's supposed to. Brian Norman, he dropped him. I knew Brian Norman couldn't fuck with Devin. I knew it. I called it. But he ain't flush him, man. You gotta knock one of these niggas out, Devin. You put them on their back pockets. I'm fucking with that. But you gotta clean one of these niggas, man. You just gotta go ahead and wipe the top shelf with one of these niggas, man. Get them out the way. Control, Alt, Delete, recycle bin. Go ahead and get them out the way, man. They gonna keep disrespecting and discrediting them till they see, because it's all and it's kind of warranted, because we talking about attributes and what we like about fighters. We know why we love Tank, and that's what Tank separated himself apart from, to me, from Shakur and Devin, was the punching power. And we always kind of been concerned. We ain't really get to see this type of shit. But, you know, Devin to me is showing, you know what I'm saying? He put niggas on their back pockets. I mean, Shakur do his thing too, though. So, but they ain't fucking with taking that aspect. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't know. I think Tiger gotta, you know what I'm saying? He gotta he got a lot more figuring out to do. Especially the way they got his ass whooped and at whatever fight that was. Yeah, Tiger gotta go back to the drawing board and get some shit together. He got to move with a stronger unit, first of all, when you pushing up to these fights. You can't be having these folks making you content like that, Tiger. You popping it on Twitter and doing all this other shit, man. You gotta stay on point, man. You gotta move like the Navy out here. You dig? So you gotta get that together before you can come see Dev. You know what I mean? You know, Dev versus Boots. You know, I really don't care to see that shit. I said this shit on I think Clip Live. I got Dev knocking him out. I mean not no. Ooh, I know I'm geeked up out the gas. I got Boots knocking Dev out in the fourth round. You can't say I'm being biased because I love black fighters. So shit, I just said Devin need to start knocking niggas the fuck out because I want to see Devin get his just due. Devin that nigga in my eyes. He one of them. But shit, man, come on, this shit like the prison yard, man. Everybody can't run this bitch. Yeah, you gonna have some niggas who got them motherfuckers on the prison yard, but everybody can't run this bitch. It got to be somebody where you like, you got to hold your chin up when bro pass through this bitch. You respect that. Bro gonna get on your tater tot. He gonna butter. He gonna butter your biscuit. You know what I'm saying, bro? He real deal whooping ass. You know what I'm saying? And boost that. So I don't see it. It said the big ass ain't going 6. Damn ass for real. Ain't seeing 6. That's what I'm saying. 2 cents. Come on, Devin. No, bro. I know Foreign was mad at me for saying this shit. Bro, we talking about, bro, do not make me pull this black and white out, Trav. I could go through the man rap sheet. I'm just saying, we do it with every other fighter just to keep it surface level and basics. You know what I'm saying? 1+1. The man ain't going past the 6. The time he has going past the 6. Leave one on. He pitched the shutout. He did the Matrix on the nigga in the 10th round. When he did go, that was probably the 3rd time he ever went past the 6. Shit, the last couple fights y'all been seeing from him, he ain't went past the 6. The man got an 89% knockout ratio. Now that don't mean shit fight night, right? But it has been for some time with him. I'm just saying. And if Ryan was on the PEDs, true enough. But like I told Foreign, I said, bro, niggas ain't just evaluate Devin based off of him getting knocked out. Niggas was looking at how he got knocked out. And we done seen, me and Two Bent done chop this shit up, man. We done seen Devin wobbly legs before, man. They been. But see, I don't like to talk about Devin like that because I know how easy it is for niggas to push this narrative of not fucking with Dev. So that's why I still say what I say, but I don't really be getting to say the context of really how I be really feeling. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to downplay nothing with Devin. I think niggas think when the niggas speak down on Devin because it's so common to do now or try to speak to certain shit that you may see with Devin. Not saying this is what you doing, Trav, but I'm just saying on average level, that's why I don't be talking to people too much or I go to panels where I know it'd be like decent in there because you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas be automatically thinking you just speaking down on Devin because of what Ryan did. I've been watching Devin before he fought fucking Ryan Garcia. You know what I'm saying? We know when Devin, Tank, and Shakur was the big talk before, we been talking about these motherfuckers fighting each other for since they came professional, damn near. You know what I'm saying? Speculating this shit. You know, so it's like a lot of evaluating I've been doing on Devin. And I just, man, the shit that the but what I can't take it away from Devin because I feel like Devin got up. It take a lot of fucking willpower and heart to get up when you fighting a motherfucker on steroids or PEDs and they knocking your ass out and you keep getting knocked down and you get up. So I think us as black people, we got sentiment to that shit too. We understand that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, man, I done seen Dev when he didn't fight a PED fighter get hit with some shit. Before it was Ryan Garcia, it was Linares, wasn't it? You know what I'm saying? Niggas was saying he lost against Loma, even though I didn't think he did. You know what I'm saying? I think he fought Loma at a time when he was young, and Loma had a style. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of niggas hype Loma up too. Loma wasn't no, he ain't have a whole bunch of goddamn fights. But you know, everybody's journey different. Madrimov got his opportunity against Terrence Crawford with damn near 10 or 11 fights at 154. You would have thought Madrimov was whooping niggas' ass at 154. You know what I'm saying? When realistically, that was a tune-up fight for Bud. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I just don't even think that shit realistic to even compare them to Dev and Boots. I just don't see it. I can't even see Dev surviving for 12 rounds. I don't see it. And me just going, and that's my personal opinion, but going off the stat sheet, and I'm really not a stat guy. I like to talk to people without stats because I know it's genuine conversation. But you know what I'm saying, like, but stats do matter in the sport of boxing. It's a number thing. You know what I'm saying? They got to comp you by. But from the looks of it, niggas ain't lasting too long with bro. And I think people's getting so caught up in his knockout shit, they don't understand bro real deal to whoop your ass for 12 rounds too though. Because once again, in his earlier career, they were saying that shit. We don't know what he can do. He don't go 12. That's why I say the first Karen fight was a gift, and I ain't gonna even say it was a curse, but it really was. It really was a gift. Nah, you know, if I don't think I go 12, I could pitch a shutout. I don't even think he intended to pitch a shutout. It just was what it was. It was what we seen it to be. You know what I'm saying? I can't see Devin surviving, bro. I don't. You know what I mean? This man calling out Bud. How the fuck do we get to Devin calling out Boots? Maybe it is makes sense. Maybe Devin feel like Boots is Bud to him. I don't know, talent wise. Because Boots was calling out fucking Bud and niggas swear he was wrong. Niggas swear he was tripping. You know what I'm saying? So how the fuck Devin can call out Boots? We ain't never seen Boots on his back pocket. All the most the niggas can say with Boots is that Boots get hit. I don't know how the fuck you box and not get hit. Unless that's just what you specialize in. You gonna get touched some point in the goddamn fight. What try I say? I say Dale got better feet than Karen, and that he ain't never been stopped. He was giving up a lot of resistance with the weight, but I also think he was trying to prove that he is a puncher. He's smart enough. I agree with that, dog. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Karen ain't no nigga. He ain't got no black genetics, so I'm gonna definitely go with Devin in that aspect for sure. But I don't know. I would have to see the mobility of Devin. If Devin going in there talking about anything stationary, you're not for the beat Boots. You're not for the beat Boots. I think the wiser strategy would to go to Karen blueprint. I feel like Karen already gave niggas a blueprint. Now if you go in there and because you see Shakur, I seen Shakur beat Oscar Valdez. And at the end of before the round, the 12th round was over with, that nigga Shakur had damn near like 15 seconds on the clock. Guess what he do? Because they was talking so much shit, the Shakur, the press conference, and the politics. And Shakur in the last 15 seconds, he damn near running around the ring, damn near with his hands up. He ain't even want to fight. he like, I got this shit in the bag. I beat you on the scorecard. You see what I'm saying? So I think Boots has that aspect to him too, but people don't consider it because we don't really get to see it that often. It ain't too many niggas lasting, bro. It ain't too many lasting, but I give him definitely. I definitely think Devin got better footwork. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, by he got the better genetics. You know what I mean? I definitely agree with you too far as the weight shit. I think Devin definitely clearly is way bigger than. So for him to be able to gain and maintain the accolades that he did have at the smaller weight divisions and to get the accolades that he did, to fight the competition he did. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't take nothing away from that shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's just like, is Ray gonna beat Pookie? When Ray really kicking ass, it ain't no like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I ain't trying to sound like I'm booze crazy, man. I'm just saying. But I definitely think he's a smarter fighter, and I feel like Devin is well deserved or whatever, you know what I'm saying, positive that comes to him in the sport of boxing. Because, you know what I'm saying, he did a lot of shit that even the people that came in the game with him ain't did. When we talking accolades, you know what I'm saying, they're taking challenges. You know, he took the motherfuckers on head first, and he ain't, you know what I'm saying, he ain't duck shit. And he accomplished a lot of shit that niggas even that's older than him in the sport ain't do. So I ain't discrediting Devin as a fighter in the sport. I think Devin will give most of these niggas problems, but I just don't see it with Boots. Two Cents say, they'll break his hands with his feet better than Karen. Dancing around the ring, Karen got it. Yeah, but see, this is the thing. I went back and watched that Karen fight, both of them. I do. And when I first watched it, I didn't really. It took me a long time to watch it again because I felt like from the first initial shit, it wasn't really nothing to watch. I seen him running around the ring, but when I went back and thought about this shit, and I went, like I said, I'm looking at a fighter who you gotta, man. You don't think these motherfuckers know who they fight, man? They just like niggas go out here and recruit. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas know that man came from overseas. To me, he was the smartest nigga that fought Boots. You know what I'm saying? It on camera, it definitely is a running situation. Like just surface level looking at it, it's a running situation. When I went back and looked at the shit though, and why he did what he did, and how he got into positioning of being ranked and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? His style already a foreign style. He already got an up tempo style, even though he wasn't technically even he was beating punching on other motherfuckers that he was fighting. But why you think he shifted his style? He knew who the fuck he was fighting, man. That nigga knew he couldn't come in there with no stationary shit. I'm finna stand in front of this man. That is a tailor-made fight for Boots. The only nigga who would have been really a threat to me, in my personal opinion, would have been Bud in the pocket. In today's time, fighting Boots in the same weight class. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I wanted to see that. From an IQ level, Bud gonna want to hit you just as hard as you hitting him. Bud gonna have the IQ. I ain't finna keep getting hit like that. Boost the same shit. But niggas was entertaining Brian Norman Jr. I ain't got no problem with Brian Norman Jr. I love Brian Norman Jr. I think he's a good kid. I want none of the best for him too. But come on, man. Talent wise, really. I heard Tim Tszyu say earlier the mill, he was like, he say, Tim, no, what's my man's, Thurman. Thurman say, niggas was telling me Tim Tszyu was the boogeyman. Look what happened to him. And I remember that shit. I ain't saying necessarily they told him that, but I just remember hearing niggas saying Tim Tszyu that, Khalil Cole did, Khalil Cole, man. Well, tell me what, I need to see it. Because when I did tune in, I ain't see it. You know what I'm saying? Try to say, Dev took a lot of chances trying to prove a point, but I think he is fully aware of his capabilities. Now, he ain't going to fire for fire with Boots. He going to try to fight Boots exactly how he fought with Ramirez. I think that would be a good plan for him to do. He better do some shit like that. But what I'm saying is he going to be able to, how long is he going to be able to do that? Now, he wasn't able to do that with Ryan Garcia. The only thing throwing this shit off with Ryan Garcia is PED talk. I'm 100,000% in agreement that Ryan was on PED. I felt like when he hit him and he dropped the first time, if he felt like something wasn't right, he should have just fucked that shit. But he kept getting up. And he kept getting hit with the same shit. So if I'm a fighter and I'm watching film, I'm going to go back to that fight. But just even if you take Ryan Garcia out the equation, I don't even see why Devin ain't fight Boots when he was at 147 before he went up to 154. And I think they were saying meet at a catch weight or some shit like that. Who have we just seen Devin Haney? See, I don't want to talk like this about Devin Haney, man. Who the fuck who has he just really just flushed or demolished? We talking about a nigga who flushing motherfuckers. A nigga who was calling out that's what I'm saying. I don't even be wanting to talk about Devin and Boots fighting each other at all because I don't realistically even see it outside of it. And when I do have to entertain it, because we have to entertain it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's here. It's an idea. It's a thought that's out there in the world of the boxing community. It's like, man, I don't see it. I don't see it. But I mean, I could be wrong though. I don't know this shit. You know what I'm saying? 1,000%. I could definitely be wrong. You know. But as far as eye test, I don't see it. You know what I mean? It's not to downplay Devin, his talent, his skill set. You know what I'm saying? I just think if whatever Devin bring, I don't feel like it's gonna be enough for him to last 12 rounds. I just don't see it. Especially now that you got previous footage out on you. You know what I'm saying? What they do have in common, they both got a father in their corner. You know what I'm saying? Boots got a father, two brothers. They both come from a place of being students. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna negate that either. You know what I mean? From Devin. You know what I mean? Devin, I'm sure watch film and you know, I'm sure as a boxer, he definitely would be willing to compete and take the challenge to fight Boots. I don't doubt that at all about Devin. Should he? I'd rather see Xander fight Boots than Devin fight Boots. That's just me though. I feel like that logically makes more sense and stylistic wise and body build. Well, Devin big too, but I just don't think Devin got the IQ to fuck with Boots. I feel like Xander would stand a better chance in that situation. But hell, shit, why go to Boots first? Why the fuck not go to fight Xander? The fuck you want to fight Boots for? You know, I think Devin need to become undisputed at a division. You know what I'm saying? Again, fuck it. You know what I mean? Do it again. Focus on 147. Become undisputed there too. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? Devin formula should be accolades for me. You know what I'm saying? Like he thrives in that area. But I do agree though with you in totality in the sense though, try as far as like Devin being able to go the distance. I ain't gonna take that away from him. I feel like that's something him and Shakur thrives in. And it's something that complement their style and how they approach the game. You know what I'm saying, as far as boxing go. So I definitely can see that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, for real, 2 Cent. I'm just saying, man. I think Devin just need to become just stay at 147. I feel like Devin can conquer 147. I don't really see nobody really fucking with him at 147. Go ahead and become undisputed again. You want to jump up and I ain't gonna say you want to jump up, but you consider fighting Boots. When? I don't even think Boots gonna be around for him to fight Devin Haney. Them niggas at 154 don't want to fight Boots, and he just came up from 147. Y'all don't find it strange that when Boots left 147, then Devin came up, then Brian Norman came up, then Ryan Garcia came up. You know what I'm saying? Now Keyshawn talking about coming up. Shakur Entertainment coming up. Y'all don't find that shit strange? Man, they knew what the fuck was going on at 147. And if Boots wouldn't have been at 147 as long as he had been, as far as where it caught up to his body, he would have became undisputed at 147. But it was no way he was going to be able to do it with names like Bud Crawford there, and Errol Spence there, and Keith Thurman there. Danny Garcia wasn't really tripping. He went on shit. Sean Porter had got out the way. You still had Ugas. They was putting Mario Barrios before Boots. You know what I'm saying? Mario Barrios damn near came up and got the, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Bro had to deal with some politics for a while. But Bud had to too. So I get it. Charlos had to too. Shakur. He said nigga Shakur did the deal. Trash say 2 Cents that's right. Can be moving like he got that snow in his system. This nigga Trav. Yo, a half a brick. He got a half a brick in the glove compartment. But you know, he fought smart, bro. At first I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Because at that time it was very pivotal for Boots to go in there and do his thing. That was a tank card when he fought Karen. You feel what I'm saying? Like you got knockout, you got a knockout headliner at Tank. You got a knockout headliner at Boots. If we wouldn't, the narrative would probably be a whole different narrative if Boots would have been able to drop, in which we seen him chasing it. But that was the greatest thing probably could have happened to him because it showed he could have went 12 rounds. It showed him like, all right, nigga, yeah, you skill set wise, this and that and the third, you stationary shit, but what you gonna do against a fighter that's mobile? They got mobility. So I don't know how often Boots go back and watch that fight, but I hope he remembers it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my brother, clip is in this motherfucker. Do. Bring the clip back empty. Hey, man, all the fam been pulling up, man. We had Tago pull up. We got 2-Bit 2 Cents. Miss Rashonda been rocking. We got the brother Trav. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We got my brother Clip in this motherfucker. We had Brooklyn in this motherfucker. Who else, man? I know I forget. We had Bang. Bang, man. You know what I'm saying? Bang, man, came through, dropped this, you know what I mean? 1 and 2. So, yeah, I'm definitely good. It's good to see y'all brothers, man, for sure, man. But I just can't see. I can't see that nigga fucking with and you know what I mean. I can't see him fucking with Boots, man. And I promise y'all, bro, I got nothing but love for Devin, man. I just think it's two different calibers of fighters. Boots was calling out Bud, man. Now could a motherfucker say if Boots could beat Bud? We'll never know, right? But I'm just thinking, if I hear a nigga around me call out Bud, he got to know something. I know he ain't kissing a bottle like Keyshawn Davis. I know Boots ain't hitting the gas. He ain't getting it from me. Some of the best gas on this side of the Mississippi. He ain't copping with your boy. So I know he ain't smoking that gas. So if he, come on, man, he saying shit like this, where the fuck does Devin Haney fit in? But I think Devin Haney was trying to call out Bud. He thought he sizing up Bud and shit. Devin Haney just one of them type young niggas. You feel me? He gonna take a challenge, and I respect that about Devin. But man, he better stay at 147 and become undisputed and leave Boots the fuck alone. And like I said, I don't see it happening because I think Boots gonna do what he gonna do at 154, especially if he fights Xander. Shout out to Clip, you know what I mean? Shout out to Miss Rashonda 2 Cents, you know what I'm saying, for lacing me up. Cause I do remember y'all speaking to this shit. You know what I mean? But that's potentially in the talk, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? If he definitely fights Xander, which I'm shocked. I'm definitely shocked. But if he do fight Xander right now, you know, that go ahead and makes it even more sweeter. You know what I mean? He can go ahead and get the WBA belt, unify all in one. You know what I mean? I think it's gonna be a cakewalk. I know y'all thinking it's gonna go the distance, and y'all saying I'm tripping, but I give Xander no longer than 6. I want to say 4, but I don't give him no longer than 6. You know what I mean? I don't know why they would put Xander in that position. I told y'all Xander should have just went up to 160 smooth. Like y'all niggas don't even see this shit. Jesus Ramos did it. Motherfuckers forgot Jesus Ramos did it. I've been saying on G Clip Live some time ago I wanted to see Jesus Ramos in Boots when Jesus Ramos was at 154. He got the fuck out the way. Baru Abbas don't gotta worry about the ass whooping no more. You know what I'm saying? Baru could fuck around and try to get back in the mix and get him a belt, but I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this shit that's what I'm saying, Clip. Yeah, 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 they don't. Damn, that's a fact, 2 Cents. That's a big fucking fact, dog. They don't. They don't. They forget. You know what I'm saying? They forget. They act like the second shit was something Boots wanted to do. Boots didn't want to do that, but like I say, that nigga was looking like Halal Selassie. You know what I'm saying? In that fight, I'm like, he got to go up 154. But I'm glad it worked out. He got the lineal belt ring. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was calling my man's an email champ. He like, oh boy, ain't it funny how time changed? He was calling Bud out though. He was calling Keith Thurman out though. I ain't hear him call Danny Garcia out, but I'm sure he would have fought him if Danny would have got to saying some shit. But they from Philly. You know what I'm saying? You know, it is what it is. Danny was doing this thing. You know, I don't know what the fuck Danny was doing. But, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, guys. Errol Spence. Shit, he shifted to go the Errol Spence route with the IBF. Realistically, whoever was supposed to win that fight with Bud and Errol was supposed to fight Boots. Potentially for a mandatory. So, you know what I mean? I think everything he go up there and fight Xander. since he up there now, fight Xander. Go ahead, get them belts. Unified. We making up for lost time. Because I was really supposed to be undisputed at 147 and Ring Magazine. Realistically, but Boots was in that division for a long time. And how the politics go, like I said earlier, that Karen fight, the second one showed me, I'm like, yeah, bro, gotta go up. But I was just happy he got the accolades he did. You know what I'm saying? I think he gonna fuck around, make it a faster process, faster than what I thought. Cause I ideally didn't think it would be smart to put Xander against Boots right now. I thought they was gonna throw another little fight in there. Boots fight somebody else. Xander fight somebody. You know what I'm saying? And they was gonna put it together then. But nevertheless, shit, if they doing that, I'm with it. I respect Xander. I feel like two club. I said I want to see Jesus Ramos versus Boots. I said it early on here too that I felt like Jesus Ramos be trying to act like he really be banging with niggas in the pocket and shit. I felt like that was some tailor made shit. So I think Jamil Charlo that'll be a good fight. I want to see if the WBC gonna make Jesus fight for his shit or elevate him now that Adamas moving up. Shout out to Adamas too, man. He beat Mo Williams. I gotta go back and really look at that fight too. That's a good question though, Clip. Trav say I fuck with Ammo after Saturday. He got the heart for this shit. Need more skills and better conditioning, but he fought. I agree, Trav. He got fatigued. Look to me around about like the seventh, like late sixth going into the seventh. It was kind of rough on him in the eighth, ninth. I think that's what Adamas started getting off. I mean, Adamas was he did what he dropped him early and shit like that, but I think that's what he started separating himself, but. I think, like you said, the conditioning, get that better conditioning. I think you're spot on with that, Trav. Clip say, I got a video coming about the email champ shit. I'm on Bo Mac and Bernie. These motherfuckers keep calling my phone. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Damn. I had to put my shit on airplane mode. Damn. I hope my shit ain't fucked up. They love calling me when I get on live, man. I don't be understanding this shit. I definitely gotta get my setup, though. The setup coming soon, man. Okay, y'all can hear me back. Cook was saying I got a video coming about the email champ shit. I'm on Bo Mac and Bernie ass. Niggas switch the narrative when it's their team. Nah, that's a fact. That's a fact, bro. Like, man, one thing about this internet, I don't think people realize they better stay conscious of this shit, stay woke. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, this shit on the internet. This shit on here. This shit public information. You say some shit from a year ago. You know what I'm saying? You got niggas who troll on this bitch. You got niggas who research and pull some shit up on your ass. So you gotta. That's why I've been saying lately. I'm like, before I jump out the window on a nigga, I was supposed to have been cook Richard's heads. I got every reason to cook him now, but I'm just gonna let him make it right. He a black fighter or whatever the fuck he is. Nigga African. I don't know him from Africa, but I'm gonna give him a little grace. But when I cook him, it's gonna be what it is. And it's gonna be rightfully so. There ain't gonna be no confusion about it. you know. But I'm rocking with you, Clip. 1,000% on that. You know what I'm saying? Niggas, Bernie done said shit. Bro, all these niggas was trying to play my man's like, I don't know, man. These niggas ain't ready for the walk down. They ain't ready for the walk down. Cause then I'm gonna go do the rap sheet and then I'm gonna say what you tell me about who you talking about. Niggas was saying Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz did what, though? What the fuck did Virgil do to deserve to fight Boots right now? When Boots done went through the politics and then grabbed some shit, some trophies that mean something. Like what bruh got? What he got going on? Niggas when it come to Canelo, niggas was saying, well, Nick, certain people don't deserve to fight Canelo. For Canelo to face the boxing, he even, you know what I mean? So I mean, goddamn, man, all this selective politicking and shit, man. Brother, just is what it is. Why niggas can't accept that? We want that in the sport of boxing. I don't know. Like I said, I fucking love Abdullah Mason. I can't wait for him to grow to his grown man strength and body. You know what I'm saying? Like man, we seeing it. That's what I'm saying. The talent there. We talking about a nigga who a world champion as young as he is, and he kicking ass. He kicking ass. We know why we tune in to an Abdullah Mason fight. We know what the fuck we finna see. Somebody getting their ass kicked. We done seen Abdullah get dropped on his back pocket, get up, get the nigga out of there. Got dropped twice. Yeah, that's what we look. Where my blunt at, man? That's what the fuck I'm. That's why I'm buying a 20-piece hot lemon pepper wing on fight night. The fuck, yeah, man. Get a nigga out of there. You know what I'm saying? And do it with class and elegance. You know what I mean? We used to call ammo chips. I told man he upgraded from chips to nachos. After Saturday, it's a little dip on the chip now. Facts though, he did. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna take nothing from ammo. You know what I'm saying? Like how you and Trav said, these two men said. You know what I'm saying? Like ammo to me, I just think that he need to work on his. You know, Trav said it. Trav be dropping his little shit too, man. You know what I mean? Trav be dropping this shit too, man. Shout out my boy Trav. Because Trav said shit, he need to work on that conditioning. And that's all I seen was conditioning. Conditioning and straying away from his whatever the blueprint in the game plan was. When Adames started dropping that hot shit on his McNugget, you know what I'm saying? He started straying away from the game plan. And them punches started sticking and hitting a little bit harder. And you know what I mean? He was fatigued. You know? So yeah. That conditioning I think is the major thing that I see for you know what I mean? I see for him. So, but he ain't put on no performance where I'm just like ammo ain't nothing. He ain't talking about nothing. I feel like Khalil Cole. I don't want his shit about it. I don't want his shit about it. You could tell me I ain't watched enough of him all goddamn day. Yeah, all right, nigga. The shit I seen, I ain't never been one of them type now. I ain't gotta sit here and watch 80 fights from one fucking fighter to know if he man, please. I don't want. But Ammo did his thing. I just think Carlos Adames was the better fighter, which was interesting because I thought Adames was. I'm like, is this nigga trying to duck Ammo? What's going on? When the fight didn't happen the first time, I'm like, is this nigga trying to duck my nigga? I'm like, what's going on? But like you said, he was chips though, so it's just like what's really going on. I'm like, So, but for it to play out how it played out, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adames, man. Shit getting interesting. My boy, my boy, the 2 cents said super nachos, the loaded ones. Trav said, "What y'all think about Top Rank moving to?" Oh, we was talking about that briefly too. Trav, what y'all think about Top Rank moving to the Zone? I think we get more cross promotions than we ever got, man. Yeah, man. Wait till I start cooking up these stream yards, man. Shout out to my brother. I was telling Bang earlier, Bang, Clip, and Greg. Um, Tago, brothers like that. Y'all really and one of my cousins, he be do the music and shit on here. He got a pretty good following on here too. But they be doing a little stream yards and shit when they go live. So that shit opened me up to that world and shit like that. So I want to start cranking them bitches up. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, I don't really care to talk as much. I fall right in the bleachers with 2 Cent and Miss Rashonda them. You feel me? You know what I mean? I like to hear my brothers talk. I know what I know. You know what I'm saying? But shit, I feel good though, cause my brothers gonna be wanting me to come on this shit and get my little spill and shit like that. I've been watching this shit for a while, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no favorite person. I just love to see a nigga kick ass. I love to see Bam Rodriguez kick ass like he a nigga. He ain't no nigga, but when Bam get in that bitch, he gonna whoop some ass. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was saying. Benny from the block, David Benavidez, he gonna whoop ass. You know what I mean? I'm gonna bring a fight up. We was talking about. To answer your question about that, Trav, we was saying earlier. We think that's a great thing. You know what I'm saying? And in the times that we in, I know Trav, you be on your business shit as we all do. But Trav, I think you bring a business aspect to a lot of the deals and shit. Why you don't see certain shit happening and why you do see certain shit happening. And that's one thing I always appreciate when I was on clip shit here in Utah. You know what I'm saying? You'll bring like the business aspect, and that just Come on, man. You know what I mean? We need that. And that's boxing is business. first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck about our fighters. So it's exploitation going on in this shit. It's real business moves getting made. It's real infiltration going on. Clip spoke to how I gave you your flowers too earlier. Clip I was speaking on the live, how on your live when you had you were saying how Turkey, you know what I'm saying, he really just sat back and peeped the shit, and you know what I mean. Can you blame him? You know what I mean. This shit is an open market. So you got a nigga who done came. The boy of Latin fell through, you know what I'm saying? He rubbed the genie a couple times, and voila, here we is. You know, so I was asking earlier about Opataya, John Opataya. Like, he done got stripped. We know on your live that they was saying he got stripped damn near 7, 8 times. Like, where he go from here? Like, is it even really a real thing with going with these 4 major sanctioning bodies, or that has been of the time? Has they time come apart? I don't think so, but I think what we seeing with shit like Zoo for now, as far as the surface level of what I'm seeing, I can go down the rabbit hole, but some of my brothers have more than me. I just ain't did it yet. But from what I do see, and I look at Bill Haney and Devin Haney, I see more of an independent contracting tug of war going on versus the old ways of doing the politics of boxing. Nah, it's been going on for some time. We wasn't seeing certain fights happen, but now we starting to see certain fights happen. We seen Errol Spence and Mikey Garcia. It was like, what the fuck they got business doing in the ring with each other, but it happened. So it was like, now we get into where we at now, speeding up. We done seen some fights that we probably didn't think we was gonna see as soon, but we want to see more. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the consuming aspect of the sport. And realistically, some of these fights was supposed to be happening because niggas doing too much fucking talking. You niggas running y'all goddamn mouth acting like y'all really that. You know what I'm saying? And then when you got a motherfucker who really behind the scenes watching y'all and get on these panels and point this shit out with you, y'all mad. I heard a nigga Shakur going back and forth with a nigga the other day. I'm like, God damn, like, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I think the promotion shit with Top Rank and DAZN ultimately is a good move. I think, like how Cliff said, I think with Turkey coming in with that Zuffa shit, it's offsetting shit. And I think now it's a reminder to them how much they really needed each other and what they should have been doing from the fucking beginning, which is collaborating with each other. Even whether it was on contractual agreements for years or on a one-off, on some Metro PCS shit. You know what I'm saying? On some Metro PCS shit, man. If you don't pay your bill this month, fuck it, nigga. On some on some Aiden Ross Blueface shit. Fuck it, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, put these niggas in the ring, man. Bring these brands together and see what the fuck happened. Man, to go from the 90s being a pay-per-view time, well, you gotta think, man. People could downplay, oh, don't forget about the past and fuck the past. But you had motherfuckers, that's just like niggas who's in the music industry. Like, niggas who went diamond. I mean, you could that's a thing accolade wise, but do you know how many motherfuckers had to go buy your CD back then? Like, I'm talking about physically going to go buy your shit, showing up. It's the same with the boxing shit. These people feeling putting their ass in these seats. You know what I'm saying? So to see the collaboration amongst the two, I think it's a good thing. But I feel like they had the Turkey pulled their card on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what it was. Yeah, Trav definitely be cooking too, since could say Trav Top Rank being on the zone is what the game needs. Great move. Hell yeah. And then wasn't Keyshawn with Top Rank? Now it's like I don't know, maybe I'm tripping. What the fuck is going on? But yeah, I like it. I feel like it need to be done. Shit, they better do something before they let a Latin get in this motherfucking shit and make this shit an independent market where they can't even get in at all. They got to come to some type of balance with these sanctioning bodies and these promotional companies. Well, it's over with. You got niggas like Aiden Ross just trying to pull niggas from watching. You know what I'm saying? Not saying Aiden Ross is a factor, but shit, who fucking knows? How Turkey crept in this motherfucker. What could say? I'm gonna need you on my next live too. I got a banger plan. Y'all gonna let us shit. Man, you know I'm with it, Clip. Any always a treat when two players meet, man. So it's that's what they say. You know what I mean? What two sensei? The zone can force the issue, both sides of the money. Yeah. Man, put that bag to work. Let's see what's going on. Y'all got some fighters. You got Keyshawn there. You got fucking Vargas. You got Abdullah Mason. You know what I'm saying? Got Shoe. He talking about his shoe world order. Shoe York. We trying to see. Put this shit together. You got the zone with they shit going on. I think it's the most logical thing to do. Try to say easy work. We get enough ring card ladies on. I'll play some keys. I'm telling you. Man. Got my man Trav on the keys. You know what I'm saying? Straight up with the ring card ladies. No, I gotta have me a 20-piece lemon pepper set. You know what I'm saying? Hot lemon pepper. I'm good. Look, you can't tell me nothing. Shit, in a gas blunt. Hey man, you might not even hit nothing from me. Damn, carbon in this bitch. I'm in the cut. Good to go. Two cents say there we go. Ring card ladies. Ring card ladies loaded. I'm telling you. Straight up. Try to say at this point, everybody should just go to the zone and my yeah. Hey, fuck it. Fuck it. Just make it happen. This shit crazy. So who would y'all say is the top 4 promotional American boxing companies right now that y'all feel like in whatever order? Nobody got to be right, but just put who y'all think leading the ship. Is it the zone first, then top rank the zone, or is it, you know what I'm saying? Who y'all thinking? PBC. Can't forget PBC in the mix. Who else? Let me see what try to say fuck these multiple subscriptions. About to cancel my ESPN. Yeah, man. What the hell ESPN got going on? You got Netflix trying to creep in the boxing world. Is Clarissa Shields really the GOAT? Ooh, that girl Dubois. She on Alicia ass. Alicia trying to act like she like she ain't earned her keep. What's Daniel Dubois' sister name? Damn, I can't think of her first name. This shit getting interesting, y'all. Cliff say PBC the only ones not over there. They might as well. Amazon not fucking with them like that anyway. You got Cliff say he like Matchroom. Okay, Top Rank, PBC, Queensberry. Okay, that's a solid 4. We got 2 cents with the Zone got a damn channel on Amazon. Just combine the shit. Why do you think they ain't 2 bit? Why you think they ain't been did it? Could say Caroline. Yeah, that's her name. Caroline Dubois. Oh my goodness. What do y'all think about that? Since we got women's, we got Miss Rashonda in the cut. We know we got to throw the women in the mix. What the hell y'all think about that? Caroline Dubois. Is she talking too heavy? I think she gonna punch on Alicia. But I ain't gonna, I don't know what Alicia got going on. They was saying Alicia was on the PED. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, goddamn. Look, if I'm gonna go in on anyway, shit. If I'm gonna go in on, I'm just saying, I don't know what the fuck going on. You know, I know Alicia is usually easy on the eyes for the fellas. You know what I'm saying? We can't be so easily fooled, man. We can't be so easily fooled. What y'all think? Spin? I don't know, Trail. Oh, Cook say Trail, J. Paul, and MVP on ESPN. J. Paul and MVP on ESPN. Okay, damn. Yeah, that was J. Paul. Yeah. I know J. Paul just did something. I didn't know who it was with. The MVP brand. Okay, and he got a shitload of women. I like that. I like he came in like that. You know what I'm saying? God damn, y'all got the cracker coming in. You know what I mean? He like, fuck it, I'm coming in like Superfly Dolomite. I got the women, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Fuck it. I got my jaw broken shit. I'm gonna come back the strong way. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna come in with the win. You know what I mean? So yeah, I definitely think I like that move. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't really ah, Trav, no. I'm gonna let Trav explain that one of these times when he come, cause I'm gonna remember that Trav. You know I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna ask you, man. Trav, what you saying? You ain't trying to see this shit? Nah, Fundora's Sebastian Fundora's sister. No, she ain't had no business fighting that goddamn. I think Foreign said that lady was a computer tech. I don't know what the fuck she said. And but I ain't gonna lie, Shorty look like she want, you know what I mean? She probably would have done somebody else wrong, but man, I don't know. Clip say Caroline would stop Alicia. I think I agree with that one too, Clip. I'm taking Caroline Dubois in that fight. You know what I'm saying? I like Caroline. And you pointed out some very pivotal things too with Alicia Bungardner too, Clip, far as just, you know, that Derek James style and just how she been rocking. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. And then like I said, can't forget the little PED talk. That shit was there, and you know, I don't know, man. I think I always say that I liked her style when she was with Tony Harrison. You know, I know they got caught up in the little boom boom room, and you know what I mean. One thing led to another. You know what I'm saying? He was breathing on the neck and shit. But they should at least sign some type of shit where they was like, we ain't gonna scurry away from the pride, man. We gonna keep our eyes on the pride. You know, but whatever fucked up happened, it happened. Now she with Derek James, and I think that is definitely something that is I don't think gonna favor her. You know, unfortunately. So I know me and Clip was talking about that briefly too, but goddamn. Trey, I say right now, man, Trey, you gonna have to tell me why you gonna unsubscribe to ES. You definitely unsubscribing to ESPN, man. I know you like something in the women box. I know you like something that's doing something, putting in some work. Caroline is like that. They better watch out. Yeah, yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I like Caroline Dubois. You know, I like Shadeja Green too. I want to see her fight Clarissa Shields. I don't think, I don't want to take away nothing from Clarissa Shields. I ain't gonna say that the community ain't gave her the quote because I'm sure they did, but I don't know. I don't really like how she calling Layla Ali out. Like, I mean, yeah, Layla probably, I mean, I get it, young versus old shit, but I don't like that. I don't like how she giving it up. You know. Yeah, they say, the Ann Wolf and Layla Ali shit. Yeah, that could be talked about too, but hmm, I need to see her fight. Once again, the same shit I say about male black fighters. I need to see her fight more black fighters, and I need to really see some shit. I need to see about 3 or 4 more black fighter fights for her, for me to get her to go. I'm just being real. Y'all could disagree with me. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying, man. And Clip said this shit so beautifully. He put Clarissa Shields and Shakur Stevenson in the same category when it came to. It's like they be talking too heavy, man. And I got mad love for Shakur. Shakur from Brick City. He from the same city I'm from. I grew up in. You know what I'm saying? So why would I be being biased, right? You'd think I would be showing case of favoritism, but they be talking too heavy, man. Shit, nigga. Before we had Shakur Stevenson, we had Marvin Hagler in Newark, man. Stop playing. That's just like Joe Frazier had Philly. Philly had Joe Frazier. We had Marvin Hagler. We know the real deal. They call him marvelous. I call him the machine. Stop playing, man. You know? So shit. You nigga can't just, you know what I mean? You can't just push this shit in front of me. Now I'm tell you, I'm questioning this shit. Is you really the GOAT or the GWOAT? As you saying, is you really the GWOAT? The fuck you want us to see you get in there and fight Layla Ali to determine that? Man, please. I don't. Let Layla do what she was doing. Layla was an attractive black woman that was punching on shit back then, and she was carrying on the name of her father and shit. Let that shit just be what it is. Let it go down in the history books as that. Yeah, we can say she might have ducked Ann Wolf or whatever. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? But shit. Hell, I felt like Bud duck boots, but that's here nor there. I ain't even gonna go there. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna just say that. Let it be. But I always taking nothing away from Bud and what the fuck Bud did. And Bud real deal whooping ass. So all I'm saying, Clarissa, I just need to see what you got going on. And just like I feel like that about Alicia Bongard. But could you imagine Alicia Bongard once upon a time wanting to fight Clarissa Shields? Now, I don't think she could fuck with Caroline Dubois. So I don't definitely think. I think, yeah. Now wait a goddamn minute. Slow your roll. I don't think you fucking with Clarissa on that. So you tripping. Straight up. Two Cents saying, who is AB even fighting next? I saw the name, but I don't know who the fuck that is. He said, fuck. That boy Conor McGregor. Could say, too, somebody Caroline already beat. How the fuck you gonna say she ain't ready, but mama somebody she beat already? This new box era is some bullshit. That is 1,000% correct, Clip. God damn. How the fuck are you doing that? The audacity, nerve. But Clip also brought out how he feels like the ego of Alicia Baumgartner is getting to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least that's what I got out of what he was saying. You know what I mean? Like her ego getting to her. She's starting to think she better than what she is. Same kind of shit with. I'm not saying Shakur ain't the nigga. Why would I not say that he from New Orleans? Like, well, come on, bro. Motherfuckers should respect what I'm saying. I'm saying the nigga probably he be sprinkling a little Zatterin. So when niggas get to calling him out on certain shit, I don't be against it because he be sprinkling some Zatterin on shit. Just like I feel like Carissa be sprinkling a little, but I think it's the new age social media boxing shit. You know what I'm saying? Just being honest. You know, I fuck with Shakur dog. You know what I mean? And I'm always hoping for him to pull out on top. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to one of these belts and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Obtaining these belts, you know what I mean, and doing this thing, you know, but I'm just saying, nigga, like, I ain't say you just gonna whoop Tank ass, nigga. I mean, I feel like Tank hesitating to fight you, but nigga, don't act like I ain't gonna just say Tank don't want to fight you, nigga, or he wouldn't because he's scared of you. I don't think it's that. But niggas are taught like that. You know what I mean? I definitely don't think Tank scared to fight you. Is he hesitating? Yeah. Why? I don't know, but I don't think he just full. I don't think. Look, come on, man. A date. Two Cents say, damn. Try to say, I fuck with female boxing heavy, but I just rather be able to focus on one network. I'll catch the MVP shit on YouTube. That's real. That's real. Two Cents say, I fuck with Kill Bill Shorty on the Pro Box. Homie girl Isis need to wake up, though. Two Cents, you was telling me about another female from Philly. Damn, I forgot her name. The Puerto Rican Shorty, though. Say she close. Say, oh my God. Yeah, I now that from I just recently started tuning in to Pro Box, but I will agree with that, Trev. I definitely think that they putting some shit together and they doing it pretty frequently. So shout out to Pro Box, man. If you ain't subscribed to Pro Box, you definitely might want to, and it's kind of a good thing to have them at the level that they is from what I see, because they showing up and coming fighters, and they showing it in a way where we can see it frequently, and we ain't gotta go too far deep diving for this shit. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Pro Box, man. I will say that. I agree with that one, Trev. Two Cents say I ain't like the way they bagged her, they dragged her. But to be honest, that urgency might have saved her life. Good for both fighters. That was avoided tragedy. Hopefully, she'll make a full recovery and put the gloves down. Yeah, it's Leanna Cruz clip. Yeah, that's exactly who Two Best was telling me about. She could scrap, thugged it out on the torn ACL. Yeah, I went and checked her out. You know, my brother's telling me about somebody. You know, I ain't gonna never pump fake with y'all to get on this bitch and act like I know everybody. It's too many. It be too much shit going on. But when one of the bros, the good brothers, man, they tell me about somebody, I go and do my research. I'll go and check out. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I be watching all kind of shit. I be watching the youngest too, cause I just was training at the same gym as Brian Norman Jr. And we had a lot of young fighters, man, that's out here in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? One of my young bros, he like 17. You know what I'm saying? Golden Gloves type shit competing. So nationals. You know, it's some young brothers. It's damn, what's the young brother that was at that gym too? He was so fucking cold. He a young nigga. You know, these motherfuckers be looking like what's the nigga? They be looking like they be on Disney Channel now and shit. But they be whooping ass though on some Steph Curry shit. Light skinned niggas trying to make a comeback in the sport. Little curly head niggas and shit, whooping on shit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta think of my man's name, but I'm cause I talked to him not too long ago. Not too long ago. It was about probably like a year, like about a year ago. So no, I can't think of his fucking name. It's a whole group of them though, and they was at the same gym with me and Brian Norman Jr. and they be traveling and doing competition. So my plans is to get them on here and start interviewing them and shit. You know what I mean? Start interviewing them, bringing them on here. We definitely got some talent out this motherfucker. You know what I mean? That be traveling and getting their work in. You know what I'm saying? You got Mustafa Gym out here. You know what I'm saying? If you familiar with boxing coaches and shit like that, you know you got Mustafa out here. You got Coach Steele. He from Philly too. He know Greg. I seen him at the fight when Greg fought Brian Norman Senior. I seen Coach Steele out here. You know what I mean? He from Philly. I forgot the other guy that's on Instagram that's pretty known. They actually both fought each other. But yeah, we got some motherfuckers out here though, for sure. On the scene, you know. Let me see. Two cents. I ain't like the way. What you was talking about that. I read that. Trav say torn ACL. She a gangster. Yeah, man. Yeah. Shout out to Leanna Cruz, man. You know what I mean? She definitely got some shit. From what I seen. It was another female fighter I just was watching the other day. Who the fuck was that? I think it was somebody too. Not too cent. Clip. I think you was telling me about her. Who the fuck was it? She short. Nah, it was. Who the fuck was that? And she was whooping shit too. I'm like, damn. Matter of fact, it was you. It was Clip. It was you talking to somebody. I don't know who the fuck it was on your shit. Y'all has mentioned a female name, and y'all said she was whooping shit. I know y'all was talking about Fundora's sister at the time, but it was somebody else. And y'all had brought her up. I can't think of her name, y'all. These names be slipping my mind, man. I know when I get off here, I'm gonna think of her though. But I went and checked her out. Her name is Elin, or she like, I don't know, she Arabian or some shit. Elin something, Elin some shit like that. Fuck, damn, this shit finna blow my mind. I'm high too. I am mad as fuck. I can't think of her name. No, it wasn't O'Shea Jones. She cold too though. It's this motherfucker like foreign or something. What the fuck is it? It's like she like a Elif to yep. That nigga cool. Elif to her. I went and watched her. I'm like, yo, she is punching shit. I'm talking about. And them niggas was saying she was. I was like, yo, I was high. I was geeked up out my mind when y'all was talking about that shit too. But I remembered y'all saying that shit. And I went and checked her out the next day when I was sitting out. You know, I'd be in traffic. Man, she is whooping shit, dog. The righteous way. Matter of fact, I went and watched her, and I had watched Fundora. Sister had. I went back and watched the full fight of that, but I had watched the Elite 200. I watched Shorty. I watched her highlights, like, but not the little quick ones, the ones where you kind of can just see real. I gotta go back and really watch full fights, but I ain't gonna lie, the shit I was seeing, I was like, oh shit, she tough. She definitely tough. So that shit never fall on deaf ears when I'm around. You throw somebody's name out there and I don't know him. 2 Cents told me about Andy Hiroka. I had heard about Andy Hiroka, but I'm like, niggas get to talking about what was the nigga who fought Brian Norman, Junior, Titilian, Reptilian. I don't fucking know that motherfucking name. They went to throwing names and shit like that. I can't keep up with all these motherfuckers, man. Only for this nigga not to be some shit. Got his ass rocked, man, by Brian Norman. I'm just saying, man. But when you tell me, motherfucker, I don't know about him, I'm gonna go do. I think that was Clip and fucking 2 Cents that told me about Moses Atala, whooping shit. I threw him in the name of mix of motherfuckers I said earlier, like Boots, Abdullah Mason, Moses, Bam, Benny from the block, Benavidez. Like you, Bud too. Bud was a part of that shit too. Oh man, they slide through this bitch in the Hellcat. Lord have mercy. My bad, y'all. I gotta have a little background. Oh damn, they coming through here deep. Sheesh. Oh, they done turned this bitch to NYPD. Oh, we lit. We in Atlanta, Georgia with it though, man. But yeah, so this shit crazy, man. Yeah, Leaf though, she cold. Definitely watch her, Trav. She definitely whooping ass. She whooping ass. She might make you keep your subscription, man. Or at least tune in to her shit, cause she definitely kicking ass. There's some black in there somewhere. I'm telling you, too, man. I don't know if you talking about a Leaf or the background with the police. But I felt like the way Leaf was whooping ass, I'm like, damn, it's a daddy black. She kicking ass. Nah, she'll make me fuck around, order up a 10-piece on her next fight. Let me get a little 10-piece. I go big boy toy with the 20-piece special. You know what I'm saying? When it's an extravaganza. You know what I'm saying? I know the world's stopping for this one. I'm gonna go 20-piece. I might not eat all of it, but I'm gonna go 20-piece though. You know what I mean? At least she whipping ass. I'm gonna go 10-piece. Try to say, Carp, what you think? Next for Norman Jr. I think he needs to get in the mix, man. He need to go ahead and get in the mix. I think, do he got a fight coming up? Nah, if not, I ain't been really keeping up with him honestly. But I want the best for Brian Norman Jr. For real, man. You know what I'm saying? Out here in the city of Atlanta. You know what I mean? Like I said, we ain't had a big boxing match since Tank came out here when he fought Gamboa. But I was hoping if he was gonna live up to the bullshit he was talking about Boots, I was hoping to see Boots whoop his ass out here. You know what I'm saying? But that would have kind of. But I mean, realistically, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people ain't just saying Brian Norman. He ain't really built his brand out here. Really, I'm gonna just say that. You know what I'm saying? And amongst the boxing community, we know him and shit like that. But as far as fan to fan type shit, maybe the connection Boots got with Philly. I ain't see that really with him out here. You know what I mean? But him to become a world champion and do what he needed to do, you know what I'm saying, to get to that level of degree, the situation with him and his pops, I think that's going to take a huge change in the direction of where he going to go. I want to see, I wouldn't mind seeing him fight at 147. I wouldn't mind seeing him fight. I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Rolly. To be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Rolly. I think him fighting Rolly, then Rolly and Devin making that fight would have made more sense. Because realistically, I still feel like Brian Norman Jr. still got a lot more proving to do as far as accolades and just his brand and notoriety in the sport of boxing. You know, he's accomplished some things, so I ain't gonna take that from him discredit. But as far as just like that popularity, not saying amongst like the casuals, but I'm just saying like that core essence of a brand, I guess. I don't know, or a threat. I think he gotta establish himself more. Which I think he came in. He wasn't being talked about when Rolly was being talked about once upon a time. You know what I'm saying, to a higher degree. So I think him and Rolly would have been a pretty good fight at 147, and whoever win out of that fight Devin. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how would that have went. You know what I mean? You got Norman and Barbosa. Yeah, that's. He said she got a black uncle. Norman versus Smalls, win or go home. Saney, shout out to Saney, man. Welcome, brother, man. I appreciate you for pulling up. He said Thurman ain't beating Fundora. That guy's a giraffe. You think so? I got Thurman beating Fundora. And I'm with Trav. My brother Trav, see, Trav will walk the edge with me. Shit, I'm giving that shit 4 rounds. 4 to 5 rounds. I'm at 5. Shout out to Trav, because Trav he made it more. You know what I'm saying? He just, what I mean, he dressed it up. You know what I mean? He put he added the 5. He put a 4 and a slash, then a 5. You know what I mean? So he was being fair. I like I like Thurman at 4. I could be wrong. If I'm gonna be wrong, I'm gonna come back and say I'm wrong. I don't got no problem with saying it. But I think I pointed out, what I'm saying, the height, the reach, what I'm saying, 69 inches for Keith Thurman, 80 inches for Fundora. I think it could favor either side. You know what I mean? I would want to see Fundora establish the jab more and then when it comes to that inside shit, deliver. But if he don't do that, and I said, I think he's very unique to be the height that he is, to have the inside game that he has. I think him being at the southpaw stance, he'll be able to create some awkward angles. But it just depends on how he coming at from an IQ level. You know what I'm saying? I think, to me personally, I'm a favorite Keith Thurman because he got, in my personal opinion, he got a better IQ, he got better experience. I just think he coming off a layoff. And I think he's been talking a lot of shit, so I can see why people would not lean more towards Thurman. But I think Thurman IQ level is better than a lot of people account for. And this is one time. One time was competing in a division, what I'm saying, to a certain level of, he unified, you know what I mean? And he was competing at a time where there was other talented fighters there. Did he fight all of them? No. I mean, people wanted to see him fight Errol Spence. Did he duck? Did he do some ducking? I definitely think it's very well warranted to argue and debate on that. But in this fight in particular, I feel like I've seen, I don't want to compare Gary Anton Russell to Keith Thurman, but both of them, the only comparison I will say is they both have a smaller reach. Damn near maybe the same. I want to say 69 for both. And I've seen them be able to, do certain things as far as the inside, but not comparing Keith Thurman to Gary. Like I said, just the reach that stood out to me. But I think Keith Thurman has capabilities of being mobile as well. You know what I'm saying? But he's 37 now, so it's some things to consider. So, but I'm 37. Shit, I ain't letting no nigga just whoop my ass. And shit, I ain't half of the motherfucker Keith is in boxing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, my IQ there, I think. You know what I mean? Because I respect his IQ. I really do truly respect Keith Thurman's IQ, and I think he's gonna make a great coach one day if he goes that route, or like a commentator like 2 Cents here. So I got Thurman in this fight. I might be pushing it, going by a 4th round stoppage somehow, some way. But that's just how I'm rolling the dice, and that's how I'm coming with it. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm wrong and shit, it's just gonna be what it is. I'm gonna stand on it. I fuck with that fight, Norman versus Rolly. Yeah, I said earlier too, what y'all think about Ortiz versus Rayo? Because Bang was asking, Well, Bang was saying when I brought it up, but I was somebody. I think Rashonda asked me. Miss Rashonda asked me. You know what I'm saying? What fights I would like to see, and I just went to blurting out fights at all different type of divisions. But I threw out Rayo versus Jermaine Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? I think that'll be a decent one. And I think Norman versus Rowley will be a pretty good one. Norman versus Barbosa will be a good one too. 2 cents. Sandy say Thurman is washed up and he deserves what happened to him for mocking Pacquiao. He is a shit person. Damn, you think so, Sandy? Yeah, okay, yeah, Sandy. What's my okay. Yeah, shout out to my brother Sandy, literally from the UK, man. Literally on Twitter. Hey, shout out my boy, man. I definitely remember you, bro. Nah, you just brought it back to my attention. I was tripping. I ain't seen you in a minute. That's what it is. But shout out to you, because I definitely remember when you was on you was in here thugging with us. I was telling you about Tim Boski. And shit, yeah, from the UK and shit. Shout out to my good brothers in the UK. I got another brother too, man, who be watching my highlight reels. My boy Billy the Goat, man. You know what I'm saying? He got Marvin Hagler for his PTR, so he knows something. But he over there in the UK. You know what I'm saying? I was telling him to catch me on the lives, but I didn't know he was over in the UK. He had been following me for a minute. I didn't even know he was in the UK. So he told me, I was like, bro, I'll be having the lives, man. I want you to come on, because he definitely foot with the boxing. But he was like, nah. He was like, man, I gotta know when you be coming on, because I'm in the UK. He's like, yeah, the time different. I'm like, what? So yeah, we working, man. Everybody working, man. The whole team working. Whole team got got assassin badges, man. You know what I'm saying? Saying, but saying, you be giving different inputs too, though. So I'm gonna always, you know what I'm saying, see it through with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do my best to walk with you. Trash say Norman versus Barboza, a great fight too. I agree with that. Shout out to Tucson, man. Trash say real shit. I could be wrong, but I think Keith got too much. He gonna stop for. I can see that too. And shit, we gotta account for Brian Mendoza stopping Fundora in the 7th round. You know what I'm saying? So it's possible. We ain't for to act like it ain't possible. Is Brian Mendoza from Keith Thurman one time status? Man, don't act like Keith wasn't just a unified champ, no. Don't do Keith like that. But I mean, my boy Two Man say, he barely edged it with Sean Porter and Garcia. I mean, they could be debated, but I'm just saying, shit, and niggas gotta respect Keith Thurman power now. I seen Keith Thurman with the little heavy bag motherfucker, the miniature heavy bag hanging up above his head. He throwing them bitches, you know what I'm saying? He throwing them from the hip, coming over the top of the head with the crown chakra with it. So I don't know. Who knows, man. But what I will say, I don't know what Keith Thurman's gonna show up. I think everybody is very well warranted for thinking this shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't really expect anybody to favor Keith Thurman, especially accounting the layoff, the age, the Manny Pacquiao loss, like Sandy say. But both of these fighters have losses. That's the thing they do share in common. So I'm not gonna fault anybody's point of view of how they see this shit, because we can evaluate both of them from that perspective, from a loss. You know what I'm saying? How they rebounded, how they bounced back. You know what I mean? I think it's interesting that we're supposed to been had this fight, and then Fundora got his hand broken. I do agree with 2 cents earlier. I read the rap sheet as far as what was going on with both of the fighters, and I felt like, me personally, I think Fundora hasn't fought the level of competition that Keith Thurman has. He fought Cordell Booker. He fought Tim Tszyu 2 times. He fought Lubin. Who the fuck else did he fight? Who the fuck else did he fight? Damn, hold on. I'm tripping. There's somebody else he fought. But I don't want to discredit him. Oh, Carlos Ocampo. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but shit, you got Keith Thurman, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, Manny Pacquiao. It ain't like he lost to no motherfucker who making sub sandwiches. Even though I think Pacquiao, well, I ain't gonna leave Pacquiao alone. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave him alone. He beat Mario Barrios, Josecito Lopez. You know what I'm saying? Guerrero, he beat some motherfuckers, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna say like Josecito Lopez or Roberto Guerrero was just that deal, but you know what I'm saying? Like he was active when it was some shit going on. With the ooh boy, you on to something? I ain't 2 cent. Watch out, man. You cooking from the bleachers. I could see Keith catching Fundora on autopilot with the big overhand, or I could see Fundora moving through Keith and making him look. Oh, that's both ways. I'm willing to consider both of that. Both ways on that. I could see that. I could see that. Couldn't say I got Thurman by decision for sure. And I could see that too because Keith Thurman is a intellectual of boxing, so he's very well known of the scorecards. Same way Shakur is, same way Devin is. I think the Ryan Garcia shit kind of threw Devin off of his game plan of going the distance with niggas. At one point, Devin didn't mind going beating niggas on that scorecard. He ain't give no fuck about going back and forth with you about that shit. As long as he come out victorious. Shakur never strayed away from it. Shakur gonna run around. Shakur will run around that bitch like the people's champ with 20 seconds still on the clock and rub it in your face. You know what I'm saying? And beat you on the scorecard. He now started getting in that pocket though, like how he's supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it is what it is. We still watching these fighters do their thing. But I can see that though, Clip. Sainty say Carbon is the man. Peace out. Brother, I am out the bed. It's 4 a.m. Have a good one. Hey man, for sure, man. I appreciate you, brother Sainty, for pulling up, man. Shout out to the UK. Got the UK tuning in, rocking out with us, man. You know what I'm saying? Good brothers gotta handle their business, go to work, you know what I'm saying, get ready for the next day, or take over the world, Craig. You know how this shit go. We got 2 cents. 2 cents say Fundora win. He need to unify next. Okay, so let's just say Fundora beats Keith Thurman. What next? But we gotta account for that. Everybody's potentially thinking that Xander is gonna fight Boots. So Xander got the WBO and the WBA. You know what I'm saying? You got Sebastian. I be want to say Sebastian Telfair so fucking bad. I don't know what the fuck, man. Sebastian Fundora. You got Boots and Virgil with both with interims. I'm forgetting somebody. Who the fuck else got a belt? Is it Dalton Smith? No, he's not Dalton Smith. Fucking who the fuck else got a belt? I'm forgetting somebody. Trav said I could see it both ways, and this with this fight, and really with Fundora versus anybody in 154 shit almost ain't even fair. Nigga need to move up. You think so? I don't think he really. I don't want to go too far. I ain't gonna say he ain't battled. Nah, fuck that. Who the fuck that nigga really? He ain't really. I'm back where 2 cents was saying earlier. Who the fuck he really just, you know what I mean? Who the fuck he just really just flushed out like really notable like that? See, and that's why I was saying earlier about illusion, his stature, and you see a nigga like that in the ring, like you gonna think automatically, yeah, Holmes punching on shit, like you know what I'm saying? I'm saying for the average consumer. Like, I ain't gonna say average consumer. A motherfucker who ain't never seen this motherfucker before, they might say, man, I know he whooping shit. But they don't know he got dropped by Brian Mendoza in the 7th round, though. Keith lost to Manny Pacquiao. You know? But I feel like I don't know if his body ready for 160 though. Fuck all that. That's just my opinion. But as far as what you saying, as far as him going to 160, you think he what you think about that shit, Charles? Like, you think his body will be ready for 160? You think he? I don't know. I ain't never thought about that shit. Clip say Fundora ain't gonna move up base because his whole family some nuts. He basically dropping belts to not fight niggas, and his sister the biggest John at 112 and trying to move down. Whole family on bullshit. See, that's what I'm saying. That's look. I be saying shit, but sometimes I don't be just saying shit. Like I was just saying, but I speak to it briefly. I was just saying how I found it funny that when the first fight was supposed to happen, all of a sudden his fucking hand was hurt. I don't know why. I don't have no concrete evidence, but I'm just saying how that shit resonated with my spirit. It just ain't sit right with me. Similar how Keyshawn G saying with Keyshawn. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, well, nah, fuck that. If Clip saying he ducking shit, it is. Man, look, I ain't got to get in the game, coach. I know one thing I know about Clip. Clip ain't finna fucking say shit and throw no smut on no nigga name if it ain't what it is. That's just, you know what I'm saying? Niggas is public figures out here, man. So I could definitely see that. And I ain't like how his sister beat on the nail technician. I mean the computer technician. I ain't like that shit. That's why I instantly after that I went and watched the Elite Shorty. You know what I'm saying? And got back right. And follow us, man. You know what I'm saying? Tap in with the good brothers, man. You got me. You know what I'm saying? Carbon 12 Boxing Club. You know what I'm saying? You got Empty the Clip. You got YSM. You got Fighting Words with Bang. You got Tago. You know what I'm saying? You definitely got Empty the Clip for sure. That's on TikTok and fucking YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So definitely, man, if you wanna tap in with some authentic brothers, man, that stand up to date with the latest and the greatest in the sport of boxing when it comes to the science of this shit. You got Trav, you gonna see motherfuckers like Trav. You know what I'm saying? You bounce around the YouTube boxing community, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying? You gonna see motherfuckers like Trav, 2 Bit, 2 Cent. You'll see Mr. Shonda in there. You know what I'm saying? You know, some real. So you definitely more than welcome, man. We appreciate you for pulling up. He said, who's better, Carrier, Mayweather or Manny? What you mean Carrier? You ain't talking about on the juice, is it? Or you just saying who better? Oh, career. Oh, career. I see it. I see it. Oh man, Mayweather. Ain't no to that shit. I'm gonna say Mayweather for sure. Now I know it depends on who you talking to. They gonna bring up some 8 time shit and all this other shit and all of this, but mm-mm. Floyd Mayweather. And we definitely can't even compare Manny Pacquiao to Pretty Boy Floyd. Floyd was so dope, he had 2 goddamn careers. But before the hand and after the hand, you know what I'm saying? Uh, them ripping them off politic wise and him getting this just due, creating a path. So Floyd, yeah, Floyd, the one. Shit, man, he lost. I know that got to be accounted for in a time of a generation where motherfuckers don't want to take a L. When some of the greatest boxers done took L's. So, you know. Fundora gonna call out Danny Garcia if he wins. Lord have mercy. Damn, 2 Cent. You said he gonna call out Danny Garcia. That's gonna be some wild shit. She trying to move down. They on some other shit. Somebody need to report both of them to feed them the children. Fuck they eating. Oh no, yeah, them they frail as hell. Thin as wind. You see what I'm saying? Frail as hell and thin as wind. I don't know what the hell they on a strict Abu diet over that motherfucker. $1 a day can save a life type shit. I'm telling you, club. 2 Cent say Tim Zoo trilogy. Tim Zoo was some bullshit. They definitely tried to push Tim Zoo on me. I wasn't going for that shit. If we talking warrior shit, I like Manny career. But if we talking smart business and clean boxing, of course Mayweather. I could see that. I can see that. I don't think if Pretty Boy Floyd was what it was and not Money Mayweather, I don't think Manny would have fucked with Floyd at all. I don't think shit. I just don't think Manny can fuck with Floyd. I don't think Manny gonna be able to fuck with Floyd now. I ain't saying it like I really care to see it, but I don't think he gonna be able to fuck with him now. To be honest, Floyd was the nigga, man. I've seen so many niggas. I don't witness so many niggas pray on Floyd downfall, man, in real time. Mexicans and niggas. You know, I done seen Floyd real deal whoop niggas. You know what I mean? Break niggas down beautifully, doing shit in the motherfucking ring. If we talking about on the playback though, y'all can't compare Manny Pacquiao to Floyd on the playback. If we talking about slowing this shit down, no music, no commentary, watching this shit on the replay value, he not fucking with Floyd Mayweather. Anyone you want to go, Pretty Boy Floyd or Money Man. If we talking about the science, he might have been more of a I take this fighter type shit, or Pacquiao definitely a try some shit. He was definitely unorthodox as far as his approach. You know what I'm saying? He could shift. To me, Pacquiao could shift out of being a conventional fighter, but he would start off or initiate conventional shit and then transition in the rhythm of the conventional shit to some unconventional shit, like some aqua shit, kind of similar to what I was saying with Fundora. If he utilized his height with the inside shit, with the southpaw angles. You know what I'm saying? Pacquiao was southpaw as well, of course we know. And then I ain't gonna lie, Pacquiao had a ill ass 1-2 or 2-1. My bad. You know what I'm saying? Like he putting that shit straight on niggas' chin. Fucking niggas' jawbones up with that shit. So I ain't gonna, you know what I mean? But the juice. He OJ the Juice Man. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Pacquiao was OJ the Juice Man before Ryan. We just in a time now where it ain't no information really being hidden like that. It's only you can't hide this shit, man. It's only so long for this shit gonna get exposed. Pacquiao just wasn't in that shift. But if you play this shit, if you slow this shit down, you play this shit back, no commentary, you watch the sweet science of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Man, Pacquiao wasn't doing some of none of I ain't gonna say none of this shit, but he wasn't. It's man, you be watching Floyd all fucking day, breaking down the shit. You can't even. I don't know. You be fucking forever doing that shit. I ain't lying. But I definitely I think Pacquiao cemented his career in his own light. You know what I'm saying? Pacquiao gonna definitely, you know what I'm saying, always be attached to boxing and somebody a name, whether you got the juice scandal or not. You know what I'm saying? That nigga's gonna always throw his name in the mix. You know what I mean? He a brand. He was a household brand. You know what I'm saying? He did what he did. You know. Yeah, facts try. I'm telling you, OJ the Juice Man. He was OJ the Juice Man. Hey, he was definitely A in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. He said, me speak no English. Little Pacquiao went to speaking Spanish. This nigga Filipino. That nigga ain't taking no needle. You know what I'm saying? Hell nah, man. Madonna said, you know what? Pacquiao fucked it up that way. I'm gonna try the glove. Till Floyd felt that goddamn pad and then that glove. So you know what I mean, that's why I don't put that shit past Ryan Garcia at all. Matter of fact, Ryan, in my personal opinion, you can't tell me otherwise. Ryan Garcia was on PEDs when he fought Devin Haney, and I think anybody who goes and fight Ryan Garcia, as of the current time, is putting their careers in jeopardy and at risk. Like that's just like when Conor Ben fought Jerry McClellan. You know what I'm saying? They was saying Conor Ben was on the juice back then. I'm talking about Daddy Conor Ben. Only for Conor Ben, the son, to be fucking around tampering with that juice. Oh, I ain't forget. I don't know if y'all did, but I ain't forget. And I'm like, this nigga got the audacity to call Boots out. I'm like, yeah, Boots. Boots was smart. Boots started not even really entertaining that shit. Man, please. These niggas already giving me a hard time, and I'm competing the fair way. Man, watch out. So this shit, this shit, there's a lot you gotta account for, man. Some of these, I think, anyway, on the juice. I've been saying this shit for a while. I'm gonna stick to it, until I'm proven wrong. I think, you know what I'm saying? And I could be proven wrong now because I ain't got no evidence, but as far as I can see, I think he is, And I don't see it being as difficult for him to do it, fighting over there, you know what I'm saying? If you got niggas over here microdosing and shit, you know what I'm saying? And I'm wondering. You know, I salute any amateur that's doing great amateur wise. You know what I'm saying? Because to what level degree are they really stressing, testing the motherfucker? Or sparring. I really salute the motherfuckers that sparring, because you don't know if you in that bitch, you might just have a gym warrior. He don't never want to go pro. He just want to be the nigga that went pro in the gym sessions. He beat everybody up. And the whole time, what if this nigga on the juice? You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, who the fuck testing these niggas at that level? So, I don't know, man. This shit wicked. Try to say Ryan was on that choke no joke too. Coke no joke, yeah. Facts. That's what I'm saying. He got the briefcase with the coke in it. And he got the syringe. He gonna hit the bottom of his feet with that motherfucker. He juiced up. He out this bitch on the Ninja Turtle. You know, like G was saying. He done got the ooze. I know a fiend when I see one. I know that right, Trav, man. We can't let nobody convince us otherwise, man. You know, I think shit. I fuck with Benny from the block, but wasn't shit. Benny didn't he test dirty too? I think he tested not for no PDs, but I think he was when he on that bag. And I ain't talking about the speed bag or the heavy. When Benny from the block on the bag too. I think he was. I think yeah. I mean, I hope I ain't throwing no dirt on my man's name, but I think he was. I think he was fucking with that Madonna. You know how I get in Migo world. They love that shit. Them construction workers. Shit. Them construction workers go get them a bag. Go get them a bag and go and you find them at the gas station on the slot machine all night, geeked up off that Madonna, that Christina Aguilera, that goddamn Britney Spears. Could say Benavidez was fucking with the Booger Sugar. He was out partying after winning his championship. I know I would chirping. I know I would chirping, man. I know it. I know I would chirping clip. Try to say that Lindsay Lohan facts. That Lindsay. He geeked up. Look, hey, Benny, he look over and shit, head coming straight out the sandwich bag. Powder everywhere. Benny, god damn, man, you can't be doing no shit like that after the victory, man. Floyd fuck around, be at the club and leave that bitch running. You went and ran to the powder bag. You don't went, you don't went and hit the powder bag and then got booted up. God damn. I don't know if my boy Duran was on the cocaine. I ain't never heard it. I know he was smoking squares and shit. Newport Short, you know what I mean? The short box, you know what I'm saying? But God damn, Benny from the block. I know you Benny from the block, but you ain't got to do block activities. This nigga done hit the. You supposed to hit the speed bag, man. Not that motherfucking. Not that powder bag though. Don't let him put you in the media for the powder bag, Benny. God damn. This nigga Benny from the block. Benny say, man, yeah, man, just give me an 8 ball, man. Fuck it. I did my shit tonight. Yo, clip. That nigga Benny say, hey, yo, y'all, that nigga Benny say, fuck it, yo. I did my shit tonight, man. You know what I mean? Open that briefcase, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Briefcase open up. You know he had the little shit. You know what I mean? Briefcase. That nigga got an 8 ball sitting right on in the briefcase next to the belt. Look, I did my shit this evening, man. Let me boot up real quick. He done booted up. He running around the lobby. God damn, Benny. Mm. You got the boy Keyshawn. He smoking the gas. He drinking the Taka vodka, the Wild Irish Rose. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Keyshawn look like he look like he might be one of them fireball drinking motherfuckers. He want him some cinnamon shit. He want to take a fireball or get a 6 pack of the fireball. He want to feel the fire in his chest before he get in there and spot. Keyshawn on the fireball. He need the whole kit. A 3-5 and a 6 pack of fireball. This shit wicked, man. What they used to say, mama got a life too. These niggas say, I'm trying to get high, man. Fuck what y'all talking about. But Benny was tripping though. He went too far. I ain't Benny. You know, you roll the gas up. We cool with that. But that cocaine, nigga, that where you lost me. God dang. Damn, Benny. I know if Benny from the block was on that shit, I know goddamn his brother was on it. Cause he always gave me cocaine vibes. Jose Benavidez always gave me cocaine vibes. But I ain't gonna put it on him. I don't know. I don't know. I ain't hear nothing about him being on it. But you know they say the apple don't fall too far from the tree, man. So who knows? Brother definitely was around this bitch getting geeked up. You see what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna hold y'all up, man. We been rocking out, man. I definitely appreciate everybody, man, for pulling up on me, man. Y'all been rocking with me for a little time, man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I definitely appreciate everybody, man. Shout out to the whole gang, man. Shout out to 2 Cents. Shout out to Empty the Clip. Shout out to Trash. Shout out to Miss Rashonda. Shout out to Bang. Shout out to Tago. Shout out to GHB TV, Greg, Mill. You know what I'm saying? Foreign. Uh, Shit, man, if I'm forgetting, we got Dean. I'll be fucking with Dean shit. Uh, I'm trying to think. Who else, man? Uh, it's a couple of good brothers, man. OGEH, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm fucking with everybody, bro. If I forgot anybody, man, shit, man, come pull up on me, correct me, man. Let me know I'm wrong for forgetting. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind being corrected. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? But, you know, I appreciate everybody for taking the time out their day, man, rocking with me. You know what I'm saying? Definitely for the content purposes, man. I'm definitely for to get on my shit. Thanks to the bros, man, for continuing to motivate me, pull up on me, support me. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in the chat. You know, shout out to everybody in other countries, man. We had UK pull up on us. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's always a blessing for me. You know what I mean? This shit gonna go global. You know what I mean? It already is in my head. I don't be really caring about how many people up in this motherfucker, man. But, you know, we gonna rock out like it's 1,000 every time, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Okay, Clip say he on live tomorrow. I gotta get with you. Double upload type shit tomorrow is the plan. For sure, man. I'm here. Just let me know, man. Let me know what time it is so I can go ahead, you know what I mean, work my ones and twos and clear it out. Trav say, bro, great live. Keep going. Man, I appreciate it, Trav, man. I appreciate you for pulling up on me too, bro. And you know, you more than welcome, man, to come on this motherfucker anytime. I'm finna start cranking up the stream yards and shit. Like I said, I'm trying to get my setup and everything set up and straight. You know what I mean? I'm trying to work on my professionalism too, because, you know, y'all brothers make this shit, you know, possible. You know what I'm saying? As far as, you know, niggas saying, like, you know, y'all niggas who I could deal with and talk to. So, you know what I mean? At arm's reach. So, to see y'all niggas doing what y'all doing and transitioning, growing, and, you know what I mean? Niggas got their following, their own demographic. So, shit, that's always going to be the reason for me. So, you know what I mean? And anytime I could come on and speak my piece, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I mean? Be in the background supporting shit. I'm with it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm coming with this shit. So, you know what I mean? I appreciate everybody, bro, man. Once again, y'all stay safe out here, man. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do, man. It's Carbon 12 Boxing Club, man. The kid who did. You already know. Till next time, man. We on Clip tomorrow, too, man. So y'all make sure y'all tap in. We going to be rocking out with Empty the Clip, man. That's Empty the Clip on TikTok and on YouTube. So, y'all make sure y'all hit the notification button so you don't miss out, man. We're going to get on that motherfucker. It's going to be not just me. It's going to be some other intellectual people that's going to be rocking out, you know what I mean, giving they spills. There's always some good dialogue going on over that motherfucker. So make sure you hit the like button. And shout out my boy Saini, too, for pulling up on me, man, from the UK. But, yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all hit the subscribe button. Carbon 12 Boxing Club. Definitely over there, Empty the Clip. We on there live tomorrow. Make sure y'all follow Fight Wars with Bang, Tago. You know what I'm saying? GHB TV. We ain't even tripping. GHB TV ain't went nowhere. We still rocking. You know what I'm saying? All the gang, the whole gang rocking. So GHBT still alive and in effect. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just wait on the great comeback. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Mill, man. You know what I mean? All the brothers, Dean, everybody. You know what I'm saying? Till next time, bro. We out, man.